I'm gonna be honest with you. I've got drinks to make. I don't have time for that. Alright, this one is a lot less structured. Can you tell? I decided to film this one today. I've got a few ideas here jotted down. Some are based on the ingredients that go in, and then some are just kind of based on, well, sort of the name. I will spoil that one. Imagine sunrise it just looks like a tequila sunrise. So that one didn't really need to be all that complicated. And then other ones are more like actual recipes where I am trying to recreate the actual appearance of the drink, which is going to be tough in some cases. If you've played the event or you look any of these up, you're going to notice that there's a lot of layering in these drinks. A lot of, in some places, like bordering on impossible levels of layering, especially for someone not as talented as I am. We're going to do our best on that front. Also, I'd just like to state they did make this event specifically for me, because if you look at the bartending set on the counter in-game, it looks exactly like mine. It is laid out in exactly the same fashion. 1-to-1, it is the same set. Mine is just black. All right, let's get into it. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I've got an idea.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
It's brilliant.org.
Whoa.
Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons in math.
Finally, a use for my D&D shit in this video. We're just gonna roll a die, and then we'll make whichever one I land on. We're gonna do 4, which means 4 for another video. If you want to hit that like and subscribe button right now, and hey, become a member, and you might even get to see it earlier than the rest, and you'll be a better person or something. I don't know. Anyway, 7. Oh, cool. This is the one I wanted to make first anyway. The Beautiful Enemy. Okay, so the Beautiful Enemy consists of 1 part practitioner pepper, 1 part soothing soda. You stir, and then you add puffer goat milk on top. I'm gonna warn you right now, we're not doing any milk. So this one is much more about recreating the appearance. That color, one thing immediately came to my mind, and that is this Victoria Indigo Gin. A butterfly pea blossom gin, more recognizable name brand is gonna be Empress 1908, but this was $20 cheaper. Now, a lot of these drinks, because they don't really want you to have like alcohol, the closest thing is that there is a champagne in the ingredients. Everything is a soda or syrup or jam, so all of the drinks fizz. Thus, a lot of ours are going to, not all of them, but quite a few end up having some kind of soda in them. So, gin, fizz, and a white head, it's a gin fizz. We're just gonna make an Empress 1908 gin fizz. Egg whites are gonna add that nice layer on top, and of course the club soda is gonna give us the fizz. That's pretty easy. That's a pretty simple drink. What can I serve this in? I don't have a coupe. Let's put it in this. Why not? All right, for our Beautiful Enemy, we are going to start with 2 ounces of our butterfly pea blossom gin, followed by 1 full ounce of lemon juice. Do we want to freshly squeeze it? God, fine. Fine! I'll squeeze the juice. Oh, perfect. 1 ounce lemon juice, 3/4 of an ounce of simple syrup, and then 1 egg white, which is approximately 3 tablespoons of this liquid egg white, which is 1.5 ounces. 1.5. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm doing it again. Oh God. And this should hopefully come out the nice purple that it does in the game. Ice. So this says more ice. Well, a gin fizz needs ice. My reading is more ice equals like actual ice in the drink, and then little ice is like a rock. That's kind of my reading on how you should be serving it. We're gonna give it a nice shake. Did that foam up? Oh, yes. Okay. I think you're supposed to technically dry shake when you use egg white, but I've said in other videos, this thing doesn't seal right unless it gets cold, so not using ice was just gonna be a bit of a pain. Let's look at the first step of our Beautiful Enemy. Woo! Oh, that is very full. This glass is not tall enough. Hold on! Good thing I've got a taller one. And now, we finish this. Holy shit! I had no clue it was gonna do that. Can anything in these videos go right, please? Well, my socks are gonna be wet for the rest of the video, I guess. Final step of our gin fizz is to top it off with some club soda after it's gotten all over your counter. That is, whew, oh my gosh. That looks just about perfect now that it's settling. If it was in a coupe, do we try the margarita glass? We might try the margarita glass after. It's not a coupe, but it's closer to what you see in the game. It says a mini wine glass. This is not a mini drink. How did it get so much? It's like 3 ounces. The egg white, that's how. Well, let's get our shot first, and then I'll take a sip. Oh wait! The finishing touch, a lemon wheel, because that is an option in the game. It's not what goes with the beautiful enemy, but I don't have a Pepeshi fluff ball, so we're gonna have to live with that. It's not as purple as it appears in the game, but that's pretty gosh darn close to what I wanted. I guess the egg white took a lot of the color out, or probably the lemon juice did. That's pretty close, right? I'm not crazy. The purple into a clear, into the white head. Let's see what it tastes like. That's just all egg white. Let's get a straw. Here we go. Oh, well that's rather pleasant. That really kind of just is an emphasis on the gin. This Empress, I mean, it's citrusy. So the lemon juice, while you taste it a little bit, is really just kind of holding up the gin in here. The club soda is just giving it a nice, fun, bubbly feeling. The egg white adds a nice, fun texture and flavor to it. This lemon wheel is not doing anything. It's just there to look good. That is like a delightful gin float. I mean, it's a fizz, so I guess we can call that the same category. I feel like I'm in a soda shop. That's what I feel. I feel like I'm in a soda shop, which is pretty much what the Dream Jolt hostelry is. So I feel like I kind of nailed it. If I could do anything to make it better, I'd cut back on the lemon juice. I did an ounce. I might cut that to 3/4 or maybe even half an ounce, because we lost a lot of the purple, and that might have been the egg white too, honestly. I don't hate the flavor. This is citrusy enough on its own that I feel like you would not miss that half ounce of lemon juice if you cut it out. That goes down way too easy. It doesn't feel like you're drinking. It feels like I'm drinking soda. It just is a very pleasant time. I'm really happy with this. What's it look like in the margarita glass? Okay, that's a little closer to the in-game appearance. I told you how you could probably fix that, so that's good enough for me. I feel like that's probably pretty close to what it would taste like at the Dream Jolt. I gotta go finish this. All 4 in 1, baby. Let's go. Okay, 1 down, 3 to go. Let's see what is next. That's the same number. Let's see what's next. Oh, this is the one I spoiled. Let's make an imagined sunset, aka a tequila sunrise. There's an imagined sunrise, hold on. Yeah, that's a tequila sunrise. Right at the bottom, orange in the middle. We might be able to do some champagne. That's what's making the top white? We might be able to do that. So in game, this uses rejuvenating soda water, odd concoction, and then you stir, and then you add dream jam and stellar champagne on top. So I think the champagne is actually actually maybe we'll just throw champagne on top just to ruin the drink at the end. Why not? This is our rejuvenating soda water, this gold tequila. Orange juice is our dream jam. Odd concoction is gonna be the grenadine. So first we need ice. We don't actually need to mix this one, which is fun. We just need to pour it in. So we're gonna go ahead and start with 2 ounces of gold tequila. What does it taste like? Oh, that's gonna be good. I'm going through what this is about to taste like in my mind, and I am happy about it. And 4 ounces of orange juice. Let's go ahead and measure it out, why not? We'll be precise for the video, I guess. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. Well, that was just orange juice. Next up, this is the delicate part. This is the part that makes it look the way it does in the game and how this is supposed to. So let's hope I don't fuck it up. We're going to pour the grenadine over the back of this spoon, and it should sink all to the bottom and create a nice cool layered effect. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, that looks right. Do we put champagne on top? What could that do to it? It's still carbonated, that's the good news. Woo! Let's follow the game's instructions on the end here. This is a real drink right now, so you can stop here. But we're doing Honkai Star Rail justice today. I'll very carefully pour this onto the top. Well, that looks right. That looks absolutely perfect. And just to throw in a little garnish, orange and a cherry. Now it looks like the sun peeking out. And with that, we have successfully created the imagined sunrise. Once I started messing with the orange, it did mix the champagne a little more in, but you saw it. You saw it was layered right. It looked right for a minute there. Let's see if it just tastes good. Yeah, actually. That makes total sense. I mean, orange juice and champagne is a mimosa. So it's kind of like you've just combined a mimosa and a tequila sunrise. Damn, it's actually really good. It's just a good ass drink. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't know how much credit I can really take for this one, because it is just a tequila sunrise that I put champagne on top of, which was the game's idea to begin with. Wow, that absolutely worked. That's weird. It's so fun. Every sip, you're getting a different flavor. Oh my God, it's everything. Because the champagne is at the top, so it's like hitting first, but then it turns into a mimosa, but then you get the tequila. It's like a mimosa, but with what I lovingly call that tequila stank. I love tequila. I've come to really enjoy tequila, but it's got that stank to it, you know? And I you know, when you want that tequila stank, you want it. You want that stank. And that's what that tastes like. Oh my God. I'm drinking that too fast. Ooh, that is a good beverage that I will probably continue to make. So far, this is the winner in both appearance and flavor. If you want it to look closer, I would say you could pour in the grenadine first, but then you run the risk of everything else going into it and like splashing it up. If you think you need as much grenadine as is in it, or as it looks, based on my recipe, you don't do that. It's too much grenadine. Dream Jolt, Host Story, you made a good drink with that one. If you're not gonna hire me, Dream Jolt, at least tell me where you are. I don't know how to get to Penacony from here, so you can send a ship to pick me up so I can visit your store. I would drink several of these. You would have to have someone carry me out. Mr. Bigwig. That's the one name I remember, because look at Mr. Bigwig. Look at Mr. Bigwig. I love him. Oh, I'm getting more into the stank. The champagne is running out and we're getting into the tequila. That drink changes. That's crazy. The more I drink, the more there is to discover. And I haven't even hit the grenadine, really. So that's way at the bottom. I'm so excited about this drink. Wow. So the mimosa flavor has mild out a lot. And now it's just kind of becoming... No, it hasn't. I'm lying. The orange juice and the champagne have mixed together more. So it's less champagne into orange and more... Now it's just like a mimosa at the top, and then the tequila slides inside. That's a horrible way to have phrased that. It's too late, I've said it. I'm gonna end up drinking this whole thing in like 5 minutes. This is so good. I'm so happy I made that. I'm genuinely so happy I made that. That's really, really good. I haven't even made the other two yet. If you make anything in this video, it should be this one. I'm calling it right now. I don't know if I'll make anything as good as this is. And it's the easiest to layer, so it actually looks like it would in-game. The tequila sunrise is already an easily layerable drink. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. I'm repeating myself now. I'm gonna try and slow myself down. I've still got 2 more to do, and I'm halfway through this drink in like 5 minutes. So we're gonna calm down, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, thank you so much for watching this video. Real quick, spoilers for a drink I make later. I am so happy that you've watched this. Thank you so much. And if you are enjoying this video, please consider liking, commenting, subscribing, doing all the YouTube things. And maybe if you really enjoyed this, becoming a member. You get access to early videos, exclusive videos, all of my stream VODs, and cut down version of those stream VODs when I make fun, exclusive drinks only for members. Seriously, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate all of this, and I really appreciate your support. It goes a very, very long way, even if you just like, comment, and subscribe. So thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope you continue to enjoy, as much as I have, because this is way past the 4th drink, and I am having a great time. Anyways, cheers. That was a terrible idea. Oh God. I can't even redo that shot. Okay, so that last drink was very good. Once I got into the grenadine, it became so much sweeter. That was a pleasant experience from top to bottom. Aces. I know you didn't get to see me experience the grenadine bit, so I just wanted to mention that. I also realized I had one more button undone on my shirt than I thought I did the whole time. So, sorry for that. To make it up to you, I have now tucked it in though, so I look a little more dapper, just a tiny bit. Anyway, we got 2 more to go, and I'm already feeling them. For those who don't know, I shoot the show alone, and I don't make enough money to pour out those drinks. So I do have to drink all of them between shots. There is like an hour, you know, between each one, but I did have to have 2 drinks already, and I've got to do 2 more before the end of the night. So, let's get to it. 6. Ooh! That is the Metropolitan Rome. Immediately, if you know some drinks, Metropolitan, Cosmopolitan. Duh! And if you look at it, the bottom of the Metropolitan Rome is the exact kind of shade of pink as a Cosmopolitan is. So there you go. It's a Cosmopolitan with, we're gonna put something on top, which we will get to at the end of the drink for that layering effect. A Metropolitan Rome in-game consists of no ice, 2 ultimate syrups, and ice Soul Glad, which from what I understand is like just an in-game soda brand, I think. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I probably am. I usually am. Like I said, we're gonna start with a Cosmopolitan, because that's that exact kind of shade of pink. Cosmopolitan consists of Washington Wheel Vesper Martini. Cosmo. I couldn't find citron vodka, so this is just gonna be plain old Tito's. That's a lie. I could find citron vodka. I didn't want to spend $35 on a small bottle of it. Cointreau. We're using triple sec. Lime juice. We've got lime juice. I'm getting a little too tipsy to do freshly squeezed. And cranberry cocktail, such as ocean spray. Hey, look at that! And a lemon twist for garnish. Oh, fuck that. Actually, we're not gonna do a lemon twist, but it's gonna be good. You'll see. All right. With ice. Where'd I put that book? Shit. Oh. Can you tell I decided to make this video today? So like I said, I was too lazy to buy citron. So we're doing regular vodka. That's fine. Fuck it, who cares? There's no citron in the Metropolitan Rome. Huh? It's supposed to be like strawberry puree. I got strawberry puree here. You want me to put that in it? Anyways, actually maybe we will. That'd be a terrible idea. 1.5 ounces of vodka, 3/4 of an ounce of triple sec. It's close enough. It's also all over my counter, so. Oh, that's all over my shirt. Yeah! That's why I'm wearing a black shirt, so you can't see it. 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice, and then 1/2 ounce of cranberry. I trust the people who invented the cocktail more than I trust myself, so 1/2 ounce of cranberry. Maybe we'll add some strawberry puree? No. Let's keep it simple for you at home. For the folks at home, add ice and shake. Woo! Clean your counter. That's an important step of the Cosmopolitan, is to clean your counter. Your hand's a little sticky, so go ahead and use that on your hands. And if you grew up in my household because your father had OCD, don't worry, I still love him very much. Go ahead and wipe your mouth with it. That's definitely safe to do. It's okay, he has medication now. And it's okay, I also have OCD. I'm allowed to make fun of it. Go and get your very slightly chilled martini glass out. We're gonna strain it. There we go. I'm looking at the image right there, and I'm looking at this drink. That's the right color to begin with. Next question is the Ice Soul Glad. So that's our ultimate syrup. The Ice Soul Glad, well, it's gotta be a clear, fizzy soda. And what goes well with lime, orange, vodka, and cranberry? Sprite. Here is the real question, is how we're gonna get it to layer on top. So we're gonna just go ahead and try it that way. Oh, that's sort of doing it. No, I'm watching it go all the way to the bottom. Well, no, I see a little layer at the top. That's actually working exactly correctly. I might be insane. Yeah, I think I'm crazy. What does it look like on here? Do you see that dividing line? No, I lost it. Oh well, we've made the decision. Nothing's gonna float on top of that, really. It sort of looks like it does to a degree, kind of, at the top. You're gonna be hard-pressed to find a soda that's probably gonna sit on top of a Cosmo. We're just gonna run with it. We're gonna top it with Sprite and we're gonna call it at that. This could also be god-awful. I might have ruined this. And there you have it. There's a Metropolitan Rome, as best as we were able to make it. Cosmopolitan with Sprite on top. Yeah. Woo! 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 Okay, that's not bad. It's just exactly as sweet as you think it would be. With a little bit of sour. That lime juice is doing a lot. I don't hate it, but wow. I didn't expect it to taste that much like lime juice. You might be able to cut the lime juice, if we're being honest. Cut the lime juice down just to like a ½ ounce. Because I think when the Sprite got in there, it really pulled up the lime. It looks about right. It's got the right color at the start, for sure. It's just, you're not gonna find anything that's really gonna float on top of this. That's gonna look like that color, especially. That would taste good. I mean, that tastes just fine. It's sweet. Not, if you like very sweet things, not unpleasantly so. But the more I get out of my sweet phase, the more I'm feeling that. Very strong lime. You could maybe even cut down the Sprite a little bit to help that. But the Sprite is helping make it very smooth. The sodas in these, that's really kind of the theme. The soda in all of these has really helped like smooth them out. The sparkling wine, I guess, in the last one. But actually, that's getting more pleasant as I go. It's becoming more and more like Sprite cranberry. The lime juice is given away to the cranberry. That's very pleasant. I'm changing my mind on this. Oh yeah, no, that's good now. They had a rough start, but that's becoming very pleasant. How to describe it? Sprite cranberry that is rapidly fucking me up. Again, a bit more lime than lemon flavor, for sure. As I'm going, the cranberry is really punching through, having a great time. The vodka, I mean, that's the point of vodka, is that you don't taste it, but you really don't taste it. You just feel it, but even then, what you think you're feeling is lime juice. You're like getting hit by that lime juice flavor, and you're thinking like, oh, that's what it is. No, it's the strength of the vodka that's coming in at you. Do not make this if you don't like sweet and sugary. This is not for you. If you don't like a Cosmo to begin with, this ain't for you. If you like a Cosmo and want it to taste a little different, then yeah, throw a splash of Sprite on top. I think it just changes it just enough to be something more fun and a little smoother. It's sitting up here in my mouth. It's not gonna be that deep down flavor. Like, it's sitting on the roof of your mouth and like curving up and around your tongue. That's what it feels like. I don't taste anything on my tongue. Like, obviously you taste things with your tongue, but it doesn't feel like it's on your tongue. It feels like every flavor is floating above. And when you swallow, it sits like kind of in the back at the top of your throat. It sits in your tonsils. Up here. That's where your tonsils are, right? Like in your throat, like up here, by your uvula. It's in your uvula. Oh, that is 3 to go. Nope, that's 3 down. 1 more to go. Oh, this has been a night. I'm gonna go finish this and sit down for a minute, and then I know exactly which one I want to do last, because I just want to make this one. So when we come back, happy sorry. We're back. Shocker, our last thing is going to be the happy sorry. Who could have guessed? If you jumped ahead to this part of the video, I spoiled that at the end of the last segment. Maybe try watching the video in order next time. Alright, so the happy sorry, I looked at it. I was looking at it and I was thinking, how? That green, but that layer of the brown at the bottom, how are we gonna do that? And I got the idea and I decided that is exactly what I need to do. Because I love this drink already. And by doing it this way, I think it'll look cool. We're gonna start on a whiskey. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna honor my dad. We're gonna honor my dad with this one. So we are going to make a whiskey sour, specifically the Boston Sour variant. But we're gonna do it a little out of order. But first of all, I'm too drunk to remember how I made it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Whiskey sour. Lemon juice? I swear I use lime juice. Lemon juice? We're pulling up liquor.com. Liquor.com, invaluable resource for these videos. Whiskey sour, bourbon cocktail. Lemon juice? I swear I made it with lime. Okay, now we go to YouTube and we go watch that how to drink video and see if I'm just fucking crazy. Bourbon, lemon juice. Huh. Okay, you know what? I think I made it with lime juice on accident last time. I'm gonna stand by it. I thought it was good. And it's gonna be the right color, so we're gonna do it. I'm too drunk for someone to tell me to do it the right way. First step, you are going to use 2 ounces of bourbon, or whiskey. I mean, it is a whiskey sour, but I'm going with bourbon. Very specifically, you cannot have this. This is Hazy Doodle. This is my dad's own blend that he got from a very specific little, there's a place where you go and you can try a bunch of bourbons, and then you get to make your own blends, and you can order your own blend off of their website, or if you're there, you can buy it. So this is his own blend. It's akin to Maker's Mark, so if you want something that tastes the way this will, Maker's Mark will do. That's kind of his bourbon of choice. So 2 ounces of bourbon. I forgot to start recording on my phone. 1 ounce. Nope. 3/4 of an ounce. Nope. We're gonna go back to Greg. Shout out to Greg from How to Drink, who I have shamelessly stolen a lot of this format from. 1 ounce of lemon juice. So we're gonna do 1 ounce of lime juice. Last time I used, it was Buzzard's Roost. I'm running out of that. I'm trying to save it, but Buzzard's Roost will go good in here if you have it. 1 ounce of your simple syrup. This is a 1-to-1, so yeah, it's good enough. I need to have that out for the shot. The deeper we are into each video, the harder they are to film. And then we need an egg white, which again, according to my liquid egg whites, is going to be 1.5 ounces. Again, you should have dry shaken this without the ice in it, but that doesn't work for me, so. Now, here's the problem. How do we get that layered look? Happy Sour is 1 Dream Jam, 2 Fell Blood Energy, and then 1 Blossom Dew at the top. So how do we accomplish that orange color at the bottom? Well, if you know the Boston Sour, you know that there are Angostura bitters that go on top. When you make a whiskey sour, I guess technically this is a Boston Sour if you do this, put a few drops of bitters at the top and then kind of decorate the foam with it. But to get that exact layered look that is on the Happy Sour, what if we throw the bitters on the bottom? And then once everything is poured on top, it'll leak up just the way it looks in the Happy Sour. It's I don't know, a few dashes of Angostura. Swish it around so it really helps it kind of bleed in. There's that nice layer of Ango. Now we're going to strain into our glass. So that was too much Ango. I hate to do this. I gotta remake it. Oh, that hurts. If you want to help me feel better, remember to become a member so that I can buy a new bottle of this for my dad. Okay, maybe the martini glass is a bad idea. We can try this again. I'm gonna remake the drink real quick. Be right back. Hey, do you remember that thing I said about these becoming harder and harder to film as the night goes on? I accidentally poured 1.5 ounces of simple syrup, so I ended up having to make 1.5 on top of already having to have remade this. So, this is gonna last me for a minute. All right, we've learned our lesson. Way less Ango. We're just gonna put like a dash at the bottom. There we go. We'll do 2. We'll risk it. 2. That should be okay. Again, we don't want it to overwhelm the color like it did last time. I just want it to bleed at the bottom the way it does for the Happy Sorry. All right. Well, that didn't work. Quick course correction. This is now the mung bean soda. No, it's okay. This is gonna taste good. You can maybe do 1 dash of Ango at the bottom and it might work. I didn't expect it to take to the color of the Ango. That is like perfectly to the rim though. That looks like a perfect glass of beer. I'm not gonna lie, that looks phenomenal. I remember making this with the Ango on top, and it was a lot more green. If you want it to look green, make it exactly this way. Just don't put the Ango at the bottom. And that's our happy sorry. I guess it fits the name because I'm gonna be happy with how it tastes, but I'm sorry that it didn't turn out as perfectly layered as I thought. But honestly, again, that's a really fucking beautiful pour. It looks like the ideal glass of beer. That is crazy how that happened. That's so fucking good. I know you're supposed to use lemon for a whiskey sour, but honestly, I mean, having made it with lime twice now on accident, that's just really good. It's just really tasty that way. I don't know what to tell you. Outside of maybe make your whiskey sours with lime. It's sweet without being overpoweringly so. It is sour without being overpoweringly so. It is just delicious because of the Angostura. The bourbon makes it so buttery smooth. I love this drink. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Honestly, I'm still happy with this. This is a great happy sorry. And that's what kind of a whiskey sour is. Whiskey, happy, sour, sorry. You're not going to be sorry about this. You could down that in one like you would a beer. The way it looks. I don't even know how to describe to you the flavors that are going on here. If you've had Angostura bitters in soda, then you know what those kind of taste like. It's all that Christmassy spices and the cinnamon. It's kind of a showcase of Angostura with bourbon and lime just kind of like kicking it at the bottom. You feel the lime juice, the sourness of it. And then you're feeling the roundness of the bourbon without so much of the flavor. And the flavor just kind of becomes the bitters. No, there's some bourbon in there. There's some bourbon at the beginning and end. Ultimately, it's just incredible. I've changed my mind. The tequila sunrise with the champagne at the top, that was really, really good. Well worth your time. All of them are worth your time. If you were to make one of these, just one. If you were a tequila person, make that tequila sunrise. You are a whiskey or a bourbon person, the happy sorry is, oh, you are not gonna be sorry. You are only gonna be happy. You might be sorry the morning after because you're gonna wanna have about 7 of these. Oh, just continuing the theme of way too easy to drink. I mean, look at how much I've already gone through. Do I even taste alcohol at this point? No. The burn is gone. Let me take a little sip of this, because I want to figure out if I'm tasting it in here. Because I know what my dad likes. He likes bourbons that taste like tea. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. When I said it cut the burn, I apparently meant it way more than I thought I did. This burned for a good hot second there. Nothing from this. To the point where I don't know if it even matters what bourbon you use. I'm gonna be real. That is my drink of choice. If I'm walking into the Dream Jolt, I am too drunk to say this name. If I am walking into the Dream Jolt hostelry, I nailed that one. This is what I'm ordering. I am ordering a happy sour. This is the drink. Oh. The fact people have been making whiskey sours with lemon juice instead of lime juice, I don't even know what that tastes like. That's not true. I've had a whiskey sour. That is so good. I'm sorry. This is a personal boast. Earlier, I gave full credit to the game for the Imagined Sunrise. That was a great idea. This, on the other hand, that is a drink that I could have every night and not complain ever. Okay, I might complain tonight, but only because I've had 3 very sweet drinks and this is not helping. I cannot sell you on this drink hard enough. If you like whiskey or bourbon in any way, even if you don't, you taste so little of it. It is so much about the Angostura and the lime, you will love this drink. The lime gives it that richness, the simple boosts that. The Angostura is just big man walking through the room. He is storming in, and lime juice is his hype man. Lime juice is holding a boombox, playing his theme song as he stomps into the bourbon. That makes sense to me right now, and I doubt it will make sense to you, but my God, is it accurate. Once you try this, you will know exactly what that sentence means. I've had most of this drink on camera. over the course of maybe 10 minutes, probably 5. That is how good this is. This is so smooth. It is so good. I am so happy this is what I ended on. It's incredible. This is everything I want out of a drink. I am so happy I made that, and I am very drunk. So thank you so much for watching. I have been Steve Sakai. This has been the Honkai Star Rail Dream Jolt Hostelry experience. It is shocking. The more drunk I get, the better I get at pronouncing that name. I really actually enjoyed this video. I really enjoyed making it, and I've got 4 others written down. So if you want to see another one, please let me know. If you want to see me make drinks inspired by characters from Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, Honkai 3rd Impact, any of them, or especially Zenless Zone Zero when it comes out, I'm very excited for that one. I would be more than happy to do so, so please let me know if you want to see it. I will absolutely make them. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being a member if you are and seeing this early. Thank you so much for even liking and commenting and subscribing. I appreciate it so much. It makes these videos so worth it. Here's the part where I would quote the video game as some kind of ending. But as we've established, I haven't played it yet. Keep choo-chooing through those stars, Honkai Star Rail fans. And remember, I will always be a better fan than you are.
We are back on the Kenjin doxing topic, and the news is absolutely terrible, as you would imagine. This is very complicated, there is a lot of sides, so I'm going to try and go through this on chronological order of all the updates. And there is a lot of VOD footage, as Kenji did a 3-hour VOD on this. I will link it in the description if you want to watch it. He posted it to his VOD channel, but I will be cutting parts of it. So I will start off on the first posts and then go into Kenji's VOD, what happened.
Fucking posted this, the same shit that you've seen on whatever the fuck, on Twitter. I had posted this, right? So after I had posted these, her response, I'm not gonna lie to you, her response, like, she went live probably like an hour later, and her response just disgusted me, bro. I'm not gonna lie, like, it was fucking disgusting. Like, the
live and then onto the Mofongo Boys updates. As sadly the dove craziness that Kenji was afraid of, and I thought I need to point this out, as some people mentioned this, the reason why Kenji took a long time to come out is that he mentions he was afraid Dove would go crazy and use the information against him more, so he was trying not to escalate the situation. We're going to start off where I left off the other video, which was at the Cage apology. I will show a short clip of that, but if you want to see the whole thing, link in the corner in a black box for the previous videos.
I don't want you to forgive me. I really don't. I feel like I deserve this. I really do. It's just, I just thought I was a good person. I wanted everybody to be happy.
As I pointed out in the previous video, I didn't think these apologies sounded sincere enough and they sounded a bit corporate, and I still would have been upset at them as they did not call out Dove before it became relevant to them, and it seemed like they were waiting around to see who would win for not a better word. And honestly, I was very light on them. I was giving a middle ground because you don't want to say something in case it's completely wrong. So I was giving the options to everyone to decide from. But it turns out my intuition on this was correct, and they are giant, I'm allowed to say this, I'm Australian, cunts. Not all of them are Fungo boys, but a lot of them, especially Cade. And I just want to say this before we go into Kenji's first post and into his VODs. It is brought up here that the reason Kenji and Cage fought the first time before Cage was brought up to de-escalate, air quotes, the Dove situation privately was because Cage was accused of copying Kenji. And I don't want to be a crackpot theorist here, but I find it very ironic that Kenji cried on stream, and then out of all the Mofongo boys, Cage is the only one to go cry on stream for his I'm sorry, even though at the time all this other information wasn't out. So it kind of screams copying Kenji to me. Again, I wanted to make that connection there because this post and what happens with Kenji, I feel like the I'm sorry from Cage kind of pushes and escalates Kenji because it comes off incredibly fake. So let's get into it. And honestly, I'm finding it hard to determine which one came first, these posts or the information we're giving to Kenji or his stream.
Like, bro, there's fucking pictures of Jesus. Hold on.
So first up, we have Oliver Dailber. You want to see more of Cage YouTuber is behind the screens. He was probably the most awful client. So this is brought up on Kenji's stream, and this is about how he was penny pinching $2 off a $10 order, making rape jokes, and being a terrible client to the point he dropped him. Oliver is a constant editor of Kenji's, which went into Kenji's claim that anyone he used for artists or work or collabed with, Cage was right behind him trying to do the same. And this kind of goes directly into Kenji's stream. So we're going to move on to the next part here, which is the Maki one, which is some DMs, which Kenji also goes over on his stream. If I have the clip here, I'll clip them in. Not him saying he needs more mods, like that's crazy. Anyway, damn, that's crazy. Cage, tisk tisk. And this is one of the group hate chats, because apparently we were slightly misled that there was more than one. Some speculate around 5 or so chat were talking about Kenji. And don't we see here, it's the leader slash one of the main members of the Mofongo gang, the Mofongo boys, the Mofongo assholes at this point. Whoa, can you feel how sorry it is? And I'm gonna have to take his don't forgive him from earlier and go, whoa, because pretty much these guys were just throwing Dove completely under the bus, deserved, and hoped that it wouldn't run over them too. And now they just seem to be throwing each other under the bus, whoever's the most cancelled. So you're going to see a trend here of as soon as someone's leaked out that they've done stuff, that everyone ditches them really quickly. It's honestly kind of embarrassing. But we continue. And yes, I'm getting a little peeved by this, because this is absolutely ridiculous. With a timeline set here of when Kenji learnt of this information, I'm going to jump into the VOD, into how he deals with the Mofongo boys, their reactions, aftermath of this.
Like, bro, there's fucking pictures of Jesus. Hold on. Boop. I don't think y'all even understand this shit. Guys, how the fuck do I become a bigger VTuber? Controversy sells, not gonna lie. You're right. Aside from that, grind out and pray. And she jokes around, I'ma dox Kenji again. 1/14/2023. That's a year after she supposedly apologized. She already did that, bro.
So this puts more onto Dove's guilt here, as this took place a year after. So she was still kidding about it for a long period. So it would have been less than 12 months of her apparent learning and changing.
Straight proof on this, because this is crazy. And now I don't want to hear shit from nobody. You understand? Screenshot. By the way, all these screenshots are from Maki. Maki is this is a valid source, bro. I'm not pulling this out of nowhere. All these screenshots are not fucking Photoshop, none of that shit. He just straight screen recorded from his fucking phone, so I know, because I'm not gonna show some fake shit on my stream. You got me fucked up. You know what I mean? Maki hit me up like, yo, boop boop boop, sent mad fucking screenshots. If you don't know Maki, that's Dove's ex now, I guess.
So something I wasn't aware of here, that Maki, who released these documents, is Dove's ex. So that explains how we got this information, because I was wondering who leaked it, and it makes sense. It was a disgruntled ex that leaked it to Kenji and his mods.
Would people still support him? Probably. Yeah, it'll always be like that. It's inevitable, unfortunately, but at least it'll be out there. Kage said, yeah, but now he has two issues. Do you think people would support him when it arises? Kage, do you think people will support you when you're caught 4K in a fucking group chat shit talking me, plotting on me, bro? He's still gonna have stragglers who would rather support blindly than educate or be aware of his shit he's done, unfortunately. For a while, people will out him. Okay, there's another fucking screenshot of literally just Dove saying, we're trying to end Kenji. Do you want to watch Kenji's new video with me?
This is going into some controversy about mods or mod rankings that they're talking about here. As I go forward and show more, I think this is such a nothing burger again to be disgruntled about and say someone should be cancelled about.
He sent this. By the way, this was the screenshots that we're fucking talking about. The fucking Uba Ash Kimmy, the shit when we were about to delete the server, we did an employee of the month, right? I listed a bunch of shits, chat just fucking added emojis. That was it. Okay? Motherfucker said, so I've heard you've been humiliating more people. Why are you ranking your mods from best to worst? Bro, are you outing yourself right now? And I go, question mark, question mark. Get off my dick. We're doing a podcast and did an employee of the month thing. It's memes, dickhead. Hop off me. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, no shit. You're dumb.
Obviously, I think Cage has been horribly dramatic here and is looking for any reason to hate on Kenji. It's really pathetic.
It's because she's always talking about her being preggo in some way, shape, or form. Kenji had grown tired of it. I mean, it was fair in his defense, but damn, no need to make fun of her and not apologize afterwards. Oh, guess who's in there? Guess who's in there? Jesus, LOL. Well, I don't think he would make fun of this.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like.
Huh? Hey, I'm pregnant. Yo, I'm pregnant. Oh, I'm pregnant. And I was like, oh shit, are you pregnant? Are you pregnant? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. You know what I mean? I hate to say this, but this man needs to be canceled, LOL. I don't like using this word, but at this point, he has the biggest fucking ego that I've ever known. Again, this is probably because Kage and me, we're just gonna talk about it now since motherfuckers in group chats talking shit. Me and Kage had beef in the past. You know why? Because this motherfucker constantly copied my shit. I'm talking editors, I'm talking fucking same model artists, I'm talking down to the same fucking TikTok. That was the joke. That's why I should have got canceled. Wow.
One of these big bag things that Kenji should have been cancelled for, according to Cage and this group, is making a joke about a woman that's constantly talking about being pregnant. Who cares? Who cares? Why make a giant deal about it? And then we get to see what the joke is, and it's absolutely nothing. It's, again, a nothing burger.
Keep in mind, I was not a part of whatever group chat she was in. Well, what group chat is this, bro? What group chat is this? What fucking group chat was that? I held her accountable and even told her it was the wrong and apologized to him based on a tweet at the time, which was why I formulated a call for both of them. Fuck no, bro. Because right after that call, you was talking about yeah, we should play some games sometime, bro. Suck my dick.
This is just Cage plain out lying in his apology, just completely lying, especially with all these documents here showing the inconsistencies, which I would say, I don't even want to say inconsistencies because they're just balls out lies.
100%. By the way, this statement is in all their fucking posts, bro. I agree with 100% with whatever the fuck. Fuck you, bro. And was dealt with between the respective parties. However, I will not excuse myself from not knowing the problem. Okay, so he did know. And you still fuck with him. Phoenix still knew, he still fuck with him. The only one that's saying he didn't know was Kami, which is honestly crazy to me, to be honest with you. But if he's not in any of these fucking group chats, I can't even fault, bro.
Included this because I think it sets up how corporate and thought out these apologies were, and I don't doubt for a second they probably all knew to some extent. It is mentioned from Kami's side he only knew a week before this all happened. Some of this he still claims to not know about the hate chats, but I think it shows that they were definitely coordinating to try and cover this up to a certain extent. So I wanted to include that to show I don't think any of the Mofongo boys are innocent in this. They were complicit at the very least. Now we're going to be watching the voice calls. Yes, Kenji got voice calls live on stream. Phoenix he called, Cage called him, and it was so they could defend themselves and give them their actual opinions on what happened. I am going to include the entire calls that they take part in, but I will put a timestamp if you want to skip it, and then we'll talk about it a bit. And then I'll give you my opinion on these calls. Or after this video is live, I'll be live on Twitch, and you can join me there and tell me your opinion.
I'm calling Phoenix right now. He was an idiot. Yo.
Yo.
Here, look at my screen.
Hold up. All right. Yo, real quick, by the way, it's just I do have to do something in about like 30 minutes, but I stay here and just like actually like go through everything one by one. So yeah. All right, let me see this. All right, what's up?
Your man's Dove and other motherfuckers you fuck with caught in 4K, bro, talking shit in group chats, planning to cancel me, bro. You understand the shit I was dealing with behind the scenes?
So here's the thing, right? Everything you show me is shit I wasn't aware of. I will say the only thing I genuinely was aware of, but I didn't understand like exactly what happened, was that mod ranking thing. And I'm like, people were telling me like, oh, yo, you know, Kenji was ranking his mods. Kenji was doing this, you know, it was fucked up. And I'm like, damn, like, why are you ranking his mods? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't understand the whole thing. I wasn't there for that to happen.
Shit, neither did Kage when he fucking hit me up. I thought it was because of Dove, but no, they're in fucking group chats talking shit about it, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
I don't know about all that. I'm not gonna lie.
You should watch the VOD, bro, and then watch who you fuck with, to be honest.
Can I be like just real quick?
Talk to me.
I want to say, bro, on some real shit, I do actually apologize. Like, I don't know if you read the apology I sent you. That big ass block of text, my fault.
I read it. I don't know what you're on with the flower shit, but like, yeah.
Bro, I gotta visualize some shit, bro, to just process it, you know? But the thing is, honestly, man, my biggest fault, I don't know if people are gonna sit there and gonna be like, man, Phoenix is bugging, bro. Like you shouldn't be apologizing and shit like that. You shouldn't be like hoping for people to change when they do bad stuff, when they do crime, so on and so forth. You know, and you know, that's true. That's true. But it's something I honestly, bro, I did not process. And it's unfortunate. Honestly, bro, I'm ashamed of it. I ain't gonna lie. You know, you told me literally like yesterday, you're like, yo, Phoenix, man, like, yo, like I thought about it. Like, how you gonna still fuck with her after all that? And then in my head, I was just like, bro, like the main thing I wanted, and I saw Joy tweet about this, and I'll bring it up again. It's like, oh, Phoenix wants everyone to be friends and shit. And honestly, it's the truth, you know? But the thing is, it's stupid of me to think that, you know? Because again, you out here, you know, you got your shit leaked, you know, doxed, you know.
Bro, I have like screenshots of you and your friends, or not you, but your friends talking shit. Yeah, not you. You weren't in them shits. But your friends talking shit, plotting to like cancel me.
Right. But so that's what I'm saying though is.
But what I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is, you know this now. What are you gonna do now? Type shit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like what's the next move, bro? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, Phoenix. You're probably the only one I really fuck with. But I didn't like the fact that I had to go public with the docs and shit just for you to pick a side. I think that was real pussy, to be honest with you.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. In a way, it is. I will agree. But the thing is, and I know you said this on stream, and you say, you know, like, I don't know if you meant it towards me. If you meant it towards me, just let me know so I can, you know, at least talk about it. And I'll bring up the whole thing, you know, like how I'm gonna deal with everything. But I know it's like I'm trying to like pick, you know, like stay on everyone's side, whatever, for like clout to go up. Do you actually think that's me, or do you think, you know, like?
No,
like,
I'm talking. When I said that, I'm saying Dove did that and Kage did that. After the conversation, so when Kage was being a mediator, Dove had left. Me and Kage talked. The first thing he brought up was collabing.
Okay.
And then I'm seeing screenshots. I'm seeing screenshots of him talking shit though, bro. So how the fuck am I supposed to feel with that?
No, I agree, man. I agree. I'll be honest, bro. I have talked to Kage about this. Because like I said, and I know it's one of those things like I shouldn't have to just talk to him, but like genuinely, like I at least want to hear what he says. Because like I said, I didn't know about this. I know. Do
me a favor, watch the VOD first, so you know everything he said. Because I was reading them shits out.
Okay. So can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
I heard you talk about this. I just want to like reaffirm my position on this. You know when you talk about like that TikTok clip that you're like the editing was like the same?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this, and I genuinely mean this. Honestly, bro, if you think I'm wrong, you know, so be it. But when I saw a TikTok clip, the first thing I saw, like you know, I woke up, I saw a quote tweet. I'm like, damn, Like that shit looks exactly the same. That's the first thing I thought.
You know why? Because it was exactly the same. You could switch my model and his model. It would be the exact same shit.
So you know what the thing is I agree, but then after that, you know, obviously I talked to Kage. I'm like, yo, hi, you know, blah blah. This is this. He's like, yo, like I promise I didn't see. You know, like obviously I'll take his word for it, right? But
what the fuck is his word when I'm looking at these screenshots? He's smiling in my face and then in fucking hate DMs, bro. Like, what do we fuck his word, bro? What are we talking about?
But like,
let's look at actions then. If he, bro, motherfucker, do you know the whole situation?
Can you just hear me for like a second, just for a second?
Go ahead, bro.
Listen, I'm saying when I talked to him about that, because I call him, like I said, you know, I try to be my best. I try to be as honest as humanly possible, and that's not what I pride myself in. Like I said, that's why I'm calling. So I'm not sitting here like, oh, let me formulate a statement, whatever. And actually, we'll talk about that statement in a sec here. But the thing is, he showed me clips that were also similar to that. Like a lot of people edit that video the same way. You know, again,
right.
You know, I could sit here and be like, oh, you know, well, Felix, like you should know better. Fair enough. Honestly, bro, even now, I feel like I do believe him on that. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, Kenji, of course you're right. Like, I'll be honest.
Do you think this is just completely unrelated, but do you think there's inspiration taken from me on content?
100%. I think it's like that for like every VTuber, if I'll be honest though.
No.
Like,
I mean specifically me.
I'll be honest, on some real shit, I'm not sure.
You lying, bro. Get out of my call.
Nah,
that's definitely a cop out, bro. Have a good one. Yes, sir. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I'm cool. I'm not playing, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that both sides shit. We fucking know, motherfucker. We had to fucking talk about that shit. Don't fucking play me, bro. I'm good on that. Hold on. I'm gonna call Kage. I want to see what his, like, why the fuck he was even in these group chats, bro.
Oh, yeah. Go crazy.
Ba-da-dum. Yo,
what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, bro. Question. Why is Maki sending me screenshots of you and Dove and all these other people talking shit behind the scenes?
All right.
Plotting to cancel me.
No, yeah, dude, again, what I did was absolutely horrendous. The whole thing of that group chat, before that happened, there were people hitting me up that, you know, they had problems with you, right? And so I was like, who are these people? And then so I got invited to the server or to that group chat. And while I was reading all of this from like not even reading when we were calling and stuff, the way that they told me, it just made me feel like you were like a really bad person at that time. And I was filled with rage and spite, and so I was saying all these bad things, which I hate myself for doing that. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Is that the reason why you kept Dove around? Because she was hating on me the same way?
Well, so I think when Dove told me about what the problems was with you and her, it just felt like when she was telling me this, she was saying like, you know, she was traumatized, and I'm like, I was like, oh my god, you know. And I know like you saw the messages from Maki when he sent the screenshot, you know. But it was just at that time, man, I was just full of rage and I was full of anger, dude. And like deep down inside, I really wanted to like, you know, I did.
Why did it take you so long
like
to cut off Dove?
Oh, yeah. So about cutting off after that, I realized my actions of what I did, right? And I wanted to better myself. And
I left. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm good, bro. Listen. Hey, listen. All y'all just stay away from me, bro. I don't want to deal with it. I'm chilling, okay? Y'all got caught in 4K. I've been staying out the way, and somehow I'm still getting pulled into shit, like always. Just do me a favor, leave me the fuck alone. That's all. Leave me the fuck alone, bro. I'm good on that. I'm cool on that, bro. I'm so cool on that. I'm good, bro. Brother, there's nothing to talk about, to be honest, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm just so sorry, man. I really am. I should have. I don't know, man. I just wanted to. I wish I could have cut her off at that time for you, and I wanted to like. I just wanted everything to go well.
Fuck cutting off, bro. Like you were caught 4K talking shit, hoping I would get canceled. Like what are we talking about? You're like.
No, I was. It was wrong for me to do that, and I really hate myself for that. It's so unforgivable. You have all the rights for feeling this way. I know you do. You don't have to forgive me, man. I don't,
bro. Have a good day. Fuck. I'm cool, bro. I'm good on that. I'm so good on that, bro. I'm cool with all that. Listen, I'm good, chat.
That is the 2 calls, which I didn't realize were so long. Sorry about that. That is most of the relevant information that I can remember from the VOD. Any extras are at the end of the video. My opinions on these phone calls is, one, I watched this live because I was watching it as I was editing the end of the last video and uploading it. And my opinion is Kenji destroyed these 2 men. He destroyed their careers pretty much, but well deserved. But also the defenses here were absolutely pathetic, and they were trying to stay as complete and utter fence sitters. Especially Phoenix seemed like such a fence sitter on it. Like he was not going to make a stand even then. And Kage, I just can't believe that the guy went in there with his stock standard apology, like, oh, I feel bad, I feel horrible, I feel like I'm such a piece of shit. It's like, you know why you feel like you're such a piece of shit? It's because you are one. And honestly, I would have hung up on him too, because he was just talking in circles, hoping to take the pity points that he would be like forgiven, because he just wanted to change, even though he was literally caught balls out lying. Because honestly, it was probably his only defense. It was his only hope that Kenji would think he was pathetic and take pity on him. But, like, Phoenix, maybe he didn't know to what extent it was, but Kage was, like, absolutely ridiculous. He was just plain out lying, and he was just hoping to get away with it and playing the victim over and over and over again. Absolutely frustrating. Okay, now that we're moving on from the VOD, we're gonna go to the public responses to this whole situation. So here is some of the public information that came out after Kenji's stream. First, I'm just going to mention there is a document going over Love VT, her modding and some other stuff about it. I will link it. I'm not going to go over it, but it's a lot of things that have already been mentioned. I have these in order of when they were posted. First up, we have Phoenix's public response to this. I'm cutting ties from the Mofongo boys / fam in general. I didn't know about the hate groups, DMs, and who knows if there's more stuff. I'm honestly shocked at how much I wasn't aware of. Literally makes me sad. I was really hoping everyone around me had the best intentions in mind and constantly kept working on trying to be a better version of themselves every day. All I ever really wanted was that. But I was a dumbass for thinking it could be possible. I want to say that again, I was wrong for trying to be nice to people. Condemning their actions wasn't enough. If I have kept them around me, I was hoping people would be better. But unfortunately, that's not how life works. They also went live, I guess, 5 minutes ago talking about the situation, but I don't have time to go over it. I'll go over it and I'll link it to you guys. Honestly, I think it feels very light and is painting themselves as someone who was just being nice, but they were very complicit to these bad actions, and it's this kind of feels like the same bullshit, honestly, that they previously said about Dove, and feels kind of crap. Everyone can take their own opinions on this, but to be fair, I don't have any optimism left for this group. Okay, we're moving on to Kami's that came out next. So Phoenix's and Kami's came out first. After everything that was happening today, I'm cutting ties from the Mofongo boys. So many things have made me aware of the actions of my group members behind my back with all the new information. This group was gradually growing. If I had tried my best to know more, I would have been able to help everyone affected. Sought to find a place to fit in without knowing truly who they are as people. I apologize for those who have supported us as a whole. I'm fucking distraught, and now I'm losing my entire year of trust put into friends I thought I'd have for the entirety of my career and lifetime. I'll be better with my actions to lead your trust and not my words. Even now, I don't know everything, and now that I don't know, I can't keep hoping for the best and trusting like I do. Honestly, it's a bit better than Phoenix's, but honestly, it screams the same kind of energy. It's the same stuff as mentioned before, and it doesn't really fill me with any trust for their words on this, or that they didn't know. And I find it very weird that every person in this situation apologizing, saying, if I would have known more, I could have changed the situation, which is kind of a little too... It seems a bit odd. It seems a little odd for me. Okay, next came out was clearing up the confusion, which was a post from Dürft, was one of the guys on the doxing team. Pretty much it's very similar. It's very long. And it's just about how he got involved in the doxing group and him saying that he missed all 500 messages of it, and he's saying he didn't properly know either. You're finding the trend here, right? Of all these people saying, I wasn't aware, even though we have DMs here of him literally asking for updates. So I'm not going to spend too much time on Dürft because his is the biggest lump of bullshit out of most of these replies. But he had the biggest hole to dig out of, honestly, seeing he was in the hate group. I'm pretty sure Andy's came out first. Don't quote me on this. I think Andy did this before Cage did his. I could be wrong. I will be cutting ties with the Mofongo boys and fam. I've been informed about these hate group chats as of today. I have my doubts by that statement. It sounds like he didn't know at all, which doubts. No idea about. I was not involved in any of these hate group chats, seeing all these things about the people who I thought I knew hurts my heart. I do try and see the good in people, but the things I recently saw is not okay. I apologize to the people who were hurt and all of this. I will be taking some time off to collect my phone. I'll be moving forward by myself. It just seems very odd he's saying he didn't know anything about these group chats. Yeah, originally. He should really say originally, so maybe bad wording, but it makes it sound like he still doesn't know about anything, even though this has been going around for days. So I feel like it could have been worded better. Andy and Kami are the most likely to have not known, I guess, seeing they don't just seem to be mentioned anywhere. Next, we're going on the last person of the main to respond, Kage. It was Kage. I'll stop buggering up that name one day, but it doesn't matter anymore because he's locked his account. It wasn't locked when I started this video, but time I got to this point, it got locked. But I still have opened his I'm sorry, because I thought ahead. What I did in the past was absolutely horrendous and inexcusable. Oh my god, this is so white. There's no turning back from it. I did talk behind Kenji's back when I heard about what the others told me about him years ago. I was invited to a group chat with others that had problems with Kenji. I knew my problems with him were small, but I was too livid at the time. I was really scared of Kenji and I wanted to solve everything. Okay. I just didn't know how to do it. I know what I said in the group chat was totally messed up and I let my emotions type for me in that chat. I wasn't really close with Dove and them at the time. Even though his previous defense of why he defended Dove was because they were close, now they're saying they're not close, so I just knew we all had some sort of problem with Kenji. From all the stories I heard from the other people, it just seemed to me that Kenji was a really bad person. So pretty much he didn't want to like Kenji, so he made up reasons to not like Kenji. I acted out of spite and rage. I'm in the wrong here. I hate myself so much for this. I really want to be a better person. I really do. However, the shit that I was saying towards Kenji is so unforgivable. I understand that it's hard to believe that I have honestly tried to change my actions for the better. I'm just going to have to accept the consequences and do better. I'm going to be on social media for a while. I will apologize to all the people that got hurt by me. I want to prove to everyone that I'm changed man from the past 5 minutes ago. I will pay the full amount for the videos that I underpaid to Ollie. There is a post here, I don't know how to up, where Ollie's literally going ka-ching, $2. I will apologize to all the Mofongo fam. The joke that was said on the clip was messed up. I'll take any repercussions for my actions as long as it's not ending his career, of course, because he's not leaving. I will be leaving everything for now to better myself. For now, meaning he's already halfway back. He's pretty much planning his comeback right now. I'm sorry to Kenji. I'm sorry to Ollie. I'm extremely sorry to my community. I'm sorry to my friends. I'm sorry to the Mofongo boys. I'm sorry that I've hurt you and got you all involved. No matter what I say, I can't change the past. The past will always be part of me. I know sorry doesn't even come close to making any of it better. I'll do better and accept all of the repercussions and consequences of my actions. My final saying, I want to thank the boys for always being there for me through tough times, saving my life and making fun memories. I want to thank my community for always supporting me at the time as well as saving my life. I want to thank all my friends for the good memories that we had. Thank you everyone. Please forget about this when I try and make my comeback. Like, I don't want to be pessimistic of this, but I bet he is planning his comeback right now. But it is absolutely amazing that the Mofongo boys are on their way up to be a top group, launched, all their channels hitting close to 100k plus each, and this man single-handedly destroyed it all by being an asshole. And that's why, kids, being a cunt doesn't pay. Okay, you know, like seriously, a cunt. Don't be a cunt, okay? Yeah, I'm getting fired up. And apparently Kage is having like some mental breakdown stuff, just changing his stuff to do better, sorry, I'm sorry, stuff like that. I think there's something on here where he's changed his YouTube to I need help, I just want to be better, blah 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 blah. So dude is losing it, trying to like damage control as much as possible. Okay, so this is about Leaking that was included as one of the group haters or something. Apparently he's had problems in the past. I'm not going to go much into this, but yeah, he's one of the people that were in the group, this Jiggly dude. And I think he's been cancelled before, I'm not sure. Of course, we have an update from Dove, of course. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry to everyone. I know I can't say it enough, and some people will never believe me. I'm learning to better myself. I've done my hardest to right my wrongs and treating everyone I could with kindness. If that is the case, I'm gonna say I don't think they have it in them, or they really need, like, a crap ton of therapy, if this is their best. I know that the doxing was wrong. Downplaying it as a means to cope with my wrongdoings, it was even worse. I know having an orchestrated group chat to hate on someone who hasn't done anything to me was wrong. I thought I could push my past away and work on myself by being kind, by pushing myself to achieve my dreams, and by trying my best to never do what I did again. All I can do and will do better. Are they literally saying they thought they could redeem themselves by being nice to themselves and pushing forwards with their dreams? It just feels very narcissistic, everything I read from Dove. Honestly, it's insane. I've apologized to my friends who I have hurt as I put their safety and livelihoods on the line due to my own selfishness and unwarranted hatred. I've scared countless people in the process. I've hurt more people than I can ever fathom, and I apologize to all of you for not taking better accountability for myself. That being said, I will be graduating. I'll be ceasing all VTubing activities effective immediately. I'll be privating what I can and know how to private. I'll be finding another space to better myself in and pursue a different dream. Okay, I, again, don't want to be a pessimist, but I think this means they're leaving VTubing, but don't worry, they're gonna try and find a different place on the internet to catch their fame high, because they're literally doing what they said they did 2 years ago when they left Kenji's space to go join a different space. So, oh my god. So like, oh, by the way, I made a train wreck here. I'm going on to destroy someone else's life. Peace, I'm out. God, that's the problem if they are a narcissist. I'm not like diagnosing or something, but it's very self-centered here, is they can't help themselves. They just keep going and going and going. It's ridiculous. Maybe I'll go back to dancing professionally or try to train more to be a singer, or maybe something entirely different. Unknown to me, I'm not sure. What am I 100% sure of this is that I cherished every moment that I had within the community. You all treated me with more love and respect than I ever deserved. Future is unknown, and that's fucking scary. But I'll do my best to do better and look to different avenues to pursue my dreams. New dreams. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I can never thank nor apologize enough to you all for everything. I love each and every single one of you, more than you could probably ever imagine. Take care of yourself. I find it very weird. I'm not going to take a breath. I find it very weird here that in this apology to tons of people they hurt, scarred for life, all that stuff, they're talking about how I will continue on with my dreams. Oh god, it just screams narcissism and so pathetic. They don't even like pretend like I'm gonna go and get off the internet and return to education, become a social worker, better society. I'm gonna become a singer. It's like, okay, you already been a VTuber singer. You're not making any changes here. You're just saying, can you forget about this? I'm gonna go make another alias. I won't be surprised if we find that Dove has another alias or is going to another alias. I'm sorry, we've been with Dove the longest on this journey, and every time they open their mouth, it gets worse and worse. Let's move on to the last one on this journey, Axley, who is just one of Kage's mods, who pretty much said, Kenji shouldn't have said anything, and he's just, trauma dumping live on stream, and people destroyed them. So pretty much they have super parasocialism, pretty much. They're parasocial, and they would defend Kage to the end, pretty much. It doesn't make any sense why Kage gets to cry and whinge on stream and lie, but when Kenji does it, it's trauma dumping. It's absolutely BS, in my opinion. And that brings us to the end of this saga. If you made it to the end of this very long video and saga that took me like 7 hours plus to edit, congratulations. So you should leave a like and comment, by the way, and tell me all the fuck-ups I did in this video. But I tried to put as much of it in as possible. I hope this clarified some things. I wanted to make sure to finish this series to not put any misinformation out there, because that's the last thing I want. So when I start a series, I try and finish it if I can. But thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope this clears some things up for you. I'm going to be live on Twitch in the next couple of hours. If you want to talk about it, join me there, and I'll see you next time. Don't forget to subscribe.
Oh Mann, ey Freunde, ich habe nicht gedacht, dass ich jetzt aus der Perspektive hier nochmal filme, aber ich melde mich nochmal zurück aus dem Bricklink Shop. Ihr habt vielleicht alle das Video gesehen, was ich gemacht habe, dass wir damit aufhören. Ich weiß nicht, was ich sagen soll, aber es ist absolut verrückt, was danach passiert ist, und ihr seid jetzt hier mitten im Chaos live dabei. Wir haben ja dann 40% Rabatt auf alle Teile gegeben, das live gestellt. Und ich habe mir gedacht, ja, da bestellen vielleicht ein paar Leute, die nochmal sich was holen wollen. Und die restlichen Teile, die nehmen wir dann hin, um im Museum die einzeln zu verkaufen oder für weitere Mocks. Oder vielleicht verkaufen sie auch an einen anderen Händler, der das dann weiter benutzt. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob die 40% so hoch waren oder ob ihr einfach nur alle verrückt seid. Aber wir haben jetzt über 400 Bestellungen reinbekommen, was sich ja erstmal nicht viel anhört. Aber das sind umgerechnet 364.000 Einzelteile, die wir jetzt packen und verkauft haben in über 7.000, also knapp 8.000 Lots. Also Lots, das ist immer eine so eine Schublade beziehungsweise eine Teileart. Nun ja, ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das so einschätzen könnt, aber das ist echt eine gewaltige Menge. In unserem Shop gibt es fast nicht mehr 1000 Lots, also 1000 verschiedene Steinearten jetzt nach diesem Video. Ich kann euch nur sagen, ich weiß gar nicht, was ich sagen soll. Danke für die ganzen Bestellungen. Hier seht ihr es schon. Das sind die einzelnen Schubladen, die wir jetzt schon gepackt haben. Hier drüben steht der erste Turm an Paketen und 400, das hier sind vielleicht 30, 25 Pakete. Also wirklich vielen, vielen Dank für diese ganzen Bestellungen und dass ihr uns helft, den Shop hier leer zu bekommen. Dieses Video ist erstens vielleicht ein bisschen, damit ihr seht, wie so die Abläufe dahinter sind. Ich weiß auch nicht, wie dieses Video ausgeht, weil, naja, wie packt man denn so viele Einzelteile ein? Wir sind gerade ein bisschen überfordert. Und andererseits ist es auch so ein kleiner Hinweis, dass wir wahrscheinlich ein bisschen länger brauchen werden, um eure Bestellung hier zu packen. Ich hoffe, ihr habt dafür Verständnis. Wir geben aber trotzdem Vollgas. Also wirklich, es gibt schon ein paar sehr verrückte Bestellungen. Jetzt hat zum Beispiel jemand 115 von den Aston Martin Windschutzscheiben und 213 von diesen Unterböden bestellt. Das ist jetzt erstmal gar nicht so teuer, aber das ist einfach fast die komplette Kiste an Scheiben, wo ich noch im Video gesagt habe, wie sollen wir die jemals loswerden? Und er hat sie gekauft. Also Kuss an dich und ganz, ganz viel Spaß mit deinen Windschutzscheiben. Schick uns bitte ein Bild, was du damit gebaut hast. Das würde mich wirklich interessieren. Tja, und so sind jetzt 100 Scheiben abgepackt. Aber es sind ja auch noch 100 Unterböden. Nur mal so zum Vergleich, das sind 50 Unterböden. So sehen 113 Stück von diesen Unterböden aus. Also ich kann dir nur gratulieren zu diesem sehr, sehr guten Einkauf. Und für alle, die den Spaß nicht verstehen, hat selber geschrieben, ein bisschen Spaß muss sein. Also er war sich auf jeden Fall dem bewusst, was er da macht. Also 100 Steine sind eigentlich gar nicht so viel. Das hier sind zum Beispiel 500 1x1 Plates. Das sind keine 500 Teile da auf dem Boden. Tja, und in dieses XXL-Paket kommt das jetzt alles herein. Dazu noch 200 Diamanten und einen Dominic Toretto. Ich habe leider keine James Bonds mehr, aber der hat ja auch die Unterböden daraus. Wie gesagt, ich wünsche dir einen Riesenspaß damit. Ja, du hast gerade was gefunden, oder? Den Gandalf hat Nick gerade gefunden. Ich habe den vor einem halben Jahr hier drin versteckt in den 1x2 Fliesen. Hat mir damals ein Zuschauer zugeschickt. Jetzt kommt es natürlich alles wieder zutage. 250 Stück von den Fliesen hat sich jemand gegönnt. Viel Spaß damit. Tja, es geht aber auch immer weiter mit den wilden Bestellungen. Hier haben wir zum Beispiel von diesen Pizza-Round-Teilen, Quarter-Teilen, 41.000. Das sieht jetzt erstmal süß aus, 200 €. Das ist aber einfach diese komplette Schublade an Teilen. Ich meine, 200 € dafür, den Teilpreis wirst du bei Lego nie im Leben bekommen. Ich glaube, manche Sachen haben wir wirklich zu günstig verkauft, aber ist jetzt egal. Ich glaube, damit kann man nicht nur eine Lego-Stadt pflastern, damit kann man eine echte Stadt pflastern. In dem Sack sind jetzt einfach 41.000 von diesen grauen Pizzaecken drin. Eieieiei. Ach so, und dazu gibt es noch 200 Bienen und 100 Limettenhälften. So, jetzt haben wir die ersten Tage gepackt und das ist der Paketstapel, den wir hier haben. Sehr wilde Pakete teilweise dabei, aber natürlich auch ein paar hier mit Lego-Logo und die Brick Story um Kartons. Kommt halt immer drauf an, wie viel da drin ist, welchen Karton wir quasi verwenden können. Und manchmal müssen wir auch kreativ werden, aber dafür habe ich jetzt gerade auch nochmal hier ein paar Umkartons nachgeholt. Normalerweise haben wir bei Bricklink nie so große Bestellungen gehabt, aber jetzt bestellen natürlich viele Leute ganz viel Gleiches. Also, wir bringen jetzt auch die Pakete direkt weg. Und nur mal so, damit ihr die Dimensionen kennt. Das hier ist vielleicht ein Zehntel von allen Paketen, die wir verschicken müssen. Wir tun auf jeden Fall unser Bestes, um so schnell wie möglich die Pakete zu euch zu bringen. Normalerweise kann man diese kleinen Pakete auch in den Briefkasten reinschmeißen. Aber ich glaube, die Postboten wären nicht so happy mit uns, wenn wir die Briefkästen überfluten würden. Jetzt haben wir alles hier in diese Tüte reingetan. Die ist eigentlich dafür, um eine Millennium-Falken zu transportieren. Ich bin mal gespannt, was die in der Post sagen. Neues Status-Update. Fragt mich nicht, warum da Selena Gomez an der Tür hängt. Es ist schon wieder nochmal mehr leer. Und jetzt gerade hier Champions League einfach Dortmund am Rasieren. Ich weiß gar nicht, was da los ist. Wahnsinn. Seit dem 1. April ist diese Aktivität hier jetzt auch legal. Ich wiege hier gerade Gras ab und pack das dann in einzelnen Tüten ein. Es sind vielleicht ein bisschen mehr als 50 Gramm. Vor allem hier so. Aber naja, ach Mann, das klang lustiger in meinem Kopf. Verpacken tun wir die Einzelteile übrigens mit diesen Tüten. Ja, ich weiß, da gibt es auch andere Verwendungszwecke für, aber die sind halt so wieder verschließbar. Ich muss sagen, klar, es ist schade, dass sie aus Plastik sind und sowas, das noch nicht in Papier gibt. Aber die kann man natürlich auch super wiederverwenden, wenn man jetzt eine Bricklink-Bestellung bekommt und dann meinetwegen ein kleines Set hat oder bei den anderen hier auch ein großes Set, was man vor Staub schützen möchte. Dann kann man die auch einfach so lagern. Das mache ich tatsächlich auch mit sehr vielen von meinen Sets so. Aber bis jetzt habe ich da noch keine überzeugende Möglichkeit gesehen, Einzelteile mit überzeugender Papierverpackung so zu verschicken, dass auch alles heile ankommt. Die ganz großen Kartons brauchen wir teilweise auch, denn ein paar Leute haben sogar auch Sets bestellt. In dem Fall hier jetzt eins der legendären Lebkuchenhäuschen. Ihr wisst vielleicht noch, dort oben die komplette Reihe hatte ich mal voll mit Lebkuchenhäuschen, weil, naja, die hatte ich halt für den Shop damals mal eingekauft. Ein paar davon verkauft haben wir auch noch im Bricklink-Shop gelistet. Die müssen wir natürlich nicht wegbekommen, weil wir die drüben immer noch verkaufen. Aber habe auch nicht damit gerechnet, dass jetzt jemand ein Lebkuchenhäuschen kauft. Aber naja, falls du das siehst, Lebkuchenhäuschen geht jetzt auf den Weg zu dir. Ich wünsche dir ganz viel Spaß damit. So, ein paar Tage später sind die nächsten Bestellungen hier gepackt. Keine Sorge, da sind noch keine Labels drauf. Deshalb kann man hier auch keine Adressen erkennen. Ja, es geht weiterhin weiter, aber wir haben noch so viel zu packen und ich wollte einfach mal kurz sagen, für euch zum Verständnis, falls ihr bestellt habt und noch auf eure Bestellung wartet, wir sind voll dran, aber in dem Fall, ihr seht es hier, wir müssen halt immer pro eine Reihe hier einmal so ein Fach aufmachen, abzählen, wie viele da drin sind oder halt mit der Zählwaage hier drüben abwiegen, dann dauert es nochmal länger. Das dann verpacken, in einen Karton reinmachen, mit einem Label beschriften und dann zu euch schicken. Und wir haben halt von jeder Spalte über 7000 Stück, wie vorhin gesagt. Deshalb kann es einen Moment dauern, bis es bei euch ist. Tut mir auch leid von der Wartezeit her, dass wir da nicht schneller sein können. Aber hier können halt auch nicht mehr als 2 bis 3 Leute gleichzeitig arbeiten in diesem Platz hier. Ist ja auch nicht normal, dass man so viele Bestellungen auf einmal hat. Und die ersten haben es ja sogar auch schon bekommen, habe ich schon bei Instagram gehört und bei den YouTube-Kommentaren. Von daher, naja, wenn eure Bestellung da ist, ganz viel Spaß damit. Es gibt weiterhin die Brickstory-Minifigur ab einem Einkaufswert von 70 € dazu und natürlich ordentlich Rabatt auf die ganzen Teile. Könnt ihr auch noch gerne vorbeischauen. Die größte Frage war natürlich immer in den Kommentaren, was wir jetzt mit dem restlichen Zeug machen. Ja, die ganzen Sortiersysteme kann man natürlich alle noch weiter verwenden. Nur weil wir jetzt hier keinen Shop mehr drin machen, können da natürlich immer noch Lego-Teile drin gelagert werden. Und viele Teile, beziehungsweise eigentlich gar nicht mehr so viele Teile, die halt noch über sind, die werde ich dann auch weiter benutzen für Mocks. Beziehungsweise, wenn man einfach zu viele von einer Sorte hat, bieten wir die natürlich auch drüben im Shop dann an. Da haben wir ja auch Einzelteil-Packs, kennt ihr ja schon aus den anderen Videos. Und ich hätte echt nicht gedacht, dass das Video bei euch so krass ankommt. Von daher danke, vielen Dank. Jetzt geht's voll in Richtung Museum und weiteren Projekten im Museum und natürlich auch mit den Videos hier weiter. Vielleicht schaffe ich es ja auch dann mal wieder mehr Videos hochzuladen. Hier findet ihr noch mehr Videos. Macht's gut und naja, ciao, ciao.
Number one predator in the world! They said I couldn't do it. Granted my heart out for this. I'm back!
Readers added context, Facilitator actually couldn't do it. He was caught cheating and was subsequently banned from the game.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it.
Also, probably shouldn't be playing Apex at the moment. Actually, I don't know, it might be fixed by the time this episode comes out.
Either way, you just shouldn't be playing Apex. It's an EA game. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Calbus. My name is Lumo. With me today is Zen.
Really hoping for a Titanfall 3 at this point.
And today, we're stealing content. And how is that different than normal? Because we're crediting, because we got this list of the funniest goddamn community notes on the hell site known as Twitter.com. We got it from a cracked article, linked in the description. Let's just get into it. Men cannot breastfeed. You can put your shirts on now and call the mother.
These men are not attempting to breastfeed, they are engaging in skin-to-skin contact, a practice proven to be beneficial for newborns.
You gotta understand, people on Twitter, they have takes without facts, and then get mad when the facts don't support their takes. It's called, and this is the scientific term, I'm trying to remember, it's, being head-assed.
Sorry, I was transfixed by the guy on the right. He's got like, goddamn, that's a smile.
Yeah, no, those are some pearly rights.
I never quit. I'm going to work harder.
He just quit.
I love that's it. That's just it.
That's short, simple, to the point, with cited sources. Interesting. The note is being gamed by state actors. It will be helpful in figuring out who they are. Thanks for jumping in the honeypot, guys. Lamau.
Community notes requires agreement from contributors of differing perspectives. As such, it is highly resistant to gaming. The entire community notes algorithm and data is open source and can be reviewed by anyone by following the links on the page below. Shut up, Elon!
This feature was added after he bought the company. How can you be so out of touch with the company you literally just got forced into buying?
Elon doesn't... Okay, like, I swear to God, like, his entire staff is just designed to just try and placate him and make him seem like he's people like him.
This is the thing. Elon Musk gets kicked in the balls, looks you dead in the eyes and goes, all according to plan!
Why are her legs so hairy?
The reason is women naturally have leg hair.
Tell me you've not seen a woman without telling me you've not seen a woman.
Yeah, common transphobe L right there.
Oh my God, I didn't even see that name. Jeez.
Tell me you've never seen a woman without telling me you've never seen a woman.
70 years ago, I invented the selfie, one of the most iconic selfies of all time.
I'll be the judge. Since I invented them, that's hot.
Selfies, or photographic self-portraits, have been made since the 1830s. The first one by Hippolyte Bayard. We have selfies going back many decades, Miss Hilton. Didn't even make the first one with a mobile phone. She also didn't invent the word.
Common Paris Hilton L. Not the first time she's been puffed over. Thank you, I'll be here all week.
God damn it. What a beautiful photograph of white male privilege and entitlement. Sums up who rules our country.
For 134, the last 200 years, the head of the state of the United Kingdom has been a woman.
People really just be saying things without thinking, and they really should. Like, it's up there in their head. Like, just use it once.
Yeah, no, genuinely, this is not even a bit. People will make up an opinion and get mad when facts don't support it. Good old gnome boy!
Hold on, I gotta... And you've been gnomed! There we go. Taylor Swift has 52 Grammy nominees, but 53 ex-boyfriends at the age of 33.
Taylor Swift has had 11 ex-boyfriends.
Keemstar, where did you get this fact?
Keemstar giving wrong information? What?
Yeah, wrong information has never had any consequences. Alex, what are you talking about?
Dua Lipa and Omar Apollo are dating.
Omar Apollo is gay.
I like how the person in the background is just like creeping out. It feels very unnerving.
Wouldn't you be? I like creeping out just for the fun of it. My God, Robbie is trending. This is a dude. You can see that, all right? Oh my God, it's a transvestigator, or as I like to call them, the deluded. The cursed ones.
Their name is literally misinformation. Are you kidding me? It has to be a troll account.
It has to be a troll account. There's no way.
Margot Robbie is a cisgender woman.
Misinformation account strikes again. DeSantis is our generation's JFK. He's a family man, faithful to his wife, young gun who brings energy to the party. I see no reason why we shouldn't nominate DeSantis.
JFK was not faithful to his wife. Yeah, also just maybe let's not try and put DeSantis into like good light.
I'm pretty sure his career's over. He just dropped off. I've stopped hearing about him entirely.
Good.
He has the energy of a sad, wet rat.
And that's coming from someone that's not even from the US.
Remember when you said like 3 posts ago, let's get away from the politics?
Man for man, the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. The soldiers of the Confederate States of America, Jesus.
The soldiers of the Confederate States of America fought one war and lost that war. I have had... How do I word this in the least delicate way possibly? I was more productive playing Warframe in the same span of time that war lasted. And you know what? I at least won. Warframe has lasted longer than the Confederacy.
Maybe I don't think they're going to use that for like an advertising campaign.
The internet's going crazy over ALX Fikey, Dominic Fikey's brother, and his recreation of the Calvin Klein ad for his new single, Famous.
The internet is going crazy over ALX Fikey appears highly speculative, given that only 47 posts were made prior to Pop Crave's coverage of ALX Fikey, with 96% of them being replies to an account having a similar name.
They're just making new celebrities. This person's not real.
Dude, there's so many people that are apparently famous or like, you know, have influence and all this kind of stuff that I just don't know. And like, I just don't care to know. And I only learn through osmosis and through this job.
Yeah, no, this person's not real.
The former NBA star made some controversial claims during an interview with Fox News. Oh, Enes Kanter says he's averaged 60 points, 30 rebounds per game.
Enes Kanter Freedom earned 0 accolades over his NBA career, including no all-star selections. Sounds like somebody's a big old stinky winky.
Okay, controversial? I'm not sure that's the right term. I would consider him optimistic for his chances.
I'd call him delusional if he thinks that's his actual, like, stats compared to...
Man, I don't know sports ball. I don't know how the point systems work.
From Ben & Jerry's. This 4th of July, it's high time we recognize that the U.S. exists on stolen indigenous land and commit to returning it. Learn more and take action now.
Despite Ben & Jerry's supposed commitment to returning land they feel was stolen, they have yet to reach out to the tribe whose land their HQ is on, and arrange a return of land to them.
Average corporation virtue signaling. Corporations aren't your friend, they don't care, they would sell your mother to make an extra buck.
Do you think that instead of giving the land back, they'd just make a flavor named after them?
Yes. You are a convicted pedophile. What does that say about the people that agree with you?
Oh, okay, I wasn't looking at the screen when you said that. I was like, what the hell? Scott Ritter is a twice convicted pedophile. He spent 2 years in prison.
I can't believe he tried and denied publicly admissible and identifiable facts.
The same people who claim that humans are so much smarter and superior to other animals still keep repeating the same tired arguments. Compassion isn't a difficult concept to understand.
Readers added context. PETA has killed over 47,000 animals since 1998 with a kill rate of almost 95%. Well, that's because PETA's just like a marketing racket.
Oh,
they don't care about animals, they just want your money.
Kill rate of almost 9, that means 5% of 47k has managed to escape. Good on you!
No, it's a different statistic. 47 is the number in that 95%.
Oh no.
Oh my god, fine young Turks shitposting, let's go.
If Biden refuses to drop out since he's a guaranteed loss, it'll force me to just flat out beat him. He's the weakest major candidate I have ever seen. If no one else gets into the race, I will shock the world and catch Biden.
The US Constitution requires that any candidate for president be a natural-born citizen of the United States. Uyghur was born in Turkey and was not a US citizen at the time of birth. He is not eligible to run and has already been denied ballot access in Nevada.
Average Twitter interaction. The law doesn't apply to me because I don't want to follow it.
Because I can't read. This is not what a community notes are for, but it's very, very funny.
Tim isn't even bald, Lamau. Nice lie, though. Tim Pool is bald.
This is exactly what community notes, amongst other things, are for. Correcting factual errors. Oof.
I love that.
I'm glad shooting cops in Cyberpunk 2077 is completely optional. Never finished GTA 5 either.
Ian Miles Cheong has written up to 255 Game Ranks articles covering GTA 5, including descriptions of personally killing and evading virtual police in the game's single-player mode.
And then there's just a whole list of links to these things. I hate Twitter content farms. They'll just say whatever and like flip on a coin. It's like, come on.
Well, that's the thing, right? Monetization ruins the internet because we all start adjusting our creativity for profit. You and I don't swear nearly as much as we used to because we don't want to get demonetized.
True, but we're still... I guess we have, like, brought down our derangedness as well.
Yeah, monetization of any content changes people, and now that Twitter is monetized, it's just gonna get even worse. You will never eat chicken nuggets again!
Yeah, I will. This is manufacturing of rubber bands, not chicken nuggets.
The average person will never read past the headline. They will watch 15 seconds at most of something and then move on.
Oh, 15 seconds is very generous. It's around about 7 to 8 seconds now.
Hey, we live in a hellscape?
Yep, headline. People just read headlines and don't do any research. They just want to be told information. That's it.
God, I used to think that Persona 5 was being pretentious when it had the whole plotline of people just want to be told how to think, not to actually think. I get it now.
People on here be like, cigarettes are bad for you. Source, the FDA.
Cigarettes are bad for you. Source, the FDA.
Yeah, like, what are you trying to say here? Like, you're saying a lot of words, but not saying actually anything.
Is he trying to, like, act like people who provide a source and back up their arguments are, like, nerd asses? Like, what is this take?
Really? The Pope is a dictator who has the authority to exercise unlimited power without due process?
Yes.
Yes.
He is the Senate.
And that's all the time we have here today on Calvis. Let us know if you want us to do more of these in the future. If you want Calvis merch to put on your body, there's some in the description. Put it on your body. But on that note, my name has been Lumo, with me has been Zen.
And we hope to see you in the very next Calvis episode.
Get out of here, you crazy kids.
Hey everybody, Adam Savage in my cave with a show and tell that is an absolute blast from my past. In the early 90s, when I first moved to San Francisco, I got a lot of work in the theater industry. I worked for a lot of small theaters in San Francisco, and if you were around at that time, I'm going to name a few of them. Theater Rhinoceros, Project Artaud, the Eureka Theater, Life on the Water Theater. I worked and rigged in so many of those houses and so many more. And then after a couple of years, I discovered San Francisco, like many big cities, has, you know, it's funny, I don't know if cities have this anymore, but there used to be basically a book you could buy that was everyone who worked in the film industry. And it was called The Reel Directory, R-E-E-L. For obvious reasons. And the Reel Directory was where you went and looked for a gaffer or a grip or a production designer. And everybody in film had a Reel Directory. And more importantly, everyone in film had their name in the Reel Directory. And it was like, it was not expensive, $30 a year or something to put yourself in there as like, hey, I'm a freelance designer of props and stuff like that. And I only ever got 3 jobs out of putting my name in the Reel Directory. One of them was designing props for a party that was a total disaster. And by disaster, I mean I underbid on that job. It was one of the very first professional jobs I ever built. And when I say I underbid, I mean I bid like 1/10 of what the thing should have charged. I really, really didn't know. And I got in a lot of trouble, and I got in over my head. By trouble, I mean I agreed to build things that I could not deliver, and it all worked out fine. The other job that I got from Reel Directory, the second job that I got, was one of the best theater prop jobs I have ever been given. It was a show happening at one of the Broadway theaters, the SHN or the Golden Gate, and they had a rock and they wanted a fire to be coming out of the rock. I think it was for a production of Anyone Can Whistle, because that sounds like an Anyone Can Whistle prop. And they were like, could you make a fake fire? And I was like, absolutely, I can make a fake fire. And look, I just love the idea of the fake fire, which is a fan and a light, and the fan goes on some silk and it looks like a fire. And these people, they were like, can you do this for us by Friday? And it was like Wednesday. And I'm like, absolutely. And they said, we can bring it to you. And I was like, really? And they brought the rock to me and the type of fire they wanted. I built it all from scratch. And then they picked it up for me and they paid me like $600, which for me back then, that was like half of my rent. stunning job. So from the high to the low, and then the last job I got from the real directory was working at a San Francisco institution called Beach Blanket Babylon. Beach Blanket Babylon ran for, I believe, almost 40 years in San Francisco. When I worked for them in the 90s, they were celebrating their 25th anniversary. And this was a Beach Blanket Babylon, for the uninitiated, was a musical comedy review. Lots of drag queens, lots of singers, lots of funny jokes, topical jokes, not funny jokes. I just mean like, you know, old Borscht Belt type of comedy jokes. But it was a fantastically formative job for me. The show lasted 70 minutes long. There were 5 backstage positions. There's a point to me telling you all this. I'll get to it. There were 5 backstage positions: assistant stage manager, props, costumes, and spotlight. And I had to learn all of those positions. Each one had 200 plus cues in a 70-minute show. So just to train to be an understudy technician took 3 months. And it was a fabulous job because I was an understudy technician. I got paid half salary with full benefits, and I didn't have to work for that. If I worked more, I would actually get paid for working. So it was like I was being paid half salary to be on standby, and I got more if I actually worked. It was great. Now, it was great as a job because I learned a tremendous amount. It was high-paced, high-pitched, fast-paced. It was a great group of singers and performers. There's a camaraderie in a show like that is really hard to equal, and the bonding that happens in a crucible like that is really spectacular. And Beach Blanket Babylon's Grand Dame was a San Francisco institution named Val Diamond, who's has a voice to literally beat the band. I will tell you my favorite Val Diamond story is one night the band came in on Val's big number and they were off key. They were like a note off key, and Val came in on the right note. Yeah, think about that, right? That's real. Val and her husband Steve, John Kamayani, Rhonda Robichaud. I made so many friends. There's such a important part of my young Adam life was at Beach Blanket Babylon. And the reason it was a huge show in San Francisco and an institution was because it was fun and it was funny. It was a great thing to bring your parents to. Also, they had really greased the palms of every concierge in San Francisco, which is how you make something successful. If you were staying at a hotel for a period of time in San Francisco and said, what should I do? That concierge would tell you to go to Beach Blanket Babylon, where out of that 400-seat house, they grossed millions of dollars a year. It was a fantastic business model. Anyway, the big thing about Beach Blanket Babylon were these over-the-top wigs and over-the-top hats. And when I say over-the-top, I mean take what you think of as over-the-top and go over the top of that and then go over the top once more. Longtime fans of Project Runway will remember the famous season with Chris March. Chris March famously got eliminated and then brought back. He made these giant wigs. He was an incredible designer. He made a gown out of safety pins, and Chris was the costume guy at Beach Blanket when I was there. He was an incredible force of nature back then. It was so wonderful to watch him on Project Runway. And when I say big hats, I mean hats that were like the size of cars. Val Diamond would come out at the end with a hat that was the city of San Francisco, and it was like 8 feet wide. It sat on a 2-inch thick wall aluminum pole that rode in an aluminum frame that sat underneath Val's dress. Actually, for their 25th anniversary show at the Opera House, I built 5 of those hat stands for them, welded aluminum in my little shop with a TIG welder. I was so intrepid. And we're getting now to this beautiful thing, which I recently picked up when a San Francisco prop house decided to auction off a bunch of old things they had. And they listed some pieces from Beach Blanket Babylon. This is a piece of one of the hats from Beach Blanket Babylon. And And the maker of all of those hats was one guy, whose name happens to be Alan Greenspan. Alan Greenspan, the hat maker, made all of the hats and props for Beach Blanket Babylon. And he was a preternaturally brilliant maker of stuff on the cheap and on the light. This weighs less than a pound. I'm going to say maybe 10 or 11 ounces. And that's mission critical when you're putting stuff on people's heads. I know I said that some of these hats had stands that went into the ground, but many of them didn't. And Alan's ability to build stuff like this. Oh, I forgot to turn it on. Hold on. There you go. Christmas lights up in each tower and in the base, providing the light. Yeah. This gives you a true idea of how Beach Blanket Babylon occurred. And I love this, from the sacred to the profane. I love how simple this is. And as you look at the close-ups of this, realize this is just chunks of foam core, 2 cans of spray paint, and some oak tag folder paper. And that's almost it. Like, the bang for the buck that Alan got out of foam core still resonates with me, because this is not a crazy amount of work. It's not a crazy amount of detail, but every detail he has chosen to do sells and adds complexity to this. So from 10 feet back, it looks way more complex than it does when you're right up close to it, where you see, oh wow, there's literally nothing going on. Like, these are just squares and they're hot glued in. Yes, they are. I love this thing. I find looking at stuff that is this simple and well executed, where someone has clearly not wasted 1 second doing something that wouldn't get seen. It's a whole education in foam core construction right here. Alan was absolutely one of God's own prototypes, unique to himself and an incredible, incredible maker. The last time I saw him was probably 15 years ago. I ran into him downtown, outside of Macy's, actually, on Union Square. It might have been even longer than 15 years ago. It might have been 20 years ago. He knew about the show. He knew about Mythbusters. We were chatting about that. And I never worked for Alan. I never helped him build any of those hats, even though that was sort of my bailiwick. That was not the position I had at the show, and thus I didn't contribute to that. But I admired and still admire Alan's incredible output. And also, you know, I have nothing but fond warmness in my heart for all my Beach Blanket Babylon colleagues. I learned a lot about the world and life and business working in that job, like you do with any job in your early 20s. All right. I believe I've covered everything I need to cover about this beautiful thing. Thank you guys for joining me for this walk down memory lane with an ancillary show and tell. I will see you next time. Thank you for watching that video. I want to tell you about our demerit
And
badge.
Sam went on, and there was a yellow light and fire within, and the evening meal was ready, and he was expected. And Rose drew him in, and set him in his chair, and put little Eleanor upon his lap. He drew a deep breath. "Well, I'm back," he said. These are the famous final words in the story of The Lord of the Rings. Sam, the ever-true hero, returns home to his family at Bag End, after bidding farewell to his best friend at the Grey Havens. From here, Tolkien's book goes on to its appendices, consisting of high-level histories of famous realms, family trees, scraps of stories throughout history, notes on languages, and more. But this was not always Tolkien's intent, for he envisioned the story to continue, briefly giving us a glimpse into Sam's life many years later. The tale picks up in the 15th year of the Fourth Age, that is 15 years after Frodo sails into the West. And one evening in March, Master Samwise Gamgee was taking his ease by a fire in his study, and the children were all gathered about him, as was not at all unusual, though it was always supposed to be a special treat. He had been reading aloud, as was usual, from a big red book on a stand, and on a stool beside him sat Eleanor. And she was a beautiful child, more fair-skinned than most hobbit maids, and more slender. And she was now running up into her teens, and there was Frodo lad on the hearthrug, in spite of his name as good a copy of Sam as you could wish. And Rose, Merry, and Pippin were sitting in chairs much too big for them. Tolkien goes on to list more of Sam and Rosie's children, Goldilocks, Ham, and Daisy, pointing out that like Bilbo passed the old toucan age, Sam was on track to pass him in the number of children, which of course he would with his 13th, Tom, born 6 years after this epilogue. The epilogue launches into a dialogue primarily between Sam and Eleanor, his firstborn. She is questioning him about her namesake, the Eleanor flowers of Lorien, and whether they grow there still. Sam says he doesn't see why they shouldn't, and after sharing that old Saruman would have called the plant ragtag and bobtail, he notes that Merry and Pippin have traveled outside the Shire more than once since the end of the war, for they now also sort of belong to the south. Then Sam's children, named after Meriadoc and Peregrine, chime in. "And haven't they grown big?" said Merry. "I wish I could grow big like Mr. Meriadoc of Buckland. He's the biggest hobbit there ever was. Bigger than Bandabras. Not bigger than Mr. Peregrine of Tuckborough," said Pippin. "And he's got hair that's almost golden. Is he Prince Peregrine away down in the Stone City, Dad?" "Well, he's never said so," said Sam. "But he's highly thought of, that I know. But now where were we getting to?" "Nowhere," said Frodo lad. "I want to hear about the spider again. I like the parts best where you come in, Dad." "But Dad, you were talking about Lorien," said Eleanor, "and whether my flower still grows there." "I expect it does, Ellie dear. For as I was saying, Mr. Merry, he says that though the lady is gone, the elves still live there." "When can I go and see? I want to see elves, Dad. I want to see my own flower." "If you look in a glass, you'll see one that is sweeter," said Sam, "though I should not be telling you, for you'll find it out soon enough for yourself." Sam goes on to talk with his children about the elves sailing west. Eleanor specifically asks about Galadriel's husband Celeborn, asking if he is sad, given his wife, Elrond, and others sailed away some 15 years ago, and in the years since. Sam says he expects Celeborn is sad, as all elves at this time are to a degree. We know that the time of the elves and the dominion of the Three Rings is over, and the world is left to decay as they linger. Sam goes on to say Celeborn lives among the trees, and is also happy in his elvish way, for they can afford to wait, and his time is not yet come to sail west and rejoin Galadriel. After Sam mentions Legolas, his son Frodo brings up Gimli, and in true child fashion, gives the uninterrupted thoughts of, "What's happened to Gimli? I liked him. Please, can I have an axe soon, Dad? Are there any orcs left?" Sam patiently answers, saying there likely are orcs left if you know where to look. He tells of how, at this time, Gimli and his folk had helped the king in Minas Tirith, and had settled in the mountains west behind the city, and that Gimli visits the Glittering Caves every other year. This, of course, is a notable difference to what Tolkien eventually settled on, where Gimli founds the realm of the Glittering Caves, rather than just the occasional visit. Sam, of course, also tells Frodo lad that there are no orcs in the Shire, and that he will have no need of an axe, whose purpose is chopping off heads. Eleanor goes on to ask if Legolas continues to go visit Treebeard, and if the Ents ever found the Entwives, a question many fans can appreciate. For his part, Sam says he can't say whether Legolas, or Merry and Pippin for that matter, have seen the Ents since. And after Eleanor admits to looking for Entwives whenever she is in the woods, Sam says that the missing Entwives is likely a trouble too old and deep for hobbit folk to mend. Sam cuts off the questioning and his kids protest. In response, he threatens to tell the king about their misbehavior. He then shares a secret with his children concerned with putting off bedtime. The king will be visiting on the 25th of March, 1 week from today, and all of them have been invited by name. Sam pulls out a large scroll that had arrived in the mail 3 days before. Written in both Elvish and Common Tongue, it read, Elisar, Aragorn, Arathorn's son, the Elfstone, King of Gondor, and Lord of the Westlands, will approach the bridge of Barad-dûn on the first day of spring, or in the Shire reckoning, the 25th day of March next, and desires there to greet all his friends. In especial, he desires to see Master Samwise, Mayor of the Shire, and Rose, his wife, and Eleanor, Rose, Goldilocks, and Daisy, his daughters, and Frodo, Merry, and Pippin, and Hamfast, his sons. Eleanor, who could read, notes that their names are different between the lists. Sam reveals to each their Elvish translations, Eleanor's being the same as it is an Elvish word. Frodo is Eorhail, Rose is Beryl, Merry is Ribben, Pippin is Cordolf, Goldilocks is Glorfiniel, Hamfast is Marthonk, and Daisy is Arien. Sam goes on to talk about their meeting with the king, and that the queen will also be there. He expects they will likely be invited up to the king's house by the lake. This, of course, is referencing Lake Evendim, north of the Shire.
Wieso bin ich hier? Heute wird Geschichte geschrieben.
An important location not only for Aragorn's ancestors, but Galadriel and Celeborn as well. What I find so delightful about this epilogue is the glimpse it gives us into Hobbit children. I can only imagine Tolkien drawing from his own experience as a father, being peppered with questions from Christopher about the color of Bilbo's door, helping to shape these interactions. Tolkien even brings up Hobbit children in letter 144 to Naomi Mitchison. Hobbit children were delightful, but I am afraid that the only glimpses of them in this book are found at the beginning of Volume 1. An epilogue giving a further glimpse, though of a rather exceptional family, has been so universally condemned that I shall not insert it. One must stop somewhere. And this is yet another reference to today's topic, where we find that delightful as Hobbit children are, Tolkien decided one must stop somewhere, leading The Lord of the Rings to end where it does. Fortunately, Tolkien wasn't quite done trying this out after the first go-round, and Christopher would give us the multiple versions of the epilogue in the History of Middle-earth volume, Sauron Defeated. In the second full version of the epilogue, we find that the focus shifts from a scene of Sam with a handful of his kids to a more intimate scene between Sam and Eleanor. Here, Sam is sitting at the well-worn desk in his study at Bag End, making notes for what would be the foundations of his contribution to the Red Book, the book started by Bilbo and continued by Frodo. Eleanor is described as beautiful and seems to have been gifted a memory of elven grace. She finds her Sam dad with a page of questions and answers. He is merely making notes, answering the questions from Rose and their children. He notes that the last pages were left to him by Frodo, and he dare not write in them yet. He's still just making notes. Some additional notes we find in this version include things like, Sam hasn't heard whether Moria has been resettled, saying the prophecy of Durin may not be for their time, alluding to the later actions of Durin the Seventh many years later. He also notes that there is still a lot of cleaning up to be done in dark places. He notes that Legolas went south with Gimli, bringing many of his own people from Greenwood and settling in Faramir's lands of Ithilien. Sam's son, Merry, had inquired about horses, and Sam notes that Shadowfax went on the White Ship with Gandalf. He goes on to say that Meriadoc Brandybuck says that in Rohan there are now more horses than ever, for they are no longer stolen by evil forces. Meriadoc also plans to bring a pony back from his present visit to Rohan for Sam's son, Merry. In an interesting tweak on the topic of the Entwives, Sam says he would also like for them to be found, but adds that perhaps the Entwives don't want to be found, and the Ents are tired of looking. As in the first version, Sam and Eleanor have a conversation about her flower that still grows in Lorien. and Celeborn, who lives there still. They talk about the fading light of the elves, and that there are still those who will remain for the days to come. Eleanor says how Celeborn must have known his granddaughter Arwen would stay, but that Galadriel would leave, noting that it must have been sad for him. Then she says how Frodo leaving must have been sad for her dad. Sam goes on to confide in Eleanor a secret. Before he left, Frodo said that a time may come when Sam would take the same journey. I think maybe we haven't said farewell for good, but I can wait. I have learned that much from the elves at any rate. They are not so troubled about time, and so I think Celeborn is still happy among his trees, in an elvish way. His time hasn't come, and he isn't tired of his land yet. When he is tired, he can go. And when you're tired, you will go, Samdad. You will go to the havens with the elves. Then I shall go with you. I shall not part with you, like Arwen did with Elrond. Maybe, said Sam, kissing her gently. And maybe not. The choice of Luthien and Arwen comes to many, Eleanorele, or something like it. And it isn't wise to choose before the time. And now, my dearest, I think it's time even a lass of 15 springtimes should go to her bed. And I have words to say to Mother Rose. It is here before she goes to bed that Eleanor asks about the letter from the king, which brings Sam to remark that her spying is repayment for the spying he once did on Frodo, as Frodo attempted to leave the Shire. He shares the letter with her, which notes now that they are to meet in 1 week on April 2nd, meaning this all now takes place on March 25th, the anniversary of the destruction of the One Ring. They discuss the proper decorum with the king and queen, and Sam once again references Lake Evendim, this time adding that Elladan and Elrohir, Arwen's brothers, will also be there. Eleanor will indeed get her wish to see the elves. With that, Sam bids Eleanor goodnight, and in both versions of the epilogue, Tolkien ends with the story of Sam and Rose. But before sharing that part of the tale, it's worth noting just how important Tolkien saw the story of both Sam and Rosie and Sam and Eleanor. In letter 131 to Milton Waldman, Tolkien says, I think the simple rustic love of Sam and his Rosie, nowhere elaborated, is absolutely essential to the study of his, the chief hero's, character, and to the theme of the relation of ordinary life, breathing, eating, working, begetting, and quests, sacrifice, causes, and the longing for elves and sheer beauty. He later would say to Catherine Farrer in letter 173, I still feel the picture incomplete without something on Samwise and Eleanor, but I could not devise anything that would not have destroyed the ending, more than the hints, possibly sufficient in the appendices. Finally, we conclude the epilogue with Sam and his Rosie outside Bag End. The stars were shining in a clear, dark sky. It was the second day of the bright and cloudless spell that came every year to the Shire towards the end of March, and was every year welcomed and praised as something surprising for the season. All the children were now in bed. It was late, but here and there lights were still glimmering in Hobbiton, and in houses dotted about the night-folded countryside. Master Samwise stood at the door and looked away eastward. He drew Mistress Rose to him and set his arm about her. March the 25th, he said. This day 17 years ago, Rose wife, I didn't think I should ever see thee again, but I kept on hoping. I never hoped at all, Sam, she said. Not until that very day, and then suddenly I did. About noon it was, and I felt so glad that I began singing. And Mother said, Quiet, lass, there's ruffians about. And I said, Let them come. Their time will soon be over. Sam's coming back. And you came. I did, said Sam, to the most belovedest place in all the world, to my Rose and my garden. They went in, and Sam shut the door. But even as he did so, he heard suddenly, deep and unstilled, the sigh and murmur of the sea upon the shores of Middle-earth. Personally, I love this glimpse into Sam's life years after returning from the Grey Havens. The life of one who may be struggling to finish writing the red book, but one whose life is one and whole, full of things to enjoy and to be and to do. As always, I want to say a huge thank you to all my Patreon and YouTube.
What's up guys, Houndish here, and today we're jumping in with a huge preview of weapon changes which are coming in the final shape. So we'll be touching on a whole bunch of different elements of the weapon sandbox in the game. Firstly, we can talk a little bit more about new weapons that we'll be getting. That includes destination weapons, some of the archetypes, perks, and clarifications from Bungie on what to expect. But also, recently we've got more details about exotic changes. Things like the addition of a tessellation catalyst, which is set to be subclass and ability related. That's certainly going to be interesting with prismatic being added, but also new information on exotic buffs, reworks for the colony, truth, necrochasm and queenbreaker's bow, but also upcoming perk changes, adjustments for chain reaction, updates to crafting systems, loopholes, and of course brand new exotic weapons that we're going to see. So quite a lot to talk about in this video guys. As always, I hope you find it useful. Let us know what you're most excited for down in the comment section, and without further delay, let's get into it. One of the first things I wanted to touch on right here are some new weapons for the final shape. When Bungie revealed the expansion, they did show us this image with some of the destination weapons on it. Obviously, they've got their own sort of unique theme and some cool Vanguard mentor artwork on the side. Firstly, I should mention we've spotted other interesting elements, like a Titan on the new destination wearing the final shape armor, but also holding the perfect paradox shotgun. So we might see some legendary reprises. Back to destination weapons though, we have a little more information about what their archetypes and some of the perks may look like. And Sab5106 on Reddit actually did a really useful breakdown from some of the recent gameplay in the final shape. Firstly, there is the support frame auto rifle. Interestingly, this thing will actually be able to heal allies. And from what we can see, it is a solo weapon. Then while of course we can't see full perk pools for these things yet, this one has Frenzy. There's also going to be a special ammo sidearm, which will be Strand. And Chris Proctor from Bungie did confirm that there'll be at least 2 more rocket sidearms. This one actually shows with the perk Danger Zone, so that's very interesting. But in there as well we spot a solar fusion rifle, then a kinetic precision frame shotgun, and that's visible from the reticle on the weapon. And it's got the perk Swashbuckler. Then there is a Strand machine gun, and in different clips this one showed up with Demolitionist, Bait and Switch, and Reconstruction active. Presumably there are different roles of the weapon spotted in the footage, but while I'd say weapon perks specifically are subject to change, that sounds potentially pretty juicy. But in there as well, the hand cannon appears to be Stasis, the sword Solar, and there'll also be an energy slot sniper in there too.
Pass, Deal. Suche, was du siehst mit Google Lens. Hol dir jetzt dein Samsung Galaxy.
So those are the destination weapons, and Bungie have also teased a new Pathfinder system for the destination vendor, and instead of the current sort of vendor rank system, there'll be a new way to progress, and given that these appear to be destination weapons, that'll certainly impact how we earn them. Another quick mention though worth saying, for legendary weapons and for ritual stuff, Bungie had said to account for the length of the current season and upcoming episodes, which will drop after Final Shape, they're planning to increase the Nightfall weapon pool to 8 weapons, so where we currently have 6, there will actually be a couple more in the rotation at a given time. Then for Trials, they'll return to 6 weapons in rotation, and this will allow its adept weapons to get more chances to be featured. So a minor adjustment to how the loot pools themselves will work there. And for other sort of broad weapon changes, for crafting, Bungie had said, at the moment they're in the middle of developing a large crafting related feature targeted for the Final Shape year, so there won't necessarily be any significant changes to crafting immediately at the launch of Final Shape, but it's something else that may see quite a bit of a shake-up at some point in the near future, and that's in addition to a bunch of existing weapons becoming enhanceable, which will allow us to get enhanced versions of the traits normally reserved for crafted weapons. And for instance, Bungie included the Brave arsenal of weapons from Into the Light in that list, so more weapons getting that functionality will be a positive as well. Up next though, to talk about changes for exotics, gotta give a big shout out to Podcast vs Enemies and Courtroom on Reddit for getting some juicy weapon info from Chris Proctor at Bungie, who's the weapon design lead on Final Shape, as there are a few things which Bungie haven't otherwise revealed, and the full breakdown for that podcast is linked below. For Final Shape highlights though, firstly, Chris Proctor confirmed that Tessellation will be receiving a catalyst in the Final Shape, and that it will be a subclass or ability related catalyst. So that's very interesting given the weapon's ability to change elements, and the fact that we're getting Prismatic in the Final Shape, which is the new subclass that's allowing us to mix and match various different subclass components, including light and darkness abilities. And with that weapon being related to Final Shape pre-order, it may have some additional functionality with Prismatic, which is pretty interesting. Let us know what you think about that, but Bungie also spoke about Necrochasm, and they've said it will receive a buff to extend the duration of the poison damage over time effect from the Cursed Thrall explosion, and will additionally get a new catalyst which is called One for Thrall, and that grants a moderate period of increased damage, range, and aim assist after you damage 3 enemies in quick succession, and damaging more enemies with the perk active will refresh the timer, so that's looking like it could be a pretty good one. Then in the podcast, Chris Proctor said on the subject of Truth that it cannot perform impact damage, which results in a lower damage output versus other rockets, and that's because it has grenades and horseshoes built into it from D1, but they are increasing the detonation damage of Truth to do full damage output, so bumping it up to match other rockets in the game, and then the detonation and reserve buff will be on top of the damage ratio and reserves buff that Truth has already had recently, and they're once again increasing reserves by 3, so that is going to be one to watch. On top of that though, for the colony, they've revamped it to allow insectoid robot grenades to spawn more insectoids, and he said there will be a short cooldown between each spawn, but there will be plenty more of them about, and the amount of insectoids spawned will depend on the enemy rank, so rank and file red bars will spawn 1, but higher value targets can spawn up to 5. There'll also be a change for the Queenbreaker, where they're increasing damage to mini-bosses, champions, bosses and vehicles by 12%, increasing reserve ammo by 3, plus he said they may have future updates for that weapon as well. So a few more specifics on some of the weapon changes there, and Bungie also suggested there'll be a significant tuning pass for broad weapon archetypes as well, and perk changes, which Chris Proctor revealed. So firstly, Chain Reaction is going to be reworked to accommodate it being added to other weapons like glaives in the future, so that's interesting in itself, but for special ammo weapons, there'll be a 15% smaller detonation radius and 20% reduced damage. Then for heavy ammo weapons, they'll keep the current detonation radius, but they'll see 30% increased damage, and he said heavy grenade launchers will be significantly better at ad clear than special grenades are. So looking at changes like those, the reserve ammo buff, and some of the perk selections that Bungie are giving us on heavies at the moment, it would appear that they're probably going to focus on those being much better sort of ad clear weapons than they are DPS weapons. Obviously that's a bit of a generalization, but it seems like that is the sort of philosophy or goal. Another change though for Chill Clip, and they say its previous nerf didn't make much of an impact and instead hurt anything that wasn't Riptide. So Riptide will keep its 3 shots to freeze that it currently has, but non-rapid-fire fusion rifles and other weapons, including single magazine weapons, will be unnerfed back down to 2 shots to freeze. So essentially rewinding that nerf for everything other than Riptide. Now though, let's finish with a bang, I guess, and talk a little bit about exotic weapons. And firstly, a lot of players probably aren't really thinking about this, but at the minute, at the reveal for Final Shape, we did get confirmation that both Red Death and Kvostov will be brought back into Destiny 2. And so an exotic variant of Kvostov will return. Of course, in D1, it was a weapon that gave us a whole bunch of different options in Year 3 on how it would perform. Maybe that means that when it comes back, it could potentially be a craftable weapon. Either way, you would expect probably fairly significant reworks to have some of the weapon functions in order to actually make it enticing to use in Destiny 2. To an extent, you could say the same thing about Red Death. While in D1 it was a very strong weapon, we do have things like Crimson in D2, which certainly is a meta weapon most of the time in the minute anyway, but in terms of basic behavior, it's more or less identical to what Red Death was in D1. So while Red Death will be a very strong PvP pulse rifle presumably if it behaves anything like D1, we can probably expect Bungie to do some other sort of reworks for it in terms of making it strong in PvE content. So really curious to see more of the reprised weapons, but for new exotics, firstly, yes, we should get one from the raid. That will remain completely secret, I suppose, but Bungie have shown off a new exotic sniper. Now this is a solar sniper rifle, and I think it was Joe Blackburn said it can fire a golden gun-like shot. We haven't seen gameplay of the thing, but this is probably a round that we can build up by charging the weapon somehow or hitting crits, allowing us to fire a much more devastating shot. So that sounds interesting, and it's a Tex Mechanica weapon, of course. But equally cool is the Traveler's Beam exotic trace rifle. We've seen an image of it, or I think this is probably concept art, but Bungie revealed the aim and the concept for the weapon in general is for it to fire a Traveler-style beam, much like what we saw in the cutscene from Lightfall. And who knows, maybe it can inflict enemies with the light, or something like that. Certainly would be cool. But otherwise, that's all we really have on the new exotic weapons, just teasers for the moment. Although, with Final Shape creeping up, now less than a couple of months away. Certainly we'll get more technical information about the sandbox side of things and Bungie's plans there, and in a few weeks' time, no doubt, Bungie will be showing off more gameplay, trailers, and juicy stuff to get players hyped for the expansion. So if you want to be kept up to date with all of that, then stay locked and loaded here on the channel, get subscribed, and if you don't want to miss out on anything, hit the notification bell as well so that I can keep you posted. Let us know what you're most excited for down in the comment section, and if you've enjoyed the video, a rating really does help us out as well. Otherwise though, thank you for tuning in guys, and whatever you get up to, I hope you have an awesome day.
Welcome back to the channel. I am your host Tyrant, and in today's episode, well, it's not a regular episode of Screen Tested. Today is a little bit of a response video. Now I want to make this clear right from the outset. This is not a negative video, this is not an attacking video, this is none of the above. This is simply, I saw a video, I had a lot to say about it, so I thought, you know what, I'm just going to make a video about it so I can share my thoughts on it, because it's a bit interesting for the most part. Right, so the video that I'm talking about today is actually by a very large YouTuber called Mike Shake. He does similar sort of stuff to what I like to do for the most part. He likes weapons and likes kind of making them and testing them and stuff, so I love that. That's great. But his most recent video was I tried to make, I don't know what the exact title is, but it's basically I created an invisible katana. So there's a lot here that's happening. So I'm going to go through it kind of step by step. I'm also maybe going to try and recreate some of the stuff and then put it to the test the same way that he did. However, I want to add that there is a lot of caveats to a lot of things for the most part, right? But let's just get started with today's episode. So starting off, if you're subscribed to this channel, you probably know that I have dealt with a lot of katanas over my time. More katanas than most people. I've used them to cut arrows in half, I've used them to smash steel barrels, I've used them to cut into stone. I've used a lot of katanas for a lot of different things. So I've put them through their paces. That's kind of where I come at this sort of, this sort of video from. I love katanas for the most part. They're a great sword. Not the best sword, but they are a very, very good sword. Probably the second best sword ever. I might have to cut that because that'll a lot of people. Now in his video he names it, I built a invisible katana, but if we're being honest here, now this is kind of a nitpick. I'll acknowledge this is a nitpick. It's not a katana. Like all the things that make up what a katana is, this is not that. It is just a curved piece of polycarbonate. It could just as easy be a falchion or, a saber. He uses katana because everybody loves katanas, it's more clickable, it's whatever. But it's not a katana, it's not any of those things either, I should mention. But anyway, just a little nitpick right off the bat. And you're probably wondering, well, what actually makes something like a katana? Well, that's a good question. For the most part, I would say something like a katana is a single-edged curved blade with a differential harden. I feel like that's an important part. So, getting into some of the nitty-gritty of Mike's videos. Starting off, he is going to be using polycarbonate sheeting to create his invisible katana. Now, polycarbonate is a material that I do have some experience with. It's actually more commonly used than most people would think, especially in this sort of arena. The first thing that comes to mind is lightsabers. Lightsaber blades are usually made out of polycarbonate tubing, and the reason why is really simple. It's actually pretty good in terms of its impact resistance for something like tubes and sparring with lightsabers. It also has some good light properties which makes blades really glow and all that sort of stuff. So polycarbonate does have some experience in this sort of realm in terms of, I'm going to use blade very liberally here because obviously this is not a blade, because a tube and a flat sheet are two different shapes entirely, obviously. Anyways, but yes, they are used for tubing in something like lightsabers. Pretty tough. But it's very different to use polycarbonate tubing for something like a lightsaber blade versus a flat sheet for like a sword blade. Two entirely different realms. Now this here is 10 millimeters thick of polycarbonate sheet. This is the biggest that I could get from my local hardware store, which I will be making some blades out of, and we will be putting them to our own tests. Now something to mention here is that his blade was actually thicker than this. His was 12 millimeters, which is pretty thick. Like there's not many swords out there that will be 10 millimeters thick, let alone 12 millimeters thick. So if you actually look at the cross section of something like a katana versus the blade that he made, or the blade that even I'll try to make, you can see that a katana has a much more refined blade geometry. It has a very large and very aggressive bevel tapering to a very sharp point. This is one of the, you know, the virtues of something like a katana, and that's actually what gives it such a beautiful slicing and chopping motion, because of that blade geometry, which is also built upon the actual steel dynamics of something like a katana, for example, having a hardened edge with a soft core or spine actually lends itself to this sort of blade, whereas something like polycarbonate doesn't have, obviously it doesn't have differential hardening. It's just a consistent thickness throughout the whole thing. One of the things that he starts off doing is buying a big piece of polycarbonate sheeting and then drawing out a blade shape and cutting it out. Now this is another nitpick that I wanted to talk about, because a katana falls within a specific, I would say, classification for the most part. A katana, on average, is roughly around 30 to 32 inches. It's a rather short sword for the most part. Then on top of that, the handle is usually 27 to 30 centimeters, something like that. Now, obviously these are averages. There are things that can fall outside of that. But for the most part, that's what your average katana is going to come at. But then when you get to something like an o-katana or a tachi, they're a little bit bigger. So I would actually say that the blade that he's created actually kind of falls into the tachi. Something that irks me, there's the best way to describe it, is if you make anything in a appropriate thickness or length, it's probably going to break through a lot of things just based on how thick something is. His blade is very thick, very wide, with relatively shallow bevels, especially compared to something like a real katana, and that just creates more of like a big stick to whack things. It doesn't actually cut or slice through anything for the most part that I could see in the video, at least. But don't worry, I'm going to be trying my own to show you guys. But anyway, back to the video. He then tries to test out the polycarbonate, and he basically just grabs a flat bit of polycarbonate, wedges it between two sawhorses that are not braced, and these sawhorses look very thin, if I'm being honest with you, and hits it with a sledgehammer. Now, the polycarbonate does have some good flexibility, which means this test isn't really testing anything, because first off, the sawhorses are the first things to break, and obviously they're going to get thrown out because the polycarbonate looks honestly thicker than the wood on the sawhorses. But this is just one of those things where it's like, I'm not really sure what you're supposed to be showing me here. I would have preferred something a little bit more destructive. To get a good gauge of a material that you're going to use for some sort of, let's say, destructive testing or some sort of project, it's good to actually push it to its limits to find out how it breaks, why it breaks, and what sort of stresses it can handle. Usually I've done this with a lot of things in terms of things like aluminum or steel or brass, so I don't have to do them every time I make something, because I already know what they can kind of handle and where they kind of lie in terms of their, what's going to actually break those sorts of materials. Polycarbonate is an interesting material because it is very strong. It's used for a lot of different purposes, but using it for a blade is where it gets interesting. Now, think of something like this, the lightsaber, right? It's a tube, meaning there's not really any hard edges around the whole thing, and obviously you can get different thicknesses of these blades. So when it connects with another lightsaber blade, another polycarbonate tube, there's no hard edges. However, something like a sword blade, when it actually comes in contact with, let's say another sword blade, you have two very sharp, very hard edges making contact, and this is where polycarbonate is. It's not good for this purpose, right? Which is why I wouldn't make a katana out of it for the most part, or any sword, really. But after he finishes the build process of his polycarbonate blade, he then takes it out to do some cut tests. Now, cut tests, I don't know if I'd call these cut tests. If I was to take this blade out for a cut test, for example, I would use a couple of different mediums. I would use water bottles, I would use pool noodles, or tatami. And the reason why I would use one of these three things is because it actually tests your edge alignment, your sharpness of your blade, and how well your blade can actually cut through some of those different mediums, right? He uses, I would say, softer targets. He uses fruits, things like that. Things where if you don't really have an edge, it will get through simply because you have a bevel. the bevel is actually doing a lot of the cutting here. There's not really an edge. Don't worry, we're going to get more into that very soon. Now, something interesting happens when he actually cuts into the pineapple, his first test. It breaks. The tang versus the blade actually snaps. And there's two kind of main reasons I think this is for. First off, he didn't round the shoulders from the blade to the tang, so that creates a weak point. And then on top of that, he added scales to the handle, which adds rigidity to the handle, but while the blade can still flex. And like I said, when polycarbonate flexes beyond its, its limit, it goes, right? Now, when it comes to the other cutting analogs, none of them particularly impressed me for the most part. The watermelon kind of seemed to just get smashed. The wood that he used, I'm going to assume it's some sort of pine. It looks like a pine. It's a very thin pine, like a normal sword could smash through that. And he had for the most part, a very large and long, thick polycarbonate blade with a bit of mass behind it. So smashing through that bit of pine doesn't particularly, impress me that much. When it comes to the brick, that's an interesting one. I actually went to my local hardware store when I got the polycarbonate to look for a similar brick, and I couldn't find any bricks. So that one I'm not going to comment on, just because I wanted to test that myself, but I couldn't find a brick, the same sort of brick and thickness and consistency and all that sort of stuff. But I think that's most of the video, and that's kind of where my thoughts are. If you make a blade-like object in appropriate thicknesses and lengths, you're going to be able to kind of smash through anything. For example, this here is a training katana, a bokken. This is made out of, I'm not sure what this one's made out of, maybe like a high-density polyethylene or polypropylene, whatever it is. Basically a plastic. It has some flex to it. It's just not clear. And this thing could smash through all of those things. So I'm not particularly impressed with this video, but that's not where this ends. I want to put my money where my mouth is for the most part, and I'm going to make a polycarbonate blade. Now, this is the biggest piece of polycarbonate that I can get. This thing costs like $60, expensive. So I'm not going to have the largest blades for the most part. They're going to be more knives. Let's call them short swords to be really generous here. But this is what I'm going to be making my polycarbonate blades out of. So that pretty much wraps up today's episode. As I said earlier, when polycarbonate goes, it really goes. Now, in terms of the results of this polycarbonate knife, they were pretty much identical to Mike's. Cutting the pumpkin, the bevel really does most of the heavy lifting, and the same thing with the pineapple. They're not really tests for that sort of thing, because this thing isn't sharp. Like, this thing against the foam, as you guys saw, could do nothing. So it's not actually that sharp. It's more the bevel and, speed and power. But then the moment you put it up against another edge, for example, like a sword edge, it takes out massive chunks and then just completely obliterates it. And that's because you're putting a hard edge against a hard edge. And polycarbonate isn't really good for that sort of thing. Something that I have been interested in testing at some point randomly is how would a lightsaber blade that's made of polycarbonate but in a tube, a cylindrical form, how that would go against an actual blade or the edge of a blade. But that's for something later, nothing for now. But that's all for today's episode. I hope you enjoyed. Remember, this is all just lighthearted. I just had some thoughts on this particular video that I saw. Check out Mike's channel. Well, who might is that? You guys know who Mike Shake is. Check out his channel. He has got got a bunch of cool content, fun content, a bunch of similar sort of content that I do. But that's going to be all for today. Thanks for watching, guys. I genuinely hope you enjoyed. Remember to like and subscribe. And as always, I'll see you in another video. Have a good one.
This episode is sponsored by Galactic Armory. I'm Kerry Stagmer, and we are the blacksmiths of Baltimore Knife and Sword. We're going to be building some of your favorite things and fantastic objects you've never seen before. This is Man-at-Arms, Reforged.
Hope you know how to ride a Purgle, because today we're going even deeper into the Star Wars universe to create the lightsaber of the fan favorite former Jedi Knight turned mysterious mercenary, Lord Baylan Skoll.
You're right about one thing, Captain. We are no Jedi.
First introduced in the TV series Ahsoka, Baylan Skoll immediately stands out with his knight-like fighting style and unique lightsaber with its orange-red glow. This all inspired Jake Bartok, a sci-fi and fantasy illustrator, to design a medieval fantasy-style version of Baylan's iconic lightsaber as a longsword. Since you guys loved our lightsaber katana episode from years ago, we decided it's time for another mashup like that. So today we're creating the medieval version of Baylan's lightsaber designed by Jake Bartok. We've got Aaron and Jamie from Galactic Armory in-house here to help us out with the 3D printing, molding, and casting processes. And we've also got a special treat. We have Jake Bartok himself, who's going to be providing some insight on his designs. So, in honor of Ray Stevenson, the big man Lord Baylan himself, hang on to your helmets because this is going to be a wild ride.
This is it. We are exiting hyperspace now.
I must destroy in order to create.
Into the fire the blacksmith goes with his pre-prepared billets of high carbon steel and pure nickel to create these patterns. Working from our 3D printed masters, we'll be taking these into a slurry that will create an outer shell so that we can cast these into bronze. We're going to start with the printings that were created for us by Galactic Armory. They're a design and 3D print company that not only produces the files that you can download through their Patreon, but also you can purchase printings from them directly from their website, and they'll print these pieces for you if you're unable to do it yourself. Be sure to check out their Patreon at patreon.com/galacticarmory. The masters are dipped over and over into the slurry as a binder, with the sand being used as a filler. We'll be creating quite a few layers until this is thick enough to support itself after we burn it out. We'll be filling this mold with Evidur bronze. It flows very well and creates an entire finished piece, with the surfaces almost mirroring the exact printing. The blacksmith uses a top tool to spread this material. He needs to gain enough width to create this big sword. Under the watchful eye of the blacksmith, the creators, Aaron and Jamie from Galactic Armory begin forging. Satisfied with their work, the blacksmith makes some minor tweaks before moving on to the next process. From finished mold to finished bronze, now Andrew will be able to go in and begin cleaning these parts on the Scotch-Brite wheel. Somehow Tanner always gets the short end of the stick. We give these irregular parts over to the machine shop, where he begins to cut the slot that the blade will go through. Pieces like this are difficult to hold. That's why we have the 2x4s cut and the wood in there to hold it on an irregular shape inside.
So one of the more recent Star Wars shows was Ahsoka, and there was a lot of new characters from Ahsoka. You've been working on all sorts of them. The one that caught our eye at Galactic Armory, though, was Balin's Skull. Has a very medieval King Arthur knight style of fighting.
Because even how he held his lightsaber and fought in the show, it looked like he just had like a two and a half hand of sword. And that just felt kind of like, I want to give him like a proper sword.
Watch the full interview on the Forge and Foundry podcast, coming soon. Jamie from Galactic Armory now works with this hot material. He goes from the hammer to the rolling mill under the watchful eye of the blacksmith.
Again.
Aaron now moves in to help us get the final length on this blade. Typically, we'd be forging the blade entirely to shape, but since we're working directly from the prints from Galactic Armory, we decided to go to our CNC plasma. It'll cut to exactly the shape that they provided for the 3D prints you'd receive if you were on the Patreon. Paul begins roughing this blade on the 36 grit grinder. It's going to take him a little while because these are very thick, but part of the reason that we've left them this thick is to get a very dramatic look in the finished piece. Since we want to get a silvery look to this bronze, and it's very yellow, why not use silver? Andrew begins the electroplating process. We'll also be antiquing this down to give it a nice finish at the end. blacksmith puts the blade into the forge and takes it to 1550 degrees Fahrenheit. Once the entire blade is at this temperature, he's able to quench it into Parks 50 heat treating oil. This blade has a central fuller, or deep groove down the center of the blade. Paul's going to go to the side of the grinder and cut this in. He has not done this work before. It's really interesting to see someone take this from the very beginning and learning the process while on a giant Damascus blade. I can't imagine the stress. Now prepared and polished, this blade is going to be going into ferric chloride to be etched. As it goes into this liquid, we have to hold it there for a period of time, and then as it's withdrawn, the dramatic effect of the pure nickel shows on the surface. Gary now uses the electroplating with copper in it. The reason that we've done this is we want a reddish effect on the blade, and it will also adhere very well to the nickel, where with the steel, it'll just give us somewhat of that tint to give us some color. Created by the artist Jake Bartok, designed by Galactic Armory, and forged by Baltimore Knife and Sword, it's time to reveal the results from this epic collaboration, a sword truly fit for a lord.
Something calls to me. Can't you hear it?
Click here to subscribe, or click here to subscribe to Baltimore Knife and Sword. Click the video to see more here on the All Me channel.
You know what? There's a lot of questions in here about getting paid. And one thing I want to tell you is if you are freelancing in a professional capacity, it's incumbent on you to watch Mike Montero. I'm about to curse. I apologize, I'm about to curse. It is incumbent on you as a freelancer to watch Mike Montero's Fuck You, Pay Me video. It is one of the gems of the internet, and it is a really important talk. Mike Montero is a great friend of mine and a superhuman of a human being. I love that man. This is an amazing talk. He brings his lawyer to the talk and tells you about how to write a contract, how to protect yourself. All of my answers to dealing with trouble getting paid will be in this category of make sure you have a contract, make sure you have a lawyer. I didn't have a lawyer back when I was freelancing. Now, today, I do have a lawyer, and my lawyer does go over freelancing contracts before I sign them. I sign very few, but that still has happened. And having a contract and having a lawyer are the most elaborate ways of saying be crystal clear upfront in every way that you can be crystal clear about the parameters of the job, the expectations of the client, and what you will and can deliver. That clarity is often put into the form of a contract, which is the best way to enforce that clarity, and the best way for you to get paid. Mike Montero, F you, pay me. Watch it, right? I literally just watched it because it came up in a Metafilter thread, and I watched it 10 years ago. I think it's 11 or 12 years old. I watched it when it first came out, and I just watched it again a few weeks ago, and it made me so happy. Oh, yeah, I'm psyched that you're going to get to see that for the first time if you've never heard of it. Mike is a graphic designer, has a wonderful graphic design company with his wife called Mule Design. They have made every mistake imaginable, and Mike talks about it openly. When I have to pay freelancers, I often consult with Mike about the best way to be fair. When we wanted to sell stick-on tattoos of my tattoo, I consulted with Mike about how to make the best deal for the tattoo artist so that we could proceed legally in a way that everyone was happy with. Getting paid, get a contract. Your lawyer will make you more money than they cost if you are utilizing the system correctly. Seriously, my lawyer is my rainmaker. How do you assess, Lee Marsh has this question, how do you assess the viability of a new member of your workshop team? I've had people who wanted to be model makers but couldn't deal with the reality of it. Yeah, slowly. Various Cheeses has gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Various Cheeses. How do you assess the viability of a new team member? Yeah, it's really important to watch their reactions to things at a high level and see that it'll fit. What he says is, I've had people who want to be model makers but couldn't deal with it, couldn't deal with the reality of it. We had somebody who came in for a couple of days at ILM. This was during episode 2. And the supervisor had given them like a box full of like 80 things to spray paint. This is 95% of the work in special effects is this kind of work. They had to go out into the sun, outdoors, and they had to spray 90 of these things. And they went out there, and an hour later they came back and said to the supervisor, I'm done. And he went, you finished all 90 of those in the last hour? And that person said, no, it's a terrible, awful job. I'm wondering if you have anything else. I haven't finished. I just don't want to do it anymore. And the supervisor, I think, said, you can go home, and did not hire them again. Because that kind of thing is, that may sound, I hope that doesn't sound extreme. Because being given a task and coming halfway through it and saying, I don't want to do that task anymore, that's valid, but that also means you don't want to work here. Those two things mean the same thing. Because if you got into special effects or model making because you want to have fun, well, you're going to. But you're going to have fun at the end of all the tedium. 90% of it is going to be tedium and drudgery. You're going to bruise your hands and cut your fingers and make the same thing 50 times and make it wrong and have to make it again 50 times. And that is all, people call that dues paying. It doesn't have to be suffering, but it absolutely is dues paying. And then like 10, 15, maybe 20% of the time you get to build what you like, or you get to impart your own aesthetic skills. But the rest of the time, you got to just support the team because we're all doing all the drudgery. Assessing a new team member, which is building a new relationship.
Woo! Schwimmen auf den See. Ey, das ist 100% AI, Alter. Mann, ey, was da gerade...
Is also, the foundation for that relationship is properly built with communication. And so if you are bringing in a new person and you'd like to assess their viability, the first way you can do it is by watching how they work, watching their reactions and stuff. But the other is by talking to them about their experience and hearing feedback from them about how it's going. It is really important. That is a really like a vital part of your job as a supervisor, is to check in with folks and see how they're doing, are they happy? I personally think of it as a moral value that a workplace is it doesn't necessarily have to be a joyful environment, but it shouldn't be a unpleasant environment. Yeah, pleasantness should reign. And in assessing the viability of a new member, you know, there's all sorts of ways that they can fit in. I have worked in places where someone kept their job for years and they weren't that great at it, but they were so great to work with and their attitude was so good, it made the workplace function better. I can't quite explain that, but that was really true. This less smart person did a fantastic job in their job because of their attitude more than anything else. And that attitude, it really matters. I think, let me just see if there's been any more live questions. No, I think that's it. Let me just see if I've missed anything here. C2 Lawson, I'm gonna finish on this one. C2 Lawson says, I worked in a metal fabrication shop where wearing personal protective equipment was not enforced. Have you ever dealt with anything like that? Yeah, I've dealt with all sorts of differing amounts of what people thought of as proper amounts of personal protection. If it's just about their protection, it might not be your circus or your monkey. That being said, if you feel like a workplace is lax enough about this to create problems, then I would deal with it by calling OSHA, frankly. If the supervisors aren't dishing out the proper amount of PPE, that's different than workers being unwilling to wear it. And again, this all falls under the purview of what is your circus and what's your monkey. The serenity prayer, what can you control here and what can't you control? Yeah, I was even mocked for always having safety glasses and hearing protection on. Man, that is just, yeah, I remember getting some crap for that too in early theater days. Look, it's, there's two ways people can be unsafe at work. They can be unsafe with themselves, which is unpleasant, and people should be working so that they're safe for themselves. And then are they being unsafe for the people around them? And that's a much bigger one, much bigger. And in those cases, I would be bringing in the supervisors or even OSHA. We are all of us weird. And as we try and overlap our various neuroses and coping mechanisms and ways we've learned to deal with stuff, it is never simple. But it doesn't have to be unpleasant. It can be incredibly difficult, but that piece of advice that was passed on about forgiving each other is really, really vital to me. Your life is better if you go through the world doing that than if you're holding on to the people who have harmed you and keep on thinking about him. It is the dig two graves when you want to enact revenge, because you are dying a death as well. But at the same time, we don't have to conform to some outside standard as much as I think we all have to learn how to work with each other. Yeah. Look, this is the longest way of saying all of these questions are really important questions and really important discussions to have. And I love all these questions about like what happens when I'm a supervisor, because the best way to create nice work environments is to learn what you didn't like. And as soon as you're in a position of any control, stop doing those things. And that is how generationally and culturally we heal dumb things that we have done in the past. Like, well, create your long list. It is a generational thing. But I think the key takeaways to me from all of this is Q-tip, quit taking it personally, learn what you can and can't control and be okay with that, and forgive each other. And most importantly, frankly, forgive yourself. Yeah, that's the biggest one. Make sure you're spending some time forgiving yourself. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this absolutely gorgeous, rainy rainy day in San Francisco. After all the droughts, we never complain about the rain. I'm beaming about it. Stay dry, stay warm if you're in a place in the country that's cold, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks so much for
Oh boy, oh boy. Man, sorry, my clocky came out. There was a fan at, what was it? Was it at, yeah, it was at Fan Expo Cleveland. Someone randomly in the audience asked me to do a clocky impression. And I was like, oh gosh. Like, it just sounded like, you know. Oh, hold on. I do have to pull this up for the one time. I do have to pull this up because you guys said you wanted me to watch this. I am going to skim to the part that you guys suggested, though. So, if you guys don't know, this is the Honkai Star Railcast pulling for Aventurine. And you guys wanted me to watch specifically the part where, you know, Camden goes, "You're so big, Doctor. Doctor, you're so big."
I'm so sorry.
All right, hold on.
Next poll, please.
Molly charges her lungs. What does that mean?
Keeping your blood eternal.
Pulls for light cone. I believe that's what it was.
Light cone time.
Caleb, you're
Light cone time. Doctor, you're huge.
not on the right place.
Hold on. Oh god.
Oh, the thingamabob with the what's it?
What the hell?
Guys, take it easy on Caleb. He doesn't even play the game.
Kamehameha. Oh, they've labeled it for me, chat. Chat, they've labeled it for me. They've labeled it for me. It literally is a chapter called Doctor, You're Huge. That's hilarious. Camden panic seizure stroke at what the
Lines do we got for?
We can't have that.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Doctor. We can't have that on a Christian server.
You guys are so stupid. There's no way.
Doctor, thank you.
This better be the one.
4 5-star, bro.
You got it. Anybody? Okay. Hold on. Number 2.
Okay.
Howard got it. No way. Camden got it. Howard got it.
Are you serious?
That's the power of a huge doctor.
Emily got it.
Did everybody get it?
Yeah, I think.
Wait.
Every-
Everyone get it. Where is Shirley, I will
Man.
everybody. Shirley.
Chat, I wish. Boo. I would have loved if Molly didn't get it. So then I could have cackled as much as she did. I would have cackled if she didn't get it. God. Let's go, doctors.
Funny. That was so good. I cannot believe how that timed out. That felt like that.
Bro.
Put in divine intervention to make sure.
For a second, I thought Howard was gonna get another one.
All it took was
Why should I keep watching?
Thank you. Because he's at work and he can't even defend himself.
Kohi, why do I keep watching? Molly had to swipe for Aventurine, though. Oh, okay.
That's so. Him to come earlier than that.
Oh, and this is Camden going crazy. This is how I got the light cone. I just started. That's so funny. She talked shit to everyone but lost, then wouldn't it be back here? Fucking. Anyway. Camden just did like 100 polls in 5 minutes. Yeah.
We're just blindly going. Oh Jesus. Yeah,
Oh, Camden.
Is that all?
That's what happens when you do like one watching this.
Camden just skipping and going. That's actually crazy. Oh, I'm happy for Camden. Molly can lose all the 50-50s. Just because it'd be so much funnier that way. Hello there, YouTube. Are you ready to watch a 43 second long video? Say aye. Anyway, hi, I'm Sayu, the Cyborg Sayu, your mother's favorite VTuber. And today we are watching A Moment Among the Stars, a non-zero-sum game. This is another Aventurine video from Honkai Star Rail. By the time I'm watching this, you know, this has been like 2 days or something. We've already pulled for Aventurine. We actually have him at level 80. His light cone is almost at level 80. And yeah, he's almost fully built. But yeah, we're here. We're watching this. And yeah. You know what? Folks are telling me to watch the Keeping Up with Star Rail, so we're just going to keep it all in one video. So we'll watch this and we'll watch Keeping Up with Star Rail. And if you want to watch these live with us, make sure to go to twitch.tv/SayuVTuber. All right. Without further ado, let's do it. Ooh.
Your humble servant, Aventurine, at your disposal.
That's me. Well, that's not me. I'm the... Wow, I paused at a fantastic shot. Let me just, yeah, awesome. Anyway.
Just a cog in the machine known as the Strategic Investment Department.
Yep. The IRS.
I can also play the role of friend.
I'm going to pound you until you beg for mercy!
We can't take Dr. Ratio's job! My God, he's got money.
Use me as you wish. Even stab me in the back if you see fit.
Oh no! All I heard was use me as you wish. That's all I heard.
I don't make deals that don't pay off.
Why is this so well animated?
So I hope you don't disappoint me.
Why is this so well animated? That was the entire... I bet you there's some hidden lore in this 44-second video that I'm just not aware of. But you know what? That's fine. He's hot, and that's all that matters. Now we're watching Keeping Up with Star Rail, which is actually great because I need to know how Aventurine works. IPC I wasn't done talking, Albert, you mother... Anyway, here we go.
Describing the IPC Strategic Investment Department, the first things that come to mind are their composure and the belief that the cosmos is in their hands. The most dazzling members of the department are certainly those handpicked by Diamond himself, the 10 Stone Hearts.
Oh yeah, because Diamond's the head of the IPC. They go by
with careful planning and precise calculations. They hunt down the debts owed to the IPC.
Hell yeah. Look, I feel like I have to do a tournament bracket between like Smash or Pass. Between it, bro. Can you blame me that all the characters in Star Rail are fucking hot? Like, I'm sorry. Well, not all of them. All right, relax. But a good amount of them.
But there is one stone heart who stands out, who does not believe in meticulous calculations. He trusts only the chips in his hand and has the guts to risk it all.
Like, chat. First off, if it's between Topaz and Aventurine, I think we're all gonna have a heart attack. I'm just saying.
He is the rising star of the Strategic Investment Department, Aventurine! For today's episode of Keeping Up with Star Rail, Mr. Aventurine's good friend, the Intelligentsia Guild's...
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Bro, if Impact Third is like... if Honkai Impact Third is like, here's all the women and how they're all in relationships, then Star Rail is literally, here's all the dudes and all the relationships they're in. I'm just saying, Doctor, you're huge.
Brilliant Dr. Veritas Ratio!
I wouldn't say we're friends, but he is not awful to work with, compared to the rest of the fools.
Damn.
Not awful means outstanding in Dr. Ratio's dictionary.
Fair.
It's a C at best.
Damn, average. C for... His couch is the tub. I'm fucking dead.
Oh? Then let's see what our
The couch is the tub!
Aventurine is capable of. Aventurine is an
even has the ducky
character following the path of preservation. As the non-performing asset liquidation specialist of the Strategic Investment Department, his gorgeous appearance alone has debtors fleeing for their lives.
I keep telling him the flashy outfits are just making his job harder.
Do they?
But that's all right, because Aventurine never lets the enemy get away.
right, let's see it.
Basic attack can deal imaginary damage to a single enemy based on his defense.
Oh,
Running away is
based
probably
on his
wiser than
defense?
foolishly putting up a fight.
Exactly. Faced with foolish enemies,
That's-
Aventurine unleashes the power of the Amber Lord. Aventurine's skill
Interesting.
provides allies
That's
with
very
a fortified
Zhongli.
wager shield for a set number of turns. The shield is stackable.
Actually, no.
up to
Zhongli is more HP as opposed to defense. That's my bad, right?
a limit. It's worth noting, effect res will increase on an ally with fortified wager, and when the ally is attacked, Aventurine accumulates stacks of blind bet.
Bro.
When Aventurine has fortified wager, he can resist crowd control debuffs. However, this effect does have a cooldown. Upon reaching a certain number of blind bet stacks, Aventurine consumes the stacks to launch a follow-up attack that deals minor imaginary damage to a random enemy, bouncing a certain number of times.
This combat strategy is completely illogical.
I agree.
Well, there's no point in teaching a gambler logic.
I agree with Ratio.
Well, when Aventurine uses his ultimate, he randomly gains a certain number of blind bet stacks and inflicts a nerve on a single enemy lasting for a fixed number of turns. He also deals imaginary damage to the enemy based on his defense. When an ally attacks an unnerved enemy, the crit damage dealt will increase.
What the fuck? He's
Just
so
seeing blind bet
confusing.
in action sends me into a cold sweat.
He has a motto. Temptation is a virtue, but hesitation is fatal for gamblers.
Aventurine's
Finally, all those defense relics are putting in the work, baby.
technique thoroughly lives up to this motto. After Aventurine uses his technique, he will gain one of 3 defense boost effects.
Oh,
the degree
shit.
Of which is different for each effect.
That's
At the
actually-
start of the next
Bro,
battle,
this is
effect increases
crazy.
The defense of all allies for a certain number of turns.
Dude, that's
It's worth noting,
crazy.
when the technique is used again, only the effect with the highest defense boost is retained.
Having skin in the game is a foolish choice. But he always comes out unscathed, so he never learns his lesson.
Next, to give us a better understanding of his philosophy, Mr. Aventurine has specially provided us with a rare video.
Oh boy.
Let's take a look at these flashy moves in actual combat.
He actually provided this material himself.
Wow,
What a
the
show-off.
arrogance.
After unlocking a certain trace, Aventurine provides a fortified wager shield to the entire team at the start of the battle.
That's great.
The shield effect is based on his skill and lasts for a fixed number of turns.
They're so high Kaveh coded. Bro, this literally is just Kaveh dressed as Al-Haytham, huh?
Don't forget, allies with
Like,
the shield effect
legitimately.
will accumulate blind bet stacks for Aventurine when they are attacked.
Aventurine only believes in striking first.
Kaveh is ratio? I don't know if I would. I'm just saying.
I fear his frontal lobe will never learn to wait and counterattack.
Not to be outdone, the enemy immediately strikes at the team.
Foolish.
Kaveh, if he had
Attacking at
money.
this time will only make Aventurine's victory even sweeter.
As expected, the enemy's endless stream of attacks do not break the shield. And because of Aventurine's trace, March 7th, who has fortified wager, counters while accumulating blind bet stacks for
Bro,
Aventurine.
what? You
Due to
accumulate
the
for your
enemy's nonstop
teammates? What
attacks,
the fuck?
stacks quickly reach the number required to trigger a follow-up attack. And because of another trace's effect, Aventurine's defense increases his crit rate. And follow-up attacks more easily trigger crit hits.
So what I'm gathering is, don't be a fool, level up his traces.
Due to this trace, when the follow-up attack to blind bet is triggered, it replenishes the shield effect for all allies.
Your partners at the table are also part of the game. Those who understand this have already surpassed ordinary gamblers.
The enemy continues to attack, but it's only increasing the number of blind bet stacks. Aventurine casts his skill, replenishing his shield again. He casts his ultimate, stacking up enough blind bets to trigger the follow-up
What
attack
the
again.
fuck?
The enemy is utterly destroyed.
The follow-up
without
teams would be
dealing any
crazy.
damage to the team.
Aventurine's opponents think they're players at the table, but in reality, they're just chips in Aventurine's game.
Dr. Ratio may have a sharp tongue, but it seems there's some mutual respect.
Wait a moment. Mutual? What did he say about me?
Oh.
Aventurine personally asked for Dr. Ratio to be our guest today.
Aww.
He said, perhaps only Dr. Ratio can succinctly explain my combat style.
Nonsense.
Yeah, Albert, that's all right.
He's a system of chaos devoid of logic. Unintelligible. That gambler can't possibly think my mathematics are suited to this pinball, can he?
He also said, Dr. Ratio will vigorously deny this, but if he didn't fully understand my abilities, why would he accept the invitation to come on the show?
Damn.
I just
approve
of the show's dedication to truth and knowledge.
Yeah.
Nothing more.
I really can't tell what the deal is between you two.
I think we can. We can. We the viewer. We chat. We get it. We get it. Anyway, that has been this video. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have enjoyed. This was fun. Keeping up with Star Rail. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still confused on how to properly use Aventurine, but that's what team building is for. We're gonna build it together and figure out a good team. But it seems like Ratio and Topaz might be a good combo. Maybe even Himiko. Because it seems like follow-up team would go crazy. Anyway, thank you all for watching. If you guys want to watch these live with us, make sure to go to twitch.tv/SayuVTuber, subscribe here on Sayu VODs, and maybe I will see you in the next one.
The Jedi and Sith may have been beings that were constantly at war throughout a great portion of galactic history, but they both at least shared one thing in common: their admiration and use of the Force. At the end of the day, whether dark or light, the Force would be the common denominator of these two groups. But not just them, there were many different groups and organizations from around the galaxy that used or worshipped the Force in some form or way. It was the very life of the galaxy after all. But there was one woman who absolutely hated the Force, and she was not a part of the Yuzhong Vong either, or from a different galaxy. This woman was Darth Treya, or perhaps better known as simply Kreia, a woman who lived during the days of the Old Republic and contemporary with Revan. Kreia's life was one that can be summarized as perpetual betrayal, thrown out of both the Jedi and Sith orders despite being a venerated master in both. Kreia came to despise the Force with a great passion, enough to even desire to attempt to destroy it. So now, my friends, it's time to open up yet another holocron and talk about the woman who was truly neutral in the Force in the worst way possible. But before we talk about that, we have sensed a great darkness. Many of you who are watching have not yet subscribed to our order, so if you wish to help us restore balance, reach out with the Force and crush that subscribe button. Now, onto the holocron. The best place to begin in our holocron is to first give a quick overview of Kreia's history. Not too much is known about the Jedi Kreia's early life, but it hardly matters. She enters the story as being connected directly to Revan, as it so happens that she was his Jedi Master prior to the Mandalorian conflict. Kreia was the one who would teach Revan himself, and she was extremely powerful in the Force, much like her apprentice. However, she was also quite a controversial figure among the Jedi, as she was always questioning.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds.
Things about their code and doctrine, much like Qui-Gon Jinn later would. This, though, at the time was a dangerous gamble if we're considering the era. The era that Kreia lived in was when the Jedi Order was descending deeper into the short-sighted dogma, and questioning the Jedi Council was not without its consequences. The nail in the coffin, though, was when Revan went rogue and fell to the dark side. Once the Jedi Civil War began, the Council decided that for now, the blame would rest solely on Kreia's shoulders. She was the one that had trained Revan after all. But to make things even worse, the Jedi Council would banish Kreia for being the master of Darth Revan. Lost and dejected, betrayed by the Jedi truly, Kreia desired to get revenge by going in the exact opposite direction of her Jedi upbringing. Kreia decided to instead open herself up to the dark side for the first time in her life, and become what the Council was worried that she truly was. Unfortunately for her, she would open herself up to the dark side at a pivotal point in the war. The devastation of Malachor V. Kreia opened herself to the dark side of the Force the second that the mass shadow generator was activated and Malachor was destroyed. In the same moment that millions of beings were being instantaneously murdered, Mitra Surik was overwhelmed by the suffering and shut herself off from the Force. At the time, Darth Nihilus was currently being created from the wound in the Force on Malachor, and Kreia was completely overwhelmed with the same feeling of suffering and death, and thus transfiguring her into the dark side itself. It was here that a bitter and maddened Kreia decided to take up the name Darth Treya and start her own new Sith Order. She lied in wait for several years, building up the Sith Triumvirate with Darth Nihilus and Darth Sion, two of the most powerful remaining Sith of the era. But once again, she was also questioning the ideals of the Sith and pointing out flaws in their doctrine. Her constant lectures and teachings began to bore the wary two Sith Lords, and Sion and Nihilus believed that they were too powerful and no longer needed her as their master, and therefore a plot was hatched to separate Treya from the Force eternally. The two Sith Lords removed her from the Sith Order entirely by severing her connection with the Force, binding their might together to eclipse her own. It was here when Treya vowed that she would neither be Sith nor Jedi, but something in the middle, calling herself just Kreia. Kreia was confused and enraged by being rejected from both sides of the conflict and both sides of the Force, but now she had a new understanding. Kreia learned from watching the endless bouts between the Jedi and Sith, and knew it was going to go on forever. The two of them overly reliant on the Force which gave them power, but also kept them in bondage, locked in eternal conflict. As she traversed the galaxy and observed all the suffering and death that was around her because of the conflict, and all of the horrors of Malachor V, Kreia decided that it was neither the Jedi nor Sith that was to blame, but it was the Force itself. The Force was to blame for all the death and conflict that the galaxy had ever seen. The Force had decided to pit Jedi and Sith against one another for all time. By creating the light and the dark, the Force destroyed innocents, killing trillions, at least according to Kreia. The Force was the true evil entity in the galaxy. She deemed the Force careless and heartless, hating that it flippantly played with the lives of sentient beings before tossing them away. The Jedi and Sith were destined to war forever in her mind, and the only way to obliterate them and stop the conflict and all sentient beings from this hold would be to break them from the will of the Force itself. She foresaw a galaxy devoid of the Force entirely, where sentients were free to control their own destinies. But Kreia knew that her views would be seen as fanatical by both Jedi and Sith alike, and she knew that she needed to be very careful about her next step. And it was at this point that Kreia had an insane idea. She needed to create her own Jedi Order with new teachings that she had. All she needed was proof that life could go on without the Force, and that's when she met Meetra Surik. As we mentioned earlier, Meetra Surik had also cut herself off from the Force because of all the suffering she endured on Malachor 5. The Jedi cast her out as an exile as well, believing that the Force had rejected her because of what she did by following Revan and helping Revan activate the mass shadow generator that killed millions. Meetra was a pariah, just like Kreia was. Here, Kreia became sort of a teacher to Meetra, as the two of them worked together to take down the Sith Lord's Nihilus and the new empire that he had established following the first great Jedi Purge, as Nihilus had taken it upon himself to decimate every Jedi in the known galaxy. Along their journeys, both Kreia and Meetra would learn of a way to regain their connection to the Force that they had lost. Although Kreia hated it, she did admit to the power she was able to utilize by wielding the Force itself. Because of this, she wanted to discover a way to use the Force without being subjected to its will. In regard to Kreia using the Force, she would compare it to being like one who drinks poison in order to understand the effects of it. But even Kreia would later admit that perhaps being an excuse for her to continue relying on something that she truly hated. The Force granted her power, and she knew it, but she hated it nonetheless. After Meetra though was able to put a stop to the Sith and Nihilus in Sion, she would then travel back to Malachor 5 in order to put an end to Kreia. Kreia, who had began to form her new Jedi Order, one that merged the teachings of the Jedi and Sith, while including the philosophies that Kreia held. A terrifying order if it had come to pass. Meetra confronted her former teacher, and after a grueling battle, ended the mad woman's scheming. In the end, Kreia was conflicted and confused. While Kreia was extremely wise and powerful in the Force, she had a lot of misconceptions about it. Many believed that she was actually insane rather than her being onto something truly special. It can be debated all day whether her views on the will of the Force is accurate or not. However, what cannot be denied is how frequently Kreia contradicts herself. She hates the Force and yet is willing to use it for its power, even admitting to this. Kreia would even criticize Ajunta Pal's redemption from the dark side by Revan, believing that redemption was ultimately a betrayal of one's identity. And yet, she changed her own identity twice. She believed that peace and death was owned by anyone willing to claim it, and that they didn't need the light side of the Force in order to achieve this peace. But in the end, it is highly unlikely that Kreia reached any form of peace in her own death. She had wanted to use Meetra as a way to bring death to the Force, but she never really formed a plan to do so, as it's likely that to destroy the Force itself is an impossible task, something that no one, Jedi or Sith, can do. Kreia was powerful in the Force and a formidable opponent in both combat as well as strategy, but her madness was her downfall, as well as the belief that Meetra would simply go along with being used as a weapon. But of course, what do you all think about Kreia or Darth Traya? Do you think she was crazy and insane? Or do you believe that she was onto something and that the will of the Force is evil? Let us know your thoughts on this interesting and controversial Star Wars character in the comments down below. And as always, my friends, thank you for visiting our archives, and may the Force be with you.
The next video is rated
Get out of my room.
Everything from me. I don't even know who you are.
Welcome back to The Watch, and Oz and myself, we here at The Watch, we're Australians.
Yep.
And Australians have a really wonderful, long-standing tradition of not giving a crap about tipping.
Yep.
Yep. And that should be the honest, true standard. A product is given at a price, you pay for the price, the person selling it should be grateful that you purchased for your, customership, and transaction ended.
Yep.
Seems fair, seems good, seems positive.
Yep. The customer shouldn't have to pick up, the below minimum wage that you paid them, the employees.
Not only that, the employee should not need to expect tips as standard exchange for their labor.
Yeah, expectation.
The contract that they get into, they need to understand that the payment, and this, the person offering the contract, should not say tips are going to cover, the costs for your labor here. No. The money that they are presenting, your wage, is what they are willing to offer for your job. And if you enter into the job, you are accepting that as a fair wage for your labor. And if you don't think it's fair, don't take the job. Flat. In terms of the minimum wage argument, I've just seen too many cases of minimum wage being raised and people losing jobs completely.
That's what happens.
That's what happens.
It's the Big Mac index. Tim Pool explained it really well. You raise the price of how much you raise minimum wage, then the person who works to make the Big Mac, the Big Mac becomes more expensive. The person who works at the real estate agent who wants to buy the Big Mac, it's more expensive. He doesn't buy it. And just things go up and up and up and up all the way up to the top.
inflation. And I'm not saying this is not a problem. Cost of living is
ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Evil.
Yeah. And it's getting worse and worse and worse.
I know entire families, both members working 2 jobs, who have moved in with their parents because there's simply nothing that they can do. Like it's we need a civil war. We need a revolution. We need Shad. Seriously, what other situation is there? Just vote harder?
Yeah. Ideally, yes.
But they won't let us.
Get someone in power that can actually understand.
But how do we do that when our elections are fortified?
Our ones aren't, but
if they're fortified in America.
Actually, Australian elections are pretty secure. But one of the reasons is that a lot of it is in-person, paper ballots.
Okay. We'll have to disagree.
Okay. And this could be an area that I'm just very ignorant on. But cost of living we can agree on is going insane.
Yep.
And so I understand the other flip side of this, of wage increase. The thing is, though, more people are employees over employers, and they don't understand the employer perspective. I understand it because I am an employer, right? And with the economy being so bad, and with YouTube just absolutely nuking search and discoverability for our Shadowversity content to new viewers, right? Got videos on this, we've discussed about it. It's not just happening to me, it's happening to many creators. Baggage Clay mentioned it, there's several videos I've found. Independent websites, they changed something in January. So that has made revenue crazy through the floor. And I know that there are people that need more money for cost of living, but at the same time as an employer, I literally can't afford it. And the only option ends up being that someone might have to get let go if I can't figure out a way to correct it. That's the case for a lot of companies. They cannot increase wages, and if you force them to, their only option is to fire people and have less employees. And so these employees that wanted more security ends up having no security, no job, no money at all. Where are people supposed to? And so clearly forcing minimum wage isn't the answer either. All right? We are in some really, really tough times. Okay? But regardless of what we're saying, okay, people do enter into jobs through agreement, right? And if you agree to getting paid for a certain job, you should not expect the customer that is already agreeing to pay a certain amount for a product or service to then pay more, okay, and then be upset if they don't give you a tip after the fact. And I also think it's scummy if a company employer is actually paying people less than they could afford or is fair to give them based on the fact that they can get tips and get more money.
Yeah. I want to know where the problem for this begins. Is there a beginning to it?
I don't know. It's a cultural thing because, like here, we're Australians can be particularly backwards, right? Especially with how our government behaves. But at other times, we can be particularly enlightened group of people. And this is one of the times when we are the enlightened group, where tipping, don't give a stuff about. Tipping is not a thing here.
I mean, it's personal, but like if someone goes beyond their job,
even us Australians, on the rare occasion when there is a truly exceptional job given, I have given people bonuses, even tips as well, for an actually exceptional job.
There was one time I stayed up and documented that I was up for, I think, 3 days straight editing the same video for you. It was the Star Wars Darth Vader vs Luke Skywalker. I had my timestamps. I got 4 hours of sleep in that full 3 days. I also had meth pills. You wouldn't guess. But yeah, you gave me $1,100 for that.
Yeah, you went above and beyond. And that was more than what we initially agreed to.
Yes, I lost several brain cells. Never to be redeemed.
So even us Australians, of course, when we see a good job, we will reward it. But in the normal exchange of goods and services, you agree to the price, you pay the price, and there should be no either entitlement to think more, expectation, or guilt thrown at someone for not giving more after the fact.
Yeah.
But tell you what, when I go to the US, right, I forget tipping, And people get like the people I forget to tip. They have been legitimately pissed at me, and I was like, "Why was he upset?" And I was like, "You forgot to tip him." I was like, "Oh, I'm Australian. We don't do that." But there's a culture of tipping in the US.
Yeah.
An idea has been seeded out into the ether, Oz, and it's in regards to games. That if you play a game, a single-player game that you've purchased, already paid money for, right? That there should be an inbuilt option to be able to tip the developer.
Why?
Because they want money, and this is a way for them to potentially get more money.
I know they want money, but why should I have to pay them more after I've already spent $70 on it?
That's a great question, but they're trying to pose that. That's not really the question, Oz. It's about giving people who are particularly happy with the product an option to give them a little bonus.
I did that when I had The Witcher 3 pirated for like 3 years straight. And then I, after playing it for hundreds of hours, deliberately went and bought it when it was on sale for like $27 just to give them the money, because they bloody earned it, man. Those Polish.
I think DLC is another example of people willing to throw a couple of extra bucks at a game because they like it, to show a bit of extra support. And here is where my kind of philosophy has a bit of an issue. Like, it's like, all right, these game companies, right, would want to do something like this. I would be perfectly okay if at the same time they gave an option to refund at least half the price of the game if I did not like it.
Well, I feel like a lot of people would take that.
I would take it. It's like, put your money where your mouth is. Like, let's really test how... And, like, you could integrate into Steam that you can only have this option if you've played, I don't know, 20 hours of the game, 100 hours of the game. That's hard to say because people just turn it on and not play it, but maybe if, I don't know, if it could track actual achievements in the game joined with gameplay. All right? And then you could say, no, I didn't like it, give me half the money back. But if they did like it, they'd throw more money at it, right? I would be very... And then maybe the option is only open for a week or a couple of days, because then you don't want people who played the game to death, they did like it, but then they were strapped with cash. It's like, there's ways to make it work, though. I think there are ways to make it work.
Yeah.
And they won't do it.
They won't, no.
But I think there's some companies, game companies, that actually might choose to do that option. For instance... Let's give an example. Let's pick a game and hypothetically say it has an option for games to give an additional tip based on an expression of satisfaction with the product, or get a half amount refund of what they purchased on it. What do you reckon most gamers would do who purchased Helldivers?
They would definitely give an extra bit of money.
Yeah, because it seems...
I'm one of them and I did.
Overwhelming satisfaction with the game.
Yep.
That not only are they happy with the price point, they might be willing to show support to developers and give something extra.
They're a small team. They work really hard. They're great community managers. Give them more money.
Okay. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League.
No, more like Suicide Squad kill that game.
See, it's like, all right. I'm willing to entertain the tipping, thing, if you put your money where your mouth is. To go both ways.
That game is more like commit suicide / squad.
Now, this comes from a statement from Mike Ybarra, which is a former, as the quartering says, former Blizzard president and current president of Microsoft, suggests gamers be asked to tip developers at the end of single-player games.
Why single?
I mean, live service games are usually constant, especially if you have to pay to play like MMOs and things. I've thought about this idea for a while as a player since I've been diving into single-player games lately. When I beat a game, there are some that just leave me in awe of how amazing the experience was. At the end of the game, I've often thought, I wish I could give those folks another $10 or $20 because it was worth more than my initial $70, and they didn't try to nickel and dime me every second. First off, $70 is a lot of money. That's 70 US, by the way. For us Aussies, it's like 120. Games like HCD, I forget what that is, God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, etc. I know $70 is already a lot, but it's an option at the end of the game I wish I had at times. Some games are that special.
The way you reward someone fulfilling or exceeding your expectations for goods and services is to continue to buy and pay for their goods and services, or to leave good reviews.
Yeah, it seems greedy for me if they only did it, just give us more money. It's like, all right, be honest. If you want an actual option to be able to reward people for satisfaction, give an option to give a penalty for dissatisfaction.
Yeah. Look, this is just, to me, this is just morality from an incredibly rich person, right? This is someone being like, oh, you know what? This person did a great job. Here's a tenner. Here's a 20. You know, but is that money going to go to the developers?
There's a good question. It's a very good question. Like, it's probably not going to go to the actual hardworking game devs or anything like that. Like the actual game companies or publishers and stuff like that probably just put that money into their own bonuses and things.
It's going to go straight into the investors' pockets, the CEO's bonus. Like, they're not going to get any of that. Why would they give it to them?
It's just free, unless the game is like in the red and needs to, money to pay off its debts and things. But
I just don't. I can't stand this. It's what's it called, the gig economy. You know, Oh man.
Well, he says, I know most will dislike this idea. By the way, I realise we are tired of tipping in everything else. Us Aussies, we don't. But I view this different from a pressure to tip type scenario many face and give feedback on.
What the, there's already options to pay someone back for the good work they do. That's to buy more stuff from them.
I think a really easy thing for people to do exactly what it's saying here. I'm talking like one-for-one, almost perfect example, is to gift the game to a friend.
Yeah.
If you literally want, but it's like, oh, that's too much because the game is too much. They want to like DLC. Nearly most games have DLC options these days.
Or developers could set up a what's it called, Patreon. Like I set up a Patreon for my YouTube, which I do very little content, and the people still pay for my Patreon. And yes, years from now you will be found guilty of encouraging a terrorist organization. However, thank you very much.
It's not a terrorist. This is an emission. Although I do, disavow everything Oz and Oz. We need that. We need to make a shirt. I disavow Oz.
Yes, I disavow Oz. We need the opposite too, because like the people who did I Love Elvis also sold I Hate Elvis. Okay. So I avow Oz.
No.
Big thumbs up.
No, because then they will be accused of supporting terrorists.
No, we're just trying to make money off of people who support terrorism.
All right, so
back on track.
Back on track. We also have a membership, so you can support us here on Night's Watch.
Yes, support Night's Watch before me.
Yes, we need that money. I'm paying for him.
Yes.
So, by paying us, you help me pay him. So,
are we the baddies?
Are we asking for tips?
Well, to be fair, we're not multi-billion-dollar companies who are, just doing nothing but pump up the investors.
Maybe. I mean, we're not asking them to give anything to consume our content already, apart from their time. They're not paying essentially this, even though technically ads, but
We have their life force now.
We have taken your life.
Your soul. It's delicious.
There is some nuance here, though. Okay? Ultimately, I think it's pointless, because like I said, if you really want to tip the developer, DLC, gift the game someone else.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
Yeah.
And I don't like tipping culture, and I think propagating it even more is I think it's bad, because it's ultimately implying that, you should be giving more than the free exchange of money for goods and services that you've entered into.
Yeah, and ultimately there are 1,000,001 different ways and 1,000,001 different services that can be given and exchanged to receive money, and for whatever reason, whether you get sentimental value from liking something someone says or does or feeds you, like anything, right? This is just another thing.
I know. I mean, anything at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even prostitution that exists.
Sexual favors.
Don't point at me when you say that. Although, subscribe to Team Roz. We've got feet pics and shower milk.
I do not condone that exchange, though it's very prominent in Hollywood, I hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That type of exchange for
Can we get Jennifer Lawrence on the show to question her about this?
What are you willing to exchange for that, Oz?
I'm willing to exchange a sexual favour with her. I like Jennifer Lawrence. You're crazy if you don't. Anyway.
Is she the one who, like, you know, was the first at everything?
First at everything?
Yeah, she was the first action star.
She was the first in my homework folder.
What do you guys think? There is some discussion to be had on the topic, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts. And as always, stay on watch.
Sie bringen uns zusammen in einer starken Gemeinschaft. Egal, ob ihr mit eurem Projekt die lokale Kultur...
Hello and welcome back to the Oxventurers Guild, the final season. So called because these 5 companions have travelled a long road and they've earned a little rest. Or heroic deaths.
Yeah, heroic. I've got one in mind. Race car crash.
Oh, that's pretty heroic.
Yeah.
We're going to have to devote all our remaining playtime towards it.
Towards inventing the motor vehicle.
That's a sacrifice I'm prepared to make.
Uh-huh.
Let's do it. Everyone in.
Heroic. Deaths.
Great. Yeah, we'll see how inventing the car plays out. But in the meantime, why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm Dob, the half-orc bard.
I am Meryl Wen, the wood elf druid.
I am Corazon de Baena, the human pirate rogue. Not dead yet, but working on it.
I'm Prudence, the tiefling warlock, and I have no intention of dying. Heroically or otherwise.
I am Egbert, the Dragonborn Paladin, and I'll live forever in your memory.
Oh. And I am literally everyone else in the world, which means I have died 1,000 deaths at least at this point.
Yay!
Feel
nothing anymore.
Too much. Anyway, last time, you forged an uneasy alliance with your arch nemesis Liliana, the Drow sorceress, because she has started a chain reaction that might well destroy Geth and everybody on it, which is no big deal.
Who hasn't at some point?
Well, exactly.
Who among us?
Hashtag relatable.
You're searching for 5 crystals. Of course, you've already got 1. You beat the tar out of a wizard.
Beat the ass of an old wizard that we hate.
And now in search of the second, you've come to an elven settlement that, by rights, isn't meant to exist.
Time to deliver an ass beating.
I asked the mayor, where's your local wizard?
You'll remember I described some high-gabled sort of houses and buildings, and there's plenty of elves kind of moving to and fro, just generally going about their business. There's, you know, it's classic medieval background stuff. There's somebody walking along with a basket full of potatoes. There's somebody leading a recalcitrant donkey that doesn't really want to be led. There are some children sort of playing in are there? Yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, there are some children playing in the dirt. Don't ask too much about the children.
Like a sort of...
What are their names? Don't worry.
Damn it.
Closer inspection, they're small adults.
Perfect, there we go.
I'm imagining everyone's on a sort of short animation loop.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's a sleepy elven settlement.
There's a cardboard cutout of Michael Jordan on a train going round.
Exactly right. Yeah, while the child sort of manipulates a blow-up shower doll. None of the elves, again, appear to notice you whatsoever.
All right, elves.
I'm with Dob going like, hi.
Can they not see us, or is this just elf haughtiness?
No, they're not. I've met some haughty elves in my time, but they're not this level.
You've met some horny elves in your time?
Haughty.
Oh, okay.
Corazon.
You've met 40 elves in your life?
Yeah.
Aren't you over 100 years old? That doesn't seem like many.
Look, I've met many elves, and look, the haughtiest ones.
I nod like nice.
Would still want to acknowledge your existence so they could look down their nose at you.
Okay. All right, we'll go
can I look at I look at the people. Are they wearing like what I would consider modern dress?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Interesting.
Yeah. Go talk to them, Merylwen.
Talk to them in your elvish tongue.
Yeah. I like kind of say in Elven, like, hi. No, don't say that.
Oh no.
Oh, you don't know what to say
about that.
You hear the unmistakable sound of a basket of potatoes being dropped. As one of the elves says, "Did you hear?"
You what, mate?
Did you hear what that one said?
I'm so sorry.
So they can hear us.
Hi.
What?
They can hear
Hi.
us.
Whoa!
Hello.
Is that the noise they make when they're horny?
No.
It's one of them.
Please
this conversation
don't.
happening
Let's not
in-
maintain this bit.
Is this happening in Elvish?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's happening in Elvish.
Hi.
You can see me,
Yes.
and you can hear me.
Yes. I try and pass my hand through his head. Is he a ghost?
What velocity?
a modest 5 miles an hour.
Okay. Open hand or closed fist?
You know, if you thought someone was a ghost, you'd just kind of go like
upwards
a slow
upwards into his
Okay, yeah,
nose.
great. No, all I'm saying is 5 miles an hour is not that slow.
No, I mean, I want to hurt him a little bit. Just...
Yeah, you love to.
Oh, he's not a ghost, so he's not a ghost.
No.
Well, now we know that.
Interesting.
So.
Why shouldn't we be able to see you?
1 second. Samira, come quickly. Just getting our elder. Wouldn't worry about it.
Oh no, that's fine. We would love to meet the elder, and we'd like to know what's going on and help you, perhaps. You know, if people aren't seeing you, that can't be a good thing. If you want, be able to interact with the world.
I lean to Liliana. I'd say, Liliana, this is normally the point at which you would start raising, but we try and leave it to the 30-minute mark, and we try and do things sort of peacefully.
We're very diplomatic.
Very diplomatic.
She puts out the burning torch. Right. Okay. Good to know.
Well, don't put it out. But just put it down.
Get it down to a smolder.
Odds are we will raise.
But sure. But if I put it out, if I just leave it burning, then that's just a waste of a good torch, isn't it?
I feel like you're nitpicking, but but I am going to.
Getting the ick.
I'm going to move. Dobbs on the high road. Let's put it that way.
All right. Yeah. Sure.
That's
No, you do what you want with your torches. I'll do what I want with my torches.
Yeah. That's basically what I said.
Yeah. Great.
So we agree.
Yeah, we agree.
Wow. Sorry for existing.
I'm sorry too. You see an elf kind of come around the corner. She's very tall. She's, elfin. But you can tell that she is trying to retain her composure, but she seems quite rattled. Hello.
Hi. What was your name? Sorry, I didn't catch that again. Samira. Okay.
This is in common.
Yes. Yeah. She's going to speak in common for the benefit of all. Welcome to Asluna. I understand you can see it, and you can see us, and you can hear what we're saying.
Yes.
What?
We.
Who said that? I'm just messing with it.
Yes. We teleported here.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's. No one's seen us, as far as we can tell, for 1,000 years.
Is that something that you wanted?
Not really.
Some kind of curse situation?
It's possible. As far as we can tell, our settlement's only half in this plane. Normally nobody can see or hear us. People sort of walk through our walls and through our persons as if we didn't exist. So we've sort of just been left to our own devices for the past millennium. That's an important bit. Unable to leave.
Oh, so you're trapped here.
Yeah, if we go more than a mile from the settlement borders, you blink and then whoop, you're back in the middle of the settlement again.
Okay, I've experienced crews who've been marooned for a long time on their own, and let's just get it out in the open. What weird thing have you done?
Yeah, what weird stuff are you into?
What weird thing have you based your society around, or what weird practice do you carry? Just get it out in the open now. We'll find out.
Nothing.
You eat each other?
No. What? No.
You're continuing to procreate within this increasingly tight gene pool?
That's a weird question.
Yeah, you know
Quite an
how
intense question.
long elves live, right? They've probably just been chilling. You know I'm
Those
over
children
100.
are 1,200.
Yeah.
If I fling open this door, am I going to find you're worshipping a dog skull? I fling open the door.
There's a dog.
It's got a skull.
All right, they're in the early stages. Okay, I'm keeping.
Well, we were a market town, and then.
Then you started eating each other.
No, we did nothing of the sort.
We'll see.
So you just stayed normal for 1,000 years, isolated.
They've sort of just been able to chill out where they've always been and live off the land that they've always lived off.
Is that because the lives of us mere mortals is like that of a mayfly or?
Yes. I mean, no,
a flickering candle flame.
We're just good at this.
I mean, well, yeah. And there's beauty in that fleetingness.
Oh,
That's the best LPS. But your lives have more meaning because they are but so short.
Yeah, we get really bored having dinner all the time for 1,000
Start
years.
being a supermodel for 1,000 years.
It's better in many ways to get old and die.
Die in pain.
It makes you a lot easier to kill. It really doesn't weigh on the conscience at all, says Liliana.
I sort of nod and go, oh, that's very interesting. It's very impressive that you've managed to do that. And I throw open another door.
You throw open a door. It's some sort of meeting place where there's sort of some tables where a council would talk to people and benches for the elf kind to gather. There is a plinth with a crystal on it.
Okay, well, I was expecting some kind of sexual carnage, but crystal is good.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
Hey, we need the crystal. It's super important.
We need a crystal.
Yeah. Are you using this crystal?
What does it look like, this
Does
crystal?
anyone want this crystal?
Is it long and slim with pointy ends?
Identical to the one that
Oh, I think we do want that one.
got
I walk
out
up and take the
by
crystal.
beating him senseless.
Yeah, we did.
Can I walk in and take the crystal?
Absolutely.
All right.
It's back on the plinth.
Oh no, it can't leave.
Dob, you're doing it
back on
wrong.
the plinth.
I take the crystal.
It's back on the plinth.
Hang on, let's both try it at the same
Okay,
time.
we both tried at the same time.
3, 2, 1, go, go.
It's back on the plinth and your head's knocked together.
I eat the crystal.
Nice.
Back on the plinth.
That felt weird.
Yeah, it did feel weird.
Did it feel nice?
No.
No, there's a vacuum in your stomach.
I felt
There is momentarily a void, like a black hole in your stomach.
Okay,
Samira,
this is a problem.
Yes,
can I call you Samira?
please do.
What's with this crystal?
We don't know.
Has it always been here?
Well, about 1,000 years ago, we were asked to keep it safe.
By who?
So about 1,000 years ago when this all started?
Yes, there was sort of just a loud wizard who was sort of giving those out.
If it makes you feel better, we beat his ass.
What?
We beat his ass.
He's 1,000 years old.
That's why it's so easy to beat his ass.
Bring refreshment for our friends. They bring out like a ewer of delicious, like, you know, it's like top of the line elven fare. It's like it's
honey
it's
wine
a drink
and
that
lemons.
glows and
Yeah.
is so fruity and
I hadn't realised that our
some really big bread.
frenemy wizard bin bag was in charge of the crystal distribution.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we should have talked to Bin Bag.
We should have maybe allowed him to get a word out.
Yeah, to everything except
break his ribs.
He does go on though. If I remember one thing, is that he went on and on and on. And
Yes.
we, to be honest with you, we weren't really paying attention. He said it was important, and what was the prophecy again? That oh yes, when the time comes, some people will make themselves known to us.
That's us.
And they will set forth where we may not tread. And no, can't remember.
Where may you not tread?
Well, anywhere outside of.
Yeah, that doesn't narrow it down.
I got
here. She sort of ushers you outside and points.
Oh yeah.
I said, "Can you see that column of smoke?"
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Because that column of smoke's been there for 1,000 years, and we've been waiting for some of these mortals to go see what's on fire, and not one of them has bothered to look. And we can't get there because we're back at home.
Oh.
Like the crystal.
It's probably over there. So, assuming, and we are at this point assuming, you aren't now locked into this eternal torment, temporary torment, eternal torment, with us.
I'm just gonna jog over to
for the rest of days. Their days. Then it'd be great if you could go check it out, actually.
I just jog over to the
Edge of
Just
town.
keep jogging to the edge of town and see if I get bumped back.
As you go, the dog that you
I'm keeping an eye on.
strode in on
Yeah.
follows you because it's the most exciting thing that's probably happened around there in 200 years.
Okay, and his head is on.
His head is on.
Okay.
Yeah. The skull remains in it.
I'll allow
But
And people aren't sort of falling about, wailing and gnashing their teeth in prayer to the
Sacrificing
dog.
each other.
no, they're not.
Okay.
And sorry, slight meta knowledge. A skull being in a dog's head, normal. So,
I'm
I know.
gonna
Yeah.
Write it down.
Yeah. I would like to give the dog a scratch behind the ear.
Okay.
Its head falls off.
It's legging it. It's legging it after Corazon.
Oh, okay.
It's like running after him excitedly. So you
Okay.
can, but I'm gonna need an athletics check from you.
Okay.
Really testing your commitment to the druid bit.
15.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, you managed.
This is how determined I am.
am. Which means that you're both aware of it. You get sort of a quarter mile outside of the settlement, and the dog's gone. And
I
you're just-
fall over.
Oh.
Catch myself.
Does the dog like appear back where I am?
Yeah.
Still with...
So like,
Oh, it's a popping dog.
it nudges
let's
your
worship
hand,
it.
being like, I was being scratched.
Oh, yeah. Is this right?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
It's basically fine.
So the column of smoke appear 1,000 years ago at around the same time as the crystal? And
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And you thought maybe these things connected?
We really weren't listening to the wizard.
Yeah. Oh, he's so hard to listen to. Okay. Well, Liliana, it seems like we probably need to go and investigate.
Who's we? Oh, wait, yes.
Yeah, remember teamwork makes making the dream work,
Yeah.
etc.
Mhm.
Okay.
I've jogged back from.
I've also jogged back
You are both-
to try and get the dog.
You have both learned the lesson that yes, you can escape there.
Folks, we can get out of town.
We're
the
fine.
dog popped back. We didn't, so we can leave.
Okay, but we can't bring the dog.
Good news.
No.
Do we want to have a rest before we go? I got some bin bag damage.
You're more than welcome to stay here.
I don't think we
You
should.
vanquishers of the annoying wizard.
I know what you mean, and also I would enjoy
some elvish mead.
I would enjoy all that, but I really don't feel like we should linger here in case we end up like why are we able to leave? One theory is because we haven't been here very long.
Oh, what's a rest of precisely 8 hours? Here or there.
Dog, this town has the horniest elves. I'm sorry, you can cut that.
Don't cut that.
We're going to rest for a bit, and then we're going to go check out this smoke.
There's probably some elvish bread that will restore 6 hit points. Probably.
Certainly.
Do you have any 6-point hit point restoring
We do.
bread?
We have elven bread such that you won't be hungry for an entire day after you eat. Eat it. Fetch the elven bread that after eating it, of which you won't be hungry for a week. Someone comes out with an enormous piece of bread. It's just a piece of toast the size of a man. Here you are.
Technically, I suppose, I say, looking at it.
Corazon, don't be rude to our host.
I swear we had some guest beds around here somewhere, at some point in the last millennium.
Honestly, power nap, power snooze, I'll eat this enormous piece of toast and then we're good.
You enjoy a nice 8-hour rest. Is anyone doing anything particular during those 8 hours? Obviously, Meryl went, yeah. You're going to rave it up.
Dancing.
I only need a short rest because I'm like that. So I get up early and explore the town a little bit. Just get some local colour and...
I sleep for exactly 8 hours.
That's a skill. At some point, I'd like to sort of sidle up to Liliana and initiate conversation at some point in that 8 hours.
All right.
It's been going so well so far.
Hey, Liliana, it's me. Dob.
From before?
The half-orc bard.
I wanted to apologise for all of that silly pot disagreement that we had before back at the tavern, and also being a bit snippy about the torches. I don't know what I was thinking. So yeah, I suppose I basically just want to say sorry. Normally when an apology's happening, or you say like, and I'm sorry too.
Yes, I can see that perhaps I got a little caught up in the pot.
Right, yeah. And frankly, on reflection, it was so silly. I think, looking back, I only cared so much about the pot because I didn't have very much basically growing up. I imagine you've got like a whole, probably like Egbert wait staff doing all of your cooking and cleaning and stuff. So like I think that's what I was bringing. I think I was bringing a lot of my own personal experience, maybe some biases.
No, I've lived a life of constant privilege. I've never had to work for anything in my life.
Are you being sarcastic? I feel like that's sarcasm.
I'm sorry too.
I think that's 8 hours.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good.
Everyone's up.
That was a long 8 hours.
I've done a U-turn on the passive-aggressive energy, and now I'm vibing on it.
It's sustaining you.
It's sustaining me.
Was there anything in particular you were looking for in the settlement?
Anything magic? I was looking for, what's the most magic thing in town apart from the crystal?
Ooh, good question.
Are they a magical settlement?
Telling you, there's some
Was
weird
it all potatoes
cult
and dirt?
stuff.
It's a lot of it is the potatoes.
These are the
and dirt.
least sexy elves we've ever met.
Maybe that's what's happened here. The crystal is sapping their sexiness.
It's a sex sapping crystal.
We need to restore
Oh no.
the elf villages.
Get the mojo back, please.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. Say that. The world can burn. I'm not getting these elves their libido back.
You find a fabulous library of scrolls, and there are lots of different scrolls in there, different scrolls of different spells, etc., etc. It's staffed by a very, very bored shopkeep who hasn't had cause to sell anyone a scroll in 1,000 years. And yet all of the prices are eye-watering. He does offer you a free scroll of Moonbeam.
Hey, do you have any more of those?
Scrolls of Moonbeam? No, help yourselves.
Oh, great.
He puts a bucket on the counter.
Sounds special.
There are 20 scrolls of Moonbeam.
Great.
Great.
I mean, you might want one, Merylwyn. You never know when you run out of spell slots.
I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Would you like a scroll? Everyone can have a scroll. How many?
I'll take one, yep.
Are you traveling with friends? Yeah, everyone gets a free scroll of Moonbeam.
Oh, great.
Yep. Everyone's here suddenly somehow, but I assume everyone wants a scroll of Moonbeam.
Yeah. There you go.
Sorry, yes, this was Prudence.
Yeah,
Prudence
Prudence.
How many people are you traveling with?
Well, it's me and 4 friends. Some of them can do Moonbeam, but you never know when you might need a scroll of Moonbeam.
All right. Are you traveling with anyone else? Any frenemies?
Oh yes, my nemesis.
Maybe just the 4 scrolls? Maybe the 5 scrolls rather than 6? What do we think?
I feel like she might be annoyed.
I tell you what, I'll give you 6, and if you decide frenemy's not, nemesis isn't really worth it.
Just keep it.
Thanks for coming. It's a terrible business I run.
I respect that you've kept it up for 1,000 years.
What else am I going to do? Oh, good luck lifting whatever this Curses?
Yeah, you might be selling to all types very soon.
Ooh. Would you like 6 more scrolls of moonbeam?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, all right
yeah,
then.
Yeah, go on then.
Okay, you now have a dozen scrolls of moonbeam.
Yeah.
Great. So we head out to the smoke column. How far away is this smoke column?
Yeah, a couple of miles.
Okay, so we're looking at a few hours. Not a few hours, well, an hour's, half an hour's walk. How fast do people walk?
About 3 to 4 miles an hour.
All right, fine. Yeah, but if I'm stopping and complaining all the time.
It's true.
Oh.
And begging to be carried.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 hours then.
Okay.
Should we roleplay all of it?
Yep.
This is now
Lots of piggyback.
This is now a real-time actual play.
Okay.
I place one foot in front of the other.
Okay,
Roll for
me.
All right, let's go. Let's hike.
What's the terrain like?
Lovely valley here with a little river wending through it, and then the mountains sort of like way off that way.
Charming.
Yeah, it's all very idyllic.
Who's the slowest in the group?
He's probably the slowest. He's looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I go over and I pat Corazon on the shoulder and say, you can do it, and quietly cast Long Strider so that he can move a little bit faster for the next hour.
Oh.
Plus 10 to your speed if we end up in combat. Enjoy.
Okay. I mean, I've got the same speed as everyone else.
Well,
Now you do.
No, you don't.
All right. Okay, I get there an hour before everyone else. Wait around.
Okay.
I can just...
We'll just walk long stride slowly.
Long stride.
No, just do the dad energy walk where you're out in front,
Yeah.
main character energy, and waiting for everyone, and we're like, we're supposed to be enjoying this walk together, and you're like, come on.
No.
That's it.
This is to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I long stride.
I enjoy the scenery.
I am doing nothing of note on this journey. Except I imagine I am sort of walking like at the furthest point from Liliana. And I'm talking a lot to whoever will talk to me, so that I'm like never caught not in conversation.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to Liliana, because I can walk slightly faster than everyone else, but not quite as fast as Corazon.
What is it with you and walking speed?
I don't know. Why can you walk slightly faster?
Because my walking speed is actually 35 foot, because I'm a fleet-footed elf.
No.
I've decided my thing is controlling the party's walking speed.
No, I just thought it'd be fun, to be like, let's use a thing that I've not been able to use for ages. Anyway, I would like to talk to Liliana and just be like, hi, I just want to be, I'm really sorry about the vibes between you and Dob.
What do you mean the vibes? There's nothing going on between me and
Oh,
Dob.
no, I know, that's precisely it. I think he thinks very highly of you.
Duh.
And, but in a way that the rest of us do not.
Why not?
Because
It's going so good.
Yeah.
I think for him it's a little bit more romantic.
Right, yeah, no, and I'm asking the rest of you, why not?
Oh,
Great
you're just
question.
not my type. You're gorgeous. You're the sort of person that I would definitely, I know some people who would.
But not you.
No, if you were more into trees and things.
I don't recall asking you out, Merylwen.
Well, why do you care what I think?
Well, why are you rejecting me?
Oh, I'm vibing so hard on this awkward energy. I'm eavesdropping from
Yeah, and I'm just
12
like,
feet back. I have to
okay,
walk.
well, look. The reason why he might be being snippy with you is because he likes you, and he doesn't know how to properly say that to you now, because it's been so long since our last time talking, or interacting, or more likely just shouting at each other. And now that he doesn't quite know what to do now that you're not, nemesis. And so I'd just like to apologise for any bad feelings that you might be getting from him. And I know that's not him.
Okay.
I just don't want things to end any worse than they could between us. I want us to leave on amenable terms, and I don't want you to murder my friend because...
Look, I already said I wasn't going to murder your friend. Thinking about it is free, though.
Fair.
Thank you. Okay. You eventually make it with much toing and froing.
What took you all so long? Okay.
You reach a giant archway. If you imagine sort of just like a huge archway, but kind of, you've got like the gate, and then you've just got, it immediately goes back as if it's the entrance to like a tunnel, like an underground car park, but fantasy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like with
Got
just ramp to the surface, Gate, enclosed in brick, and there is a portcullis that is down but has ruptured from within. It's just completely like
From within?
From within.
Where's the smoke coming from?
It is kind of an ambient thing that is just starting above the gate.
Oh.
So the gate itself isn't smoking necessarily, it's just 20 foot above the gate. There's sort of smoke and embers kind of flying up.
Okay.
There are 2 dwarves. They are dressed as guards. They are lying down, idling on the ground, just like scratching their tummies. One of them's got a little thing of ale.
What ho, dwarf guards?
You can see me!
Yes, we
That's
can
right.
bloody see you.
And you can see the gate?
Yes.
Well then bloody hell, get out the way, it's nearly time!
Time for what?
You hear a rumbling sound coming from down the tunnel, and the ground starts to shake. They go, get out of the way!
Get a long stride out of the way.
I do a short stride out of the way.
Big leg.
Stride normally.
I do a big jump. I wanted to all know that in my mind, I'm imagining my legs are twice as long as normal. That's why.
I'm sure we've done a long stride a bit before.
An enormous creature, and I'm talking like massive, bursts out of the ground, shrieking and howling and galloping. It is basically it's just skeletal, but with like scraps of flesh kind of hanging off its wings, hanging off its ribs. It's got like a long tail, a massive. In fairness, the skull looks kind of canine, almost draconic actually. It kind of just like starts bounding out of the way. Bounding out of the tunnel. And it goes absolutely like making a beeline at top speed towards the Elven settlement. And the dwarves go, that thing!
What is it?
It gets 10 paces, it gallops like 10 paces further forward and then, like, pop! It disappears. And you hear an anguished cry from within the tunnel. And the dwarves just go, every day it doesn't learn.
Oh no.
What?
If we stop this teleporting loop, that thing's going to be able to make it to the Elven settlement.
What? Oh,
Well,
the thing!
Yeah.
Yeah, no, every day. We've been at this 1,000 years now. Every day it breaks out and it tries to devour that settlement yonder, and every day it ends up back where it started. It's very funny.
What is the nature of your employment?
Oh,
here?
we have to guard the thing to make sure it doesn't get out.
So you fail every day?
Is it in the thing?
Presumably.
You hear another roar from within the tunnel. It's an easy job.
I just feel like you're sort of doing your job 99% of the time, but the 1% is very meaningful.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because it does get out.
Yeah, it does get
day.
out, but it doesn't reach the settlement and eat it.
But you're not behind this teleporting, looping thing.
No.
Do you know who is?
No.
How did you come to be here?
I feel like we had a conversation with a very boring man.
Was it a wizard man?
Yes, I think so. Levitating.
Sounds about right.
Just a really wheezy fellow.
We're here to sort of lift this whole scenario.
Right.
But if we were to do that, would you be able to stop that creature from destroying the town?
Well, they haven't managed
Have
it.
you seen it? It's massive.
But it is literally your job, though. Just because you haven't had to do it in 1,000 years, presumably you were picked for your ability to do it in the first place.
Our job is to stop it from escaping. And every day, it ends its day. It remains in the tunnel. It's out for approximately 12 seconds a day. I consider that to be a fairly high success rate. Our
Okay.
job, however, is not to destroy it or feed it or care for it or anything.
Okay, but
Our
imagine
job is to guard the gate.
Imagine a scenario in which it didn't teleport back into the cavern.
Yes.
Would you be able to stop it from getting out of the cavern in that situation?
No.
No. Right.
What's
brilliant.
it to you if the Elven settlement gets destroyed? You're not from there, presumably.
No.
Where are you from?
Oh, we were just traveling dwarves looking for work.
Right.
And then this wizard said, would you like a job? And we said yes.
I see. We should have checked to see if you could
Check
do your
contract
job. Yeah.
as well for how long it was.
Yeah.
Quite long.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this isn't
We've
a
not been
problem
paid.
if we if we kill the dog skeleton. It's not a problem, right?
Yeah, I think that sounds like an elegant solution. If you kill it, it'll never get out. And
Of
then,
course, you think that because it requires you to not do any work.
yes,
But also they'll be out of a job. Although, I guess if it's dead down there, then it's not leaving.
exactly. No, what I'm saying is that there's a real opportunity here for you to help improve our employee efficiency. Because as you say, if we're only effective 90-something% of the time, because it gets out, every day, then you could help us bump up that number to 100.
I don't know, that thing looked pretty mean. Meryl, you ever seen anything like that before on your travels?
That's no animal or beast that I've ever seen.
What's down there?
The thing.
But what else? What takes it a day to return to the surface?
Well, the thing is, okay, this might seem a little bit weird, but hold on. You see, and he starts walking down the tunnel. You see, if I ever try and go down there, then he appears next to you and goes, I just end up back on the surface. So I've never actually been down. But from the noises that come out, this thing is still roaring away in the background. Basically, I feel like it spends most of the day throwing a massive tanty. Just really angry that it didn't get out. And then eventually it goes, you know what, I'm going to show them and I'm going to get out. And it tries it and then it gets back in, has another tantrum. And then before you know it, it's been 1,000 years.
I see.
Do you think there's something in the cave, Prudence, that is causing this teleporting back thing?
I just thought there might be 24 hours worth of tunnels that it has to.
No, you're right. That is more likely. Yeah.
It has to wend its way up.
Yeah, it's just like for 24 hours.
It's just running for 24 hours straight, and then it gets to the surface. So, below that.
Yeah. So clearly the creature is affected by the sort of teleporting back into position thing.
Why do we think Binbag did this?
Well, he wanted to protect the elven settlement where the crystal is.
So do you think Binbag deliberately froze everything in a...
Yeah, I think this was a quick fix. And maybe we're, they said about people coming and it will change it. Maybe we're the ones...
That's it, yes, the prophecy of the ones who be able to see us will come and put everything right, and they shall be rewarded with...
crystal.
A crystal! Which we don't have, by the way.
No, don't worry.
We've seen it. We know where it is.
Okay, so we don't have to pay anyone.
No.
Okay, great.
No,
they just said that.
The streak continues.
And unfortunately, because you are unable to go into this opening, we cannot make you come with us.
God, we're good at this.
Yeah, the town just said you'd give us 100 gold pieces. So
what?
They said something about 100 gold pieces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably lots of gold in the.
Okay, fine. We'll just take it out of that then. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Should we try?
All right. I think
we got him.
Well, we could collapse the cave and then it couldn't get out. But then there might be something in there that stops the teleporting. I don't know, Prudence, can you look into the cave or anything?
Detect some magic or something?
Send your little drone eye down there.
Not made of spell slots, everybody.
Okay, well we can just go in. And just
I think we can.
aren't you?
Look, I made 2 spell slots exactly.
Let's do pass without trace on everyone.
Okay.
And go and have a wander and try not to gain attention from the beast. Try and scope out the area.
Sounds good.
So yeah, I'd like to cast pass without trace on everyone.
Alrighty then. Well, without any further ado, I guess, are we all going downstairs? Into
Yeah, I suppose so. Liliana, will you be coming or staying up here?
No, yes, I'll do my share of the work.
Good.
Right.
Good that you're... Let's go.
You two doing all right?
We're fine, she says, striding down the tunnel.
Right.
She says we're fine, so I suppose we're fine.
Sounds like they're
Okay.
fine.
Everyone make a stealth check and add on top of your normal bonus, it is another 10.
27.
26.
14.
27.
27.
There's no way to not make this seem meta. Liliana walks very stealthily down the corridor in a way that says, I got 31 and I know that's higher than anyone else.
Unfortunately, we don't notice it.
What did you get again, Prudence?
14. 14? 14.
Is that you shouting the number 14 down the tunnel?
Doesn't stack the more times you say it.
You're proceeding very quietly. As far as you're concerned, you've never moved this stealthily. You hear the creature go quiet. Suddenly, it is ominously still in the cave. Although you swear you still feel the air ringing from where it was just bellowing.
What kind of tunnel is this? Is it like man-made brick struts like a mine or?
So at first, it's kind of man-made because it was part of a structure, but then eventually it just turns into a natural rock tunnel, and then you emerge into a cave that does not have an absolutely massive skeletal, weird draconic type thing in it. However, you've got basically, it's a vast cave, and there's like it's lit by some vines and plants that have sort of a bioluminescence. There are like pools of brackish water everywhere. You can hear like the chitter of bats overhead. And then on the opposite wall, there are several different holes where like other tunnels exist, like a lot of them. You suspect that this room is the main lair, but that this thing has like a whole network of tunnels.
We're getting the
that
drop on
can
us.
Kind of, yeah, get the drop on any prey foolish enough to venture into its lair.
Okay. Maybe it hasn't counted on exactly how foolish we are.
Yeah, not a big fan of this. Could come out of a hole at any point.
Should we split the party? Explore some tunnels each?
If you split the party, only the people with me will get the +10 to their stealth.
Okay, I think I should go with Meryl then.
Do we want to split up and try some different? I mean, if we do find him, then we'll be in a smaller group.
Maybe we should just pick a tunnel and just be lucky.
Just investigate.
What's the ground like? Has it left any tracks? Has it stirred up?
Great question.
Stirred up the earth? Or can we tell which way it's gone?
You can see on the walls and on the floor like just a patchwork of deep claw marks as this thing has come and gone and raged and...
How deep are we talking? I mean, definitely break the skin. But,
You reckon-
down to bone, do we think?
Yeah, like the claws on this thing are probably about that long.
Right, pluck your heart out on a single claw sort of vibes.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Cool.
Cool and good.
Cool, good, cool.
We're forgetting, we do have a sort of godlike powerful sorceress with us.
Do we?
Remember we saw...
When did you last see her?
Well, she was right... Can't believe this.
I'm right here.
Jeez.
She was there all along.
Remember we saw Liliana, we've seen you do like a cloud of daggers several times.
Can you scry the location of this thing?
You killed a dragon. You can kill this thing,
I
right?
didn't kill the dragon.
You didn't?
No, not that I've been spying on you or anything, but didn't you then meet that dragon and help it relocate its entire clutch of eggs?
I can't keep track of every dragon.
You better remember my name.
A dragon! Oh, no.
I mean, yes, I'm fairly certain I can track it. I can find out where it is. Are you sure you'd like me to do that?
Why wouldn't we want you to do that?
Can we see that face? Or is it invisible?
You can see the face.
Everyone with dark vision can see that.
There's a large colony of bats on the ceiling.
Can I cast Speak with Animals on one of the bats?
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Hey,
good.
Just for my own amusement, I would like it to have worked on all the bats. There's about 1,000 of them and they all speak as
Chorus.
one.
Oh, God.
Brilliant.
It's like 1,000 bats going, hello.
That's so beautifally coordinated.
Thank you.
I'm rolling on the floor, covering my ears.
Because to the rest of you, it's just screeching.
And I'm like, right. The other creature that lives here with you.
Yes.
Do you know where it is?
Yes.
Do you know what it is?
Big and angry.
That's true.
Have you ever seen a resurrected skeletal dragon?
I've not seen one, but I can imagine one, and it
We have seen
looks exactly like the one that we saw tear out of here. So yeah, that makes sense.
So you have seen one?
Yes.
Do you want us to go fetch it?
I don't fetch it. Could you tell me where it is? Could you guide me?
All of these tunnels is sort of just a network of, sort of you pop in one tunnel, you come out the other one.
Yeah.
You want us to lead you to the specific...
If possible,
Yeah.
yes.
Sure.
As discreetly as no, just like one or two.
Okay.
Yes.
Merylwen, I say, barely able to speak. Ask your bat friends if there's anything else in this tunnel network except for a big skeletal dragon.
All
like
right.
maybe a time looping teleporter generator, magical equipment.
Yeah, okay.
Just anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Outside of you and the skeletal dragon, is there anything else in here with you? It doesn't have to be living. Maybe a shiny stone?
No, not a shiny stone.
Okay, so is it just you?
It's just us and a big dragon and about 2 grand in gold pieces, all of it buried under about 2 foot of bat shit.
Well, thank you for that information.
No worries. Are you going to fight it or something? You look like adventurous.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, do you want a hand?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, we've got 1,000 of them.
Does every bat
Wait,
have a single hand?
Yeah. I was about to
We don't
say.
talk about it. A large human hand on its chest.
Yeah, exactly. They've evolved over 1,000 years.
Yeah, they all open their wings. Sure, why not? And there's every single one of them a human hand.
What a horrifying image.
It's the worst mental image ever.
Like a star-nosed mole, but in bat form.
I mean, these bats have been here for 1,000 years. They must have gone into some weird stuff.
Yeah. We call it evolution, but sure.
I fling open the cave.
Actually, no, they can't understand you.
Talking of understanding things, like...
Oh yeah, you've just heard some shrieking and then 1,000 bats as one showed you human hands on their chests.
They're aware. It's cool.
This undead dragon thing, can it be reasoned with? Dragons can be somewhat reasoned with.
Well, I mean, you know about dragons. You were part of a religious order that...
Yeah, I know about resurrected ones, though.
That's never come up in your studies?
I've spoken to dragons in Draconic, the ancient and beautiful language of the dragons. That probably sounds a bit like...
Yeah, that's the one.
Is this thing completely, like, feral, or is it... Can we have a chat?
You can certainly try.
There doesn't seem to be anything in here, any way of kind of turning off the teleporty field. So...
I think maybe putting the dragon to rest, saying that euphemistically.
But if the dragon was causing it, it's stopping the dragon from achieving its goal of destroying the town.
Yeah, I think it's there as a protection against the dragon, and then if the dragon is no longer there, it doesn't need to work.
So Binbag put the sort of time freeze on because he
to stop the dragon.
He couldn't defeat a resurrected dragon, so he's like, well, I'll just stop it from getting to the elf town.
Probably a test, isn't it, as well? You know, if we kill this thing, then we're worthy to have the crystal and we've solved it because we've pierced the veil and seen through the problems.
We could ask Binbag to turn it off. He's probably amenable to us.
I mean, Binbag has an increasing list of things to answer for.
I'd like to get, so first thing I'm like, don't worry about the hands. It's very weird, but whatever. The bats are gonna guide us to the dragon. And then Egbert, do you want to like step out?
I don't know if I want to or not. I guess we'll decide when we get there.
We'll be your backup.
Can we search our knowledge of dragons and
like
things to see if we know anything about these and if they have any weaknesses, anything like that. If we picked up any information.
Do the same. Can she do a check? If anyone's going to know about this stuff, it's Liliana.
It's not the Dragonborn.
Yeah,
it's Liliana.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Corazon, there's a bunch of poo beneath us, but beneath that is a lot of gold.
All right, I'll do the mental calculus on that.
14 minus 1.
Dirty 20.
21.
The druid got 12.
10 points.
Between all of you, including Liliana, you managed to piece together the following things. Firstly, this is a Draco Lich. It has been created just by some like evildoers who are like, this seems larks. Let's imbue, let's perform a ritual to make a tyrannical, ravening undead dragon. They're nails. They're absolutely nails. But the good news is if they ever die, then their spirit will go into a gem, or I suppose you might call it a crystal. It's not really a eureka moment because it's more dreadful than it is exciting, but you're all like, nah, we probably should
just have to kill this guy.
Yeah. Don't bother with lightning and poison.
Okay.
Cancel plan, find it, soup. A goblet of wine with you, dragon.
Oh, I see.
How about we just proceed onwards as stealthily as possible, bearing in mind we're flanked by 1,000 bats?
A couple of them are gonna show us the way, but the others are gonna be on backup. Is that okay if the rest of you are on backup once the fight starts?
Sure.
You guys come with? Fabulous. Just stay out of danger until you need to be involved, really.
Also, hang on.
What do you want?
Egbert, go.
Why don't we ask each of the bats to carry away one of its bones?
I was trying to think of a way that 1,000 hands could be useful in this situation, and that's it.
Each one can grab a bone and they can just all fly away.
Yeah.
And separate them.
Okay, I think we need to weaken the dragon to a point where he can just pull the bones away.
I don't know, I think I'm prepared to spend some bats finding out if we need to weaken it or not.
Okay.
All right, they can't understand me.
Gang.
I haven't cast my speak with animals.
Why is he minding all this? What's this?
We'd like you to help us pull the dragon apart.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great.
Sort of like an initiator thing.
Yeah.
We'll go steal a bunch of the dragon and then we'll piss it off, so be ready to fight it.
Yeah?
Well, gang.
I give the bats a thumbs up. What happens? Ah! Horrifying.
1,000 little
1,000
thumbs.
tiny
thumbs. There's 1,000 thumbs going in the air.
Gang.
Hate it.
We should not go any further into these tunnels to find this dragon.
I agree. I like that plan.
we know that the dragon is going to come through here at some point in the next 24 hours. This is a big open space.
Feels like a boss arena.
Yeah.
We should lay traps.
There are all these
here.
health packs on the floor.
Yeah, we should trap when it's going to come barreling through here with only elf destruction on its mind.
Let's put traps in the holes. So if it flows through one of them, bam.
Are there any areas of this room that aren't covered with scratch marks? Is there any area where it looks like the dragon hasn't actually managed to scrabble up to, like any ledges or anything like?
Doesn't seem keen on the ceiling, probably because it's covered in bats.
Yeah, with weird hands. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it. I can relate.
What were you thinking?
I was just wondering whether there's a place where we could hide, if we're rigging traps, if there's a place where we could hide where we'd be more
Excuse me, there's
safe.
like 10 feet of bird filth, bat filth that we're stood on.
You
Look,
mean
it's soft.
hide in the bat field?
Yeah, I placed my leg in it all the way up to the hip.
Actually, yeah, I genuinely can use Mask of the Wild. Just
Bats are very clean animals, I expect. I climb in.
I think it's very caustic, guano.
Oh wow!
Like in Apocalypse Now.
That's actually quite clever.
You hear that, Dom? I say to Dom's guano covered face.
No, my ears are filled with guano.
I can't hear a damn thing.
So you can be on the ceiling.
I can be on the ceiling.
Into the she's next to Dob. She's up to her eyes in guano. She looks over and she's like, okay.
I'm
sorry. Another miscommunication.
I'm good, actually. I might just. I mean, this is an expensive coat. I don't want to sink up to my neck in guano while I'm wearing it. So
I reach up through the guano and grab Corazon's boots.
I'm just gonna. I gently step away from Dob's grasping guano-covered hand.
We've reached the Johnny is questioning their life choices portion of the plan. Shall we just try and shall we get into like a position? Shall we pick a position and get into it?
Let's get
get into a fight.
Get some traps. Let's get some traps set up.
I would like to cast Spike Growth in the the entryway that we think the dragon is gonna come
Great.
through.
Done.
The Dracolinch.
Liliana raises her hand and is gonna go boop. She casts Delayed Blast Fireball on the ceiling. Concentration up to a minute. That's gonna go off and probably take down a lot of the ceiling with it.
Who's got water on them?
I've got a small amount of water. I didn't have time before we left town.
I can shape water.
Oh, okay. That also sounds great.
What do you want water for?
Well, what I'm thinking is this whole place is sort of like thick with bat droppings.
Yes.
If we create like a pit and pour a load of water into the middle of it and create a sort of wet slurry, then viewer, that was our producer behind the curtain going. A little more professionalism out there, please. Now, as I was saying, the slurry will slow the dragon down. As it charges through, sinks into it, not expecting it, because every day just sort of scampers over the top.
Yeah, work with what we have.
Sunken slurry.
We've got water, we've got guano.
I've got grease. I can fill it with
He's got
grease.
grease.
Yeah, put grease in it as well.
Slurry.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I'd also like to cast Mold Earth. As in MO, basically I can cause the ground to become difficult terrain for an hour. So just after the spike growth.
It's pretty difficult terrain already.
Perfect.
So spike growth, difficult terrain, pool.
Yeah, which is useful because it
guano.
slows the. Yeah. Okay. Good. Anyone else? Any more for any more? I dread to ask.
What's the visibility like in here?
You can see all right.
Is Pass Without Trace active?
Yes.
So it's not
wait.
concentration.
I've got to double check. So it's concentration.
It is
if I have set up, I need to
You
double
cast
check.
2 more spells.
I need to. It's okay. I can cast different spells, but if it's another concentration
Oh, I
spell, then I cannot. And I think
Is Spike Growth
Spike Growth is a concentration
Okay,
spell.
fine. I was just wondering in case I'm hiding.
What I can do is I can cast Stone Shape, just making a little door in the wall if people want to hide behind the door.
Little
It's
niche,
really
yeah.
obvious that it's just a wooden door and there's like a little alcove.
Wait, you can make a
now.
wooden door as part of Stone Shape?
Yeah. Well, like a doorway.
A little hiding room.
We need something to spring out
So-
of, excitingly.
I like the
Yeah.
sound of that.
Little
That sounds
side
good.
hatch.
Yeah, I can make I can shape a stone door.
If we know what
I can shape. It's a stone door.
if we know what corridor it's like going through super quickly, you could just pop up a little wall and smack into it.
That's a good idea.
That's slightly different, but I could. Yeah, I could put a stone. Yeah.
That's an idea. We could, at the very least, like close off the exit that it's trying to head through, so that it is trapped with us.
But then we're trapped with it.
Yeah, but yes, but it's a fight to the death.
All right. Well, I'm ready to fight to the death, I guess. Yeah, we've got the bat.
I've also just noticed that the physical component of delayed blast fireball is a tiny ball of bat guano and sulfur. Damn it.
Great.
Wait, does that mean that it could be an extra big fireball?
Sure, yeah, why not?
Because you've got extra large amounts of
so much. Yeah.
Okay.
All
Right.
Let's go.
That was weird. Okay, 1,000 bats are going to go try and pull all the bones off an adult blue Dracolich.
Maybe that should happen once the dragon's in here and it's stuck, and then the wrenching.
Yes.
So we just wait for it here.
Yeah, it's going to come through here at some point.
Yeah.
All right, let's settle down to a nice picnic in this guano room.
Okay. I just want to make sure the bats don't get blown up by Liliana's spell.
Well, it's going
bats will
to explode in a minute, so maybe we shouldn't just wait for it to come by.
Cool. Let's do this.
Right. Oh yeah, forgot about
bats. New plan. Go get him.
Yeah.
All right. 1,000 bats take to the air. Their fingers twitching menacingly.
I don't think I can bear to not see, to canonically not see this. Like attempt to pull the dragon apart with 1,000.
Just look.
I need to know as well.
Or something.
Yeah, Prudence. Can we all have a look through your drone?
Fine.
Is that how it works?
I spend my precious
forcing
spell
her to use her few
casting
spell
my
slot.
mind's eye down the tunnel to see the Dracolich.
Well, the bats rolled a nat 20.
Yes, bats.
Come on, hand bats.
That's 20.
Yeah, natural 20. They just carry back its skull.
Not quite, but they do. Basically, they kind of like all like. It's kind of like you know when ants have got hold of something and they're pulling it all in different ways. They're just bats like flapping frantically as their human hands grip onto things, and one of them like manages to prise out a tooth and kind of make off with that. A bunch of them are grabbing onto like the ribs that make up its wings, and they effectively just like the Dracolich starts roaring and screaming and trying to get purchase so that it can turn around and try and do these bats in. They effectively pull off its wings.
Yes!
Nice.
Come on the bats.
A good number of its teeth and about half of its tail.
Wow.
Which is, I'll be honest with you, it's probably good for you because this fight's it wasn't going to be easy, and it probably still won't be. But I'm going to knock off. I'll tell you what. I'll knock 100 hit points off it.
100?
Yeah.
And it's not.
Okay.
Gone.
Oh, it's not half dead yet.
Well, okay, fine. Thank the bats for us, please, Merylwen. That was good of them.
Heroic death you've been promising.
So you watch this happen, and then like. It's kind of cool, like it's like almost like the camera follows the bats from backstage into the arena, and so they all kind of come out and they're just like, oh, like carrying all of these bones.
Yes.
And they just start flying straight out of the cave,
Nice.
and they just pop straight back in, and they're kind of caught in an infinite loop. Anyway, they sort of throw the bones over to the side, and they're like, cool, great, see you later. And the bats are just going to go hide.
Yeah,
now,
leg it. They're only little. They won't have many hit points.
And we'll probably roll for initiative there, won't we?
Yeah.
8.
10.
8 for Merylwen, 9 for
Prudence,
Prudence,
10 for
10 for Dob. Egbert, what was yours?
At 9.
So the Dracolich basically, it comes like absolutely hooning down this tunnel. You can see it sort of emerging. It's going to go over the spike growth, but we're going to resolve that on its turn, I think.
Okay. Is it going to go anywhere near the grease pit?
Oh, go on then, let's resolve it all. How big is spike growth?
It's a 20-foot radius.
And it's a d4 for every...
2d4 for every 5 feet.
Great, can you roll 16 d4, please?
Okay, that is 36.
36 damage. Got it.
Thanks, Dob.
Is it dead now?
No. Yeah, sorry. You see a bunch of just bone fragments pinging up into the ceiling as the spike growth just take chunks out of it. It's just like clack, 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 clack. It just starts roaring louder. This thing is pissed off.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
had its
pissed
wings
off.
It's very upset, is what I mean.
Has it slid into the slurry?
It's got there's the mold. I put the mold earth before.
Yes,
the
so
slurry.
it's difficult terrain.
It's like it's doing a tough mudder or something.
Yeah, exactly. Tough guano.
Yeah, go on, it's going to go in. It's going to go in for that. Yeah, it's just like, and then yeah, it's not looking out for it. It just, yeah,
great.
It's in the slurry,
the grease slurry.
Yeah,
grease slurry. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now it's in the flammable grease pool. I'm going to press the button on my cutlass that says "Use in case of emergencies." That I believe does a third level fireball.
Yeah.
You've got a flame-throwing cutlass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Had it for a while.
Yeah, I just don't use it very often because there was.
It says only in emergency.
Dangerous.
Well, there was some talk of dreadful consequences, I believe, but it feels like this is the time.
Well, consequences for whom?
So I sort of like point away from face and press the button.
Nice. Yeah. I rolled 5, which is a fail, but the adult blue Dracolich gets a legendary resistance 3 per day. If it fails a saving throw, it can choose to succeed instead.
Oh, okay.
So it goes.
Good choice.
Second thoughts.
On second thoughts, I think I'll succeed.
Yeah, it takes half damage.
Okay.
So still takes damage.
Okay, what do I roll?
So that'll be 4d6.
Nice.
Or if you'd rather 8d6 and then halve it.
This is our first legendary action.
I think this might be your first legendary thing. I mean, is it really legendary when you've pulled a bunch of it off with freaky hand bats? I regret my choice of words there.
That's 13.
13, all right. You know what, you're actually getting somewhere with this thing.
Cool. Bonus action, I'll just pop open Merylwyn's door and just slide in to the cavern, crevice, wherever we are.
Lovely.
What am I in? Some kind of crevice?
Yeah, it's literally just like a cupboard because it can only go 5 foot in any direction.
Do you want a stealth check?
Yeah, go on then.
Dirty 20.
Okay, unfortunately it's a 28 from the Dracolich.
Dang, okay.
So it ducks the fireball, kind of goes like, yeah, because it still takes some damage, and then just
watches me walk into a stone door.
There's no flesh on its face, but you get the impression it's raised an eyebrow. Sort of like a like a gentle tilt of the head.
Okay. Fair.
Like a furious puppy. Liliana is gonna let that delayed blast fireball go.
Cool. Rip.
Okay, so Liliana basically still submerged in guano, just kind of goes like, and this delayed blast fireball, it just sounds like it's basically a 20-foot sphere of flame, just reaches the top of the Dracolich, and it's like, rah, really unhappy about it. It's take 52 points of damage.
Oh, nice.
And I'm also going to say that a bunch of the ceiling comes down.
Dang, Liliana.
For another 3 points of damage.
I would like to emerge excitingly from the guano. Sort of propel myself up in the air.
Yeah.
And this...
Great sentences uttered during Ox Venture.
Yep.
There's like... My gut tells me there's a strong chance this will kill every bat. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's find out together.
Sure.
Through collaborative storytelling.
Let's find out when I cast Kill Bats.
Yeah, I just want to aim the mother of all shatter spells right in the, I think, rib cage feels right to me.
Cool.
Yeah.
No. No, the legs are sort of sunking. Yeah, the kind of where the legs join the body.
What's wrong with the center of the skull?
I don't think like it would blow it apart. Right. Also, we don't know that this thing.
What kind of shatter spell is this?
There's no brain in there anymore.
You've got 5 seconds to decide.
Would this thing stop it?
3, 2,
legs,
1.
Shoulders, whatever the dragon.
Yeah, perfect.
Shoulder
Legs,
joint.
shoulders, knees, and toes.
Yeah.
Lich. Shoulders, knees and toes. It's a con saving throw, isn't it?
22 halved.
I mean, like, you still kind of, I'm going to say you like blow one of its scapula off.
Sure.
Like, you ever seen a Dracolich's shoulder blade go pinging off into a ceiling? You have now.
No, it's a real treat.
Pretty cool.
I definitely imagined
only
Dob doing
killed
this in a way that was like, and now the
200
killing.
bats.
It's because Shatter's like a loud, ringing, like supersonic sort of feedback thing.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It is deafeningly loud.
It says, sudden loud ringing noise, painfully intense.
So the bats aren't dead now, they just are unable to detect food anymore because their echolocation isn't there. So they'll die in a few days.
Yeah, they'll see tomorrow, but they'll starve. You've just given 1,000 bats tinnitus. Aww. They'll be fine.
I definitely imagine Dob springing out of the guano in a now for the killing blow kind of way.
Yeah.
So in my mind, he is just sort of like now just in front of the dragon.
And from around your ankle height, you just hear,
wow, teamwork.
Makes the dream work. Hey, but your go.
I'm going to hit it with my mace. It's not my intention to turn it into anything else, really.
Okay.
Which is occasionally what happens when I hit things with my cursed mace.
Indeed.
Assuming I don't turn it into anything else, I would like to use a spell called Ensnaring Strike.
Ooh.
Which I've never used before.
Yeah.
Box fresh.
Yeah, exactly. The next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack before this spell ends, the spell's a bonus action, a writhing mass of thorny vines appears at the point of impact. And the target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the magical vines until the spell ends.
Nice.
Duration's up to a minute.
Look who's got a paladin on their team.
A large or larger creature has advantage on this saving throw, unfortunately.
Okay,
But
yeah, it will have advantage on this.
But if it does work, while restrained by the spell, it takes 1d6 piercing damage. But I was going to maybe cast it from like a 3rd level spell slot.
Go for it.
Because I get an extra 1d6 for each of those.
Lovely.
So that would be
Yum, yum,
3d6
yum.
if it works.
All right.
Okay, I only rolled a 12 for the attack. So.
I'm afraid its armor class is 19. You
Oh.
do still have inspiration from
Yes.
the previous session.
Reroll.
Let's do that. Let's do a reroll. That is only a 13.
Okay.
Oh. Down the pachinko machine.
Yep.
You basically, you walk up and you lash out with your mace, and there's this massive spatter of matter as you hit. It turns out that wasn't part of the Dracolich. It was just
a load of poop.
A load of poop.
No.
Do I have to roll to see if the poop turns into anything?
No, it would only turn into a different kind of poop.
Okay. Yeah, different animals' poop.
Yeah, different animals' poop. And we've come we've done a lot of things over the last 6 seasons.
But there are some
Many
lines
of
that
them
you just shouldn't
regrettable,
cross.
but
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
It was worth a shot.
You know what? It was worth a shot. That's the most paladin thing you've done in quite a long time.
Wait, I can attack twice, can't I? Give it another go.
Yeah, screw it. Do it again.
Go on,
20.
Egbert.
Critical
It's like the universe is telling you not to do paladin stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Give it up, Paladin.
This is why I don't do it.
Okay.
Egbert hits himself with the mace.
Yes, you tonk yourself with the mace. Roll a d6, please.
No. It's a 1.
All right.
They just stubbed my toe with it or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm backpedaling away from the guano mess because
Why?
these shoes are new.
Yeah, that's very expensive.
And I would like to cast Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Center mass. Keep it simple and see what we do.
All right.
I was
great.
really just the warm-up act for Eldritch Blast.
We'll see.
The comedy idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for the comedy stylings of Egbert. Opening for Eldritch Blast.
Okay, so twin beams of Eldritch Blast. Oh, that's an 18 and an 18. Oh no, because it's a 19. Oh, okay.
You basically I'm just imagining it passes through gaps.
Just through the gaps.
Thread the needle.
Yeah, which is
Out the other
cool.
side, which is
It's like a laser light show.
Okay. Well, sorry everybody, I say, and walk it off.
Open up a deck chair and sit down.
Marilyn is where else?
I'm Mask of the Wild.
Of course.
Around in the guano. So no, the
She
dragon
appears
doesn't
as
know
a-
where I am.
She appears as a human-shaped pile of guano.
Elf shaped.
Sorry, elf-shaped.
A DC 20 dex saving throw, please, Dub. I'm also going to make one for Liliana.
2.
Okie dokie. Basically, what happens? The Dracolich, it is ailing and is starting to sink down into the mire. But as its strength really starts to ebb, it's silent apart from the clacking of bones because it's got no lungs to draw breath in with. But you see its head kind of rear back, and then just in a 90-foot line that is 5 feet wide, it blasts you with lightning breath. So you're about to take 12d10 lightning damage.
12d10?
Okay.
You're going to take 80 points of damage.
Okay. Soak it up, Dob. Do you remember there was that one time in X-Men where Wolverine got run over by a steamroller? And he survived on a sort of molecular level.
Right.
Yeah. And was able to come back from that. That's sort of where Dob's at.
Oh boy.
How many hit points do you have?
Now?
Yeah.
3.
Okay.
Three's plenty.
That's all you need,
I
really.
can live a full life with 3.
I can take 3 attacks if I. Yeah. How's Liliana?
Not faring much better than you, to be honest. You've both been like thoroughly.
Yep.
You're both very weak. She kind of collapses against you and is kind of.
Oh, she's in your arms.
Don't make it all out.
Kind of more in a slumping against job in a sort of we might be dying sort of way. Her breathing is ragged and she sounds absolutely furious, to be perfectly honest with you. And with that, we're back to the top of the round. Corazon.
This Merowyn.
Oh, Merowyn, sorry.
So I'd like to point to underneath the dragon, still hiding, and beneath its feet, I would like to cast Erupting Earth from underneath Dragon's feet, and from a 5th level slot, because why not? And basically, a bunch of rocks kind of push up underneath and explode things. Guano coins going everywhere. I just thought it's a nice way. I'm doing 2 things in one. One, I'm attacking the dragon, and 2, I'm bringing up some of the gold for Corazon.
Making it rain.
Yeah.
And just recycling just sort of moving around.
Yeah, you've got to churn the earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to make it a lot more fertile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got to roll.
Imagining
it's
Dolph and Liliana just sort of getting like whirlpooled around.
It's a dex saving throw.
Okay, now hit it for 39 points of damage, halved.
Basically, you sort of snap it in half. Like it's like a particular ridge of stones go boom and just neatly kind of incises it halfway through the spine, and it gives a weird sort of like mewling shriek. It's like ah. Yeah, I'm going to take us out of combat initiative. It's not dead, and I urge you to think quickly because it's
skeletons.
Breath weapon did just recharge. Dob, you summon the skeletons, you raise Ethelfrith's hammer, and 60 skeletons, a flaming skull and the skeleton of a mule, all pop out of the ground.
Not the ground.
Well, the ground, they arrive.
Takes them a little longer than usual.
Do you remember the last time you saw the skeletons?
No.
It was Halloween.
Right.
Was it building a theme park?
Haunted house? Yes.
Yep. Yep, I'm so nearly there.
You may remember that you just asked them to build you a steam engine. Invent the first steam engine, in fact.
Yes.
Yes. So, 60 skeletons appear, and one of them goes,
Ah, boss, it's so good to see you because we're still hauling this thing around and not sure if...
It explodes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that a 3 hit points damage sort of situation?
We're going to find out. Everyone's going to need to make me a dex saving throw, please.
13.
21.
Save me dexterity. 16.
23.
Ooh, 15. Okay, just a fail for Egg, and the Dracolich, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, if you passed, you can halve this, so you're only going to take... Oh, so everyone is only taking 13 points.
A mere 13.
A mere 13.
From the exploding proto steam engine.
Yes.
Wait.
Which...
Back to the drawing board.
Well, so the good news is it's enough to basically atomize the Dracolich.
Yay!
It just kind of... it, like, shatters into a bunch of bone fragments. The skeleton, like, all of the skeletons have exploded, and then they kind of, like, reassemble themselves, and they're like,
Oh, wow! Skeletons not expect that to happen, boss. Boss?
Hey.
Oh, you not look so good.
No, and that's coming from you guys.
Because if I'm remembering this correctly, you got dropped down to 0 hit points, but because you are a half orc, you're back on 1 hit point.
No.
Oh, no, well, what was
Wait, if the explosion...
Only half damage.
Only half the damage, so you still took...
Yes. Oh,
So
right.
still took
Sorry.
13.
No,
right.
yes, no. Yeah. So yeah,
briefly had the choice to go towards the lights.
Yeah. Luckily, my old half-orcish relentless endurance kicked in, and I am now, I guess, on 1 hit point.
Yep.
Great.
No one accidentally trip over Dob or...
No one do any, like, funny things.
Dob, catch this dagger. 1 sec.
I'd like to walk over and lay hands on Dob. Is there anything in my way that I might trip over?
Accidentally pushed Dob over.
Let's see if Liliana's been incapacitated first.
Oh, yeah.
With the strength of the grave, she has been reduced to 0 hit points, but has just pass the charisma saving throw, instead dropping to 1 hit point.
Hey!
Too charming to die.
So
1 hit point club. Let's high five.
You're both just kind of in a crumpled mess, looking at each other like, I hate you.
Sweet fight, everyone.
Yeah. Good job. I'd like to go. I'm going to go lay hands on simultaneously on Dob and Liliana.
I took 13 points. Can I have some healing?
You don't need it as much as they do, and I'm going to charge them both up to like a nice equal. I've got a pool of 40 points. I can have 20 each.
Amazing.
Dang.
Oh, that's enough for her to just start becoming really mean again. Get off me, Dragon Man.
Is there a visible soul escaping the Dracolich
Is it heading off towards
as
the
it
crystal?
dies?
Don't inhale it.
It would be funny. Yeah, slow. I mean, there's a lot of what I would call miasma kind of floating around in here.
Yeah.
But you do eventually see like a coil of sort of purple energy start to like snake its way up, and then it just zips out of the tunnel with like a very distant, like roaring noise, basically.
Okay.
Cool. I want to pick up the gold that Merylwen exploded out of the.
Sure.
bonnet.
All right. Should we can hand wave the next however many minutes
Of gold collecting.
Pick up some
Are the
gold.
skeletons still around?
The skeletons, yeah, skeletons,
Okay.
right? Cool. Hey, boss.
Hey.
What do you want from us?
Well,
You need help with something?
there were a couple of things, I suppose,
Yeah.
that were on my mind.
Uh-huh.
I recently came quite close to death,
Yes.
and I realized that if something were to happen to me,
Uh-huh.
I don't actually know what happens to you.
Okay.
Do you know what happens to me?
Yeah.
To you if I die?
Yeah.
What?
We stay in the hammer until someone else pick up, and then they become boss.
Okay. Would you be comfortable with a sort of bequeathing situation now if I bequeath the hammer while I'm alive?
Yeah. Make no difference to the skeleton. Boss is boss.
Who wants the hammer if I die?
I mean,
Prudence, put a hand up first.
Shotgun.
what I was going to say.
When you say the wrong hands.
I'm not sure if it's a shotgun situation. I'm just saying I think the obvious choices are Prudence or myself. Prudence for the whole vibe.
Shotgun.
Myself, I could really use them to crew the ship, is what I'm thinking.
I think that is a very compelling argument, but we are all bound by a more ancient law, that of shotgun.
Yeah, shotgun.
The hammer goes to Prudence in the event of my death.
Okay.
The other thing I was thinking
Yeah.
was, is there anything you can do with this? And I gesture to the sort of ruined skeleton of the dragon lich. You want to take this bag with you? I don't know. Is that a thing?
Yeah, we could take bones, I guess. If boss not using them.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. They move
That's
at the speed of light.
that's so weird.
60 skeletons.
There's normally a terrible price to be paid for calling on them, but I guess this
it's cool.
time there isn't.
We need to kill boss. This one free.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Great.
They all leap back into the hammer.
Okay. Brilliant. All right.
You can borrow my skeletons.
No, they're
crew
yours.
your ship.
No, it's good. Shotgun.
Get it on weekends.
Mates rate.
Unless there's any other business involving bequeathing things.
I would like to individually high five every bat.
Okay.
It was literally just us. just
Sure,
throw
I
in
mean-
an egg there, like.
Such an odd thing
I
for
don't
you
know
both
about
to
you,
go
dogs,
to.
but in that time, Liliana's going to take a long rest.
Yeah, I'll probably.
Okay, 8 hours later.
Yeah, it takes about 8 hours, but you finally finished high-fiving every single bat.
Yep.
In the cave.
Great.
All right, let's head back to the town and we can get our crystal.
Yeah.
Okay. Outside at the gate are 2 dwarves who are now standing up. They go, oh, that sounded intense. Did you kill it?
Yeah,
We did.
we sure did.
Amazing. Do you think now the curse might be lifted?
We think you're free.
Yeah.
Really?
Try
I
it.
don't know.
I mean, give it a go.
Let's find out. I cast catapult on the dwarf.
You catapult.
The dwarf.
Okay. Yeah.
This is stretching the weight limit of the spell catapult. but-
No. If you want to catapult the dwarf, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you send him absolutely sailing 90 foot. The one next to you is watching and goes, yeah, we're free, look. And the other one goes poof, in the dirt, and then the thumb goes up. oh, fantastic. I don't know what to do with myself. We've been trapped in that situation for a millennia. God, dwarves only live to be 350.
How did you live this long?
Oh. He turns to dust.
Oh, no!
Oh,
You see the other one sit up and go, what? Oh. And then
Oh,
the way of the
wind.
At least he died doing what he loved.
No. Oh, wait. That's the elves.
The elves live for
the elves
ages.
will be fine.
Oh,
They'll
what if their
barely have
houses are
aged.
all like... I mean, what if their houses are all...
Well, why don't you go see?
Okay.
The settlement, when you arrive, is still standing, and all of the elves are actually gathered just outside the boundary. They're kind of standing there. They're watching as the column of smoke and the embers are sort of dissipating on the wind behind you.
Oh, Samira. Samira?
Hello. Yes.
We'll be taking our crystal now.
Oh yeah, so what you couldn't see over by the smoke, there was a big dragon lich that was going to, Draco lich, that's what they call it. It was going to come over here and destroy the town, but it was trapped in the same loop that you have here in this town.
Well,
but don't worry, we killed the Draco lich, so it's not going to come and destroy the town. And the whole kind of glitch thing, the teleporty thing, seems to have stopped now, so I think you're free to leave.
Oh, I'm so bored of living here. So bored.
If you want to get out quickly, Dob's got a spell that can. I think you'd really appreciate.
Yeah? Well, let me go get the crystal and then we'll talk.
Sure.
Yeah, hold the crystal first, then I'll do it.
Okay. She goes into the house where you saw the crystal before. It takes longer than you would have thought to just pop in and grab a crystal. She walks out, she pushes the doors open, and you see there is a fire building behind her. She's decided, you know what, sod it.
Burn it down.
Whoa.
Like, we've lived here 1,000 years. It's time to let it go. She walks out, she goes, 1 crystal.
Thank you.
Liliana, I told you shouldn't put out the torch.
Oh, you must be kidding. We stayed in that cave for 8 hours, while this one high-fived 1,000 bats. And you think my torch would have survived that? We hid in liquid poo.
Sounds funny when you say it.
So yeah, you're all free to move on to wherever, to stop doing whatever it is you do in this town. I say throw open another door.
There is one elf in robes worshipping a dog skull.
I knew
it! He howls and runs off on all fours.
Oh, that's just Colin. Take no notice.
You it.
Let's check the book.
Yeah.
New quest.
All right.
We've got 2 crystals, 2 of 5.
Liliana's evil tome and look on the questing page, the journal of quests, and see if anything is
See if our
resolving.
objectives have updated.
Yes.
New map
You
marker.
watch as they move faster now that you're no longer caught in like a temporal slowing thing. They resolve quite quickly into another diagram of a location. It takes a while actually for it to come into full render with all of the lovely cross hatching and stuff like that. But to be honest with you, you've all worked out what it is long before it's finished because the diagram shows Mistmire. Bum bum bum. So it seems the party is off to Mistmire, the ancestral home of Egbert's former Paladin Order. But when will they get there? Well, next time on Oxventure.
This time? Can it be
Next
this time?
time.
Can we be this one? Let's just roll right
time.
into it. I stride into Mistmire and discover its secrets.
Definitely next time on the Oxventurers Guild, the final season.